15. Out of Hogsmeade. I couldn't help it, Cameron said as the four traipsed along the length of the tunnel. I just knew you were up to something exciting. I saw you heading out toward the Whomping Willow and I remembered reading that there had been a secret passage there, back in our parents' day. They say it was all sealed off after the battle, but still, I knew you three could find a way through if you wanted, so I followed along. I was about to call out to you, but then the tree stopped moving and you all ran toward it. I did the first thing that came to mind and ran after you. It was a near thing too. The willow came back alive just as I got under it. It swiped at me and barely missed. Stupid, lazy tree, Ralph muttered. Cameron, that was a very reckless thing to do, Rose said, reprovingly, still holding her wand aloft to light the way. Well, you can't blame me, can you? Cameron protested shrilly. I've read all the Harry Potter stories at least a dozen times. When I saw you sneaking off, I knew you were going on some big secret adventure. I just wanted to see it in person. I promise I won't get in the way. Those stories are all rubbish, Cameron, James grumbled, not really believing it. My dad says that he couldn't even read them all the way through. They make it all seem like an exciting romp, but it was mostly really scary and people dying and buckets of dumb luck. Oh, I know, Cameron enthused. Believe me, I understand all that. I know Reeve Elvier's books are cleaned up a little bit. I mean, they were written to be children's stories. But still, my dad says they got the main parts all right. And your dad really did fight Voldemort and defeat him, all because of the protection his mum gave him when she died to save him. That part wasn't made up, was it? Look, Cam, James began a little angrily, but Rose cleared her throat and nudged him. We weren't the only ones to lose relatives in the fight against Voldemort, she said softly. James remembered. Cameron's Uncle Cullen had been killed during the Battle of Hogwarts. James sighed. All right, Cameron, I guess you've a right to come along today as any of us. But trust me, there aren't going to be any grand adventures. There better not be, Ralph said darkly. I told you, Ralph, Rose said, the tunnel to Hogsmeade is technically a part of Hogwarts. It's under the protection Merlin gave the castle. We're safe here. Ralph didn't seem particularly relieved. Yeah, well, what about when we get to Hogsmeade? Are you going to tell me that somehow the whole village is technically a part of Hogwarts? Arguably, it could be, she answered. It's probably the last vestige of the fief that once surrounded the castle. But either way, there will be loads of people there. Not even. Someone really powerful would attack us with all those crowds around. Besides, no one has seen the headmaster for almost 2 weeks, have they? I saw him just yesterday, Cameron piped up. He was in the hall outside the common room, just walking along like he was on a stroll. James glanced back at Cameron. You saw Merlin in the castle. Are you sure it was him? I thought he was off traveling somewhere. That's what Professor Longbottom said. I guess he got back, didn't he? Cameron replied. What? I thought you all liked Headmaster Merlin. Sure, Cam, Rose said. We like him well enough. We just, wouldn't want to get caught sneaking off the grounds like this. Cameron grinned. Oh, you three won't get caught. That wouldn't make a very good story, would it? James was becoming rather annoyed with Cameron. This isn't a story, you know. Merlin knows when things are going on around the school. If he's here, let's not spook ourselves, Rose said soothingly. We're not doing anything terrible. We just want to get a look around Hogsmeade, that's all. Nothing bad is going to happen. Cameron's probably right. It wouldn't make a very good story if we were all captured and horribly dispatched by some waiting enemy in the Shrieking Shack. Her voice trailed off uncomfortably. Would it? Depends on what kind of story it is, Ralph said gloomily. They walked in nervous silence for a while. Eventually, the tunnel began to slope upwards. It ended at a jumble of broken crates and bits of furniture, all covered with dust and cobwebs. Beyond was only thick darkness. We must be at the shack, Rose said in a whisper. James, can we make it through? Just barely, if we move some of this rubbish around. James gingerly began to stack some of the fallen crates. Dust puffed up at his efforts, clouding Rose's wand light. Spiders skittered on the walls. So we're at the Shrieking Shack, then? Ralph asked in a quavering voice. Should we be expecting it to, start shrieking? Rose answered, it doesn't do that, Ralph. It's a long story, but there's nothing to be afraid of here. At least, not anymore, Ralph gulped. Then why are you whispering? There, James said, wiping his brow with his sleeve. I can see through. It's really dark, but if you duck right here we can get into the next room. James led the way, clambering through the small opening on his hands and knees. He could see that the tunnel entrance had once been larger, But the Shrieking Shack had deteriorated quite a lot in the years since the tunnel had been used. Much of the wall had crumbled around the opening and the ceiling overhead had partially collapsed. "Whoa," Cameron said in awe as the 4 students dusted themselves off. "This is where it all happened. This is where Harry Potter learned the truth about Sirius Black. I bet it was right over there that Black almost killed the rat." Peter Pettigrew. "Thanks for the play-by-play, Cam," James muttered. "Come on, let's get out," Cameron gasped, causing everyone to jump. "It must have been right here that Voldemort ordered his snake Nagini to attack Professor Snape," Cameron said breathlessly. "He probably died right where you're standing, Ralph. Can you, stop talking about who killed who in this very room, Cameron?" Ralph exclaimed. "It's not like the place needs any more ambience." "Oh," Cameron said sheepishly. "Yeah. Sorry." Slowly, the 4 made their way upstairs, stepping carefully through a strew of broken furniture and collapsed ceilings and walls. The deterioration of the Shrieking Shack was severe enough that James worried the place might simply collapse on top of them. Wind whistled and moaned through cracks in the walls, making the entire house creak. As they reached the main floor, broken windows let in enough daylight that Rose could finally extinguish her wand. "There's the door," Cameron said, pointing. Remarkably, the old door was still intact and fit snugly enough in its warped frame that the 4 of them had to pull the handle simultaneously to budge it open. "I sure am glad to be out of there," Ralph said, jumping off the sagging porch. "I think the only thing holding that place up is force of habit." James glanced back at the shack. "Let's just hope it holds up for at least a few more hours." "It occurs to me," Ralph said, looking at James and Rose, "that this is an awful lot to go through just to get some Drubal's best blowing gum and say hi to Ted." Rose shook her head and trotted along the path leading toward the village. "Oh, come on, Ralph. Where's your sense of adventure?" "I think I used it all up last year," James smiled. "The worst part's behind us, Ralph and Nader. Come on, it'll be fun." "Hurry up, you guys," Cameron called, halfway between Rose and the 2 boys. "I have to use the toilet." Ralph rolled his eyes, and then grinned at James. "Come on, I'll race you." James, Ralph, Rose, and Cameron found their way to the high street and wandered along it, happily enamored by the various shops and bustling crowds. James and Ralph were debating whether to visit Honeyduke's or Weasley's Wizard Wheezes first when Rose exclaimed in delight, pointing, "Scrivenshafts?" James said as Rose hurried forward. "You want to go to the quill shop first?" "I know I won't be able to afford much of anything," Rose replied, pushing through the door and jingling the bell, "but I can't wait to see what the new Huddleblum-self-thinking dodo tips are like." "Oh, look. They have an actual working recalls-it-all pen. It remembers everything you write and can duplicate it perfectly." "Now that would be handy," James said, his eyes widening. "A pen that can take your tests for you." "How much?" Rose glanced at James disdainfully. "It's really amazing how hard you'll work to avoid the simplest schoolwork, James." "Yeah," James answered, "Uncle Ron would be proud." The 4 of them worked their way along the street, stopping in at most of the shops along the way. Cameron bought a new wand holder at Hiram and Blathwitz Leathers and immediately sheathed his wand in it. He showed it to James and Ralph. "Protects the finish while simultaneously enhancing magical properties," Cameron proclaimed proudly, reading directly from the tag. "The inside is lined with suede and enriched with Wimnot's wand polish and enchant enhancer. It cleans and empowers my wand every time I put it away." "That's great, Cam," Ralph nodded. Looks really dashing too, thanks." Cameron grinned. "Hey, can we stop at the newsstand? I want to see if the new issue of Stupendous Stories is available." The newsstand stood on the corner of the High Street and Gutty Mutter Avenue, and it was the only 2-story newsstand James had ever seen. A spiral staircase on the side led to a narrow wrought iron walkway that encircled the second level. The walkway was packed with wizards and witches browsing every type of newspaper and magazine imaginable. The very peak of the newsstand was a noisy miniature owlery, twittering with birds of all sizes. They seemed to be coming and going at every moment, each owl attended to by a small man installed at a round desk in the center. As each owl arrived, the little man spun on his chair to retrieve its parcel. Most of these seemed to be small strips of parchment rolled like scrolls and inserted into brass tubes on the owl's legs. As the man removed the message, he'd turn to a speaking tube and read its contents. The speaking tube carried the man's voice through a complicated curlicue of expanding pipes and bellows, eventually broadcasting his every word out over the high street. "Breaking news from Turkey," the man read in a surprisingly deep, baritone voice. "The Grand Vizier of the Wizarding Caliphate, Raja Hasaja, has died unexpectedly, to be replaced in interim by his assistant, Amin al-Mustafas. International Wizarding Bank Authority to freeze all transactions with the Caliphate until said crisis is satisfactorily managed. Updates as events warrant. Oh, look who's on the cover of this month's Quibbler, Rose cried delightedly, pulling a copy off a shelf on the lower level. James leaned over Rose's shoulder, studying the tabloid in her hands. Daughter of Quibbler founder to wed, read the cover headline alongside a photo of Luna Lovegood happily accepting a ring from her new beau, Rolf Scamander. The picture was obviously staged, but Luna's smile was genuine enough, and the look of happy affection on Rolf's rather bug-like face was unmistakable. In the photo, Luna took the ring, and then held it out to the camera. It seemed to be made of amber with an insect embedded in it. That's been done, Ralph sniffed. Well, I'm happy for her, Rose said, replacing the tabloid on the rack. Luna's hoped to get married for a long time. She wants a family. How do you know that? James asked, furrowing his brow. I've known Luna all my life and she's never said anything about that. Rose looked aloof. That's because you haven't been listening in on the right conversations. Overhead, the Allery announcer spoke through his amplifying apparatus. In an update to previous reports, the mysterious sightings of swarms of Dementors throughout central London have only increased. Although no amount of investigation has been able to pinpoint the hive's origin or predict the locations of any future oppressions. Further, the range of the infestation appears to be increasing daily, reaching into neighboring vicinities at an alarming rate. Muggle reportage of the incidents is gaining precedent, although attributions of the effects are extremely varied. In a breaking development, the Ministry of Magic has announced the creation of an Auror subdepartment to locate and subdue the hive. Meanwhile, many concerned citizens of the magical world are departing the central London area until the unexplained oppressions are brought under control. Continuing updates as events warrant. Ralph's face had gone pale. I heard something about those Dementor swarms when I first went home for the holiday, but I didn't think anything of it. It seems to have gotten a lot worse now. Do you think this is connected to the descent of the Gatekeeper? It must be, James said, remembering his earlier conversation with the headmaster. Merlin told me that the Borleys were basically baby Dementors. Maybe the Gatekeeper is something like the ultimate Dementor. Maybe the Gatekeeper has assembled all the uncaptured Dementors and is using them to begin its work on the Earth. Rose shuddered. That's an awful thought. If it's true, James, then our parents might be in danger, since they work at the Ministry. Especially your dad. If he's in charge of that Auror subdepartment, he'll be chasing the Gatekeeper and he won't even know it. We have to warn them. James knew Rose was right. He nodded. I'll send Dad an owl as soon as we get back tonight. I'll tell him everything we know so far. But why would the Gatekeeper be using Dementors? Ralph asked. I thought it could affect humans directly? Rose answered, it can, but only a few at a time, for now. It feeds on fear and terror, so it's using the Dementors to get what it needs, but this proves that it hasn't found its human host yet. Once it possesses the host, it won't need the Dementors anymore. It'll become directly connected to the community of mankind. It'll be able to affect loads of people all at once, and nothing will be able to stop it. We need to get both halves of the beacon stone before that happens, James said fervently. Whoever has the whole stone can still send the Gatekeeper back into the void, right? We don't even know where Slytherin's half of the stone is, Ralph lamented. And the half that we do know about is on the finger of the most powerful wizard in the world. This makes stealing Jackson's briefcase last year look like a walk in the park. James was unperturbed. At least we know where Merlin's beacon ring is. We just need to find out who might have inherited Slytherin's beacon ring. Well, no problem there, Ralph said sarcastically. We just need to trace some mystical black ring through 36 generations of dark wizards. That should be a breeze. What mystical black ring? Cameron asked, returning with a newsstand sack. Rose rolled her eyes. Nothing, Cameron. We're just trying to save the world here. We do this every day, you know. Oh, Cameron said, frowning a little. I just thought maybe you were talking about the God family ring Headmaster Dumbledore gave your dad. As one, James, Ralph, and Rose looked at Cameron. He blinked at them a little nervously. What ring, Cameron? Ralph asked. Cameron smiled crookedly, as if he was being teased. You know. The ring with the resurrection stone in it. It was one of the Deathly Hallows in the last book. Headmaster Dumbledore captured it and gave it to Harry Potter inside the Golden Snitch. You remember that, don't you? Rose, Ralph, and James exchanged looks. Rose said, could it really be that simple? James' eyes widened thoughtfully. Cameron, you know those books pretty much frontwards and backwards, right? Tell us everything you remember about that ring. Cameron looked at James, a little puzzled, and then shrugged. Well, according to legend, the ring once belonged to Death, so it allowed the holder to see and speak to dead people. It was passed on through generations of Salazar Slytherin's relatives until it came to the God family. Voldemort took the ring and used it as a Horcrux. Cameron whispered the last word as if it was a sort of swear word. He went on in his normal voice. Later, Dumbledore captured the ring and cracked the stone with Gryffindor's sword, making it useless to Voldemort. After Dumbledore died, he willed the stone to Harry Potter, hiding it inside his snitch. In the book, Harry uses the Resurrection Stone to speak to his dead parents when he's going to confront Voldemort in the forest. After that, no one knows what became of the stone. Anyway, when you said something about a mysterious black ring, I just thought that might be what you were talking about. My mistake. Cameron, Rose said seriously, I could kiss you, you silly geek. That's brilliant. Cameron blushed fiercely and hugged his newsstand sack, grinning. Ralph asked, do you really think the Resurrection Stone and the Beacon Stone are the same thing? It sure seems to fit, James replied. It was black and set into a ring and it was passed on by Salazar Slytherin through loads of generations, Rose added, and it allowed the bearer to see and communicate with dead people because it came from the void that all departed souls pass through. Ralph shuddered. So whatever became of it? What happened to it after that night in the forest? It's just like Cameron said, Rose sighed, no one knows. If I remember right, it was purposely left out of the books so that nobody would be tempted to search for the stone again. It was presumed lost forever, nobody knows where it is, or even if it still exists. James narrowed his eyes, thinking. He decided not to say anything, but he knew of at least one person who did know what had become of the Resurrection Stone. And James was one of the only people on Earth who could ask that person and possibly get an answer. Eventually, the foursome made their way to the Three Broomsticks, affectionately known among some of the older students as the Triple Sticks. They ordered butterbeers and had a light dinner. Hogwarts students packed the tables, talking boisterously and calling to each other. Sabrina, Damien, and Jennifer Tullis jostled through the door just as James was finishing his sausage. Damien grinned as they pushed their way through the throng. Made it through the tunnel, I see, Damien called. I'm a little jealous, you know. We discovered that passageway first. I was hoping to be the first to see the inside of the Shrieking Shack. How is it? Barely standing, James answered. You'll be lucky if it's still upright when you go through yourself. Where's Noah and Petra? Rose asked. Jennifer rolled her eyes. Oh, they're having a lover spat over at Madame Puttyfoot's. I told them it'd be nothing but trouble if they started dating. They aren't really dating, Sabrina said, pulling up a chair and sitting down. They're just snogging. It isn't exactly the same thing. James glanced up sharply, surprised that he had somehow missed this development. How long have they been, snogging? It started about a week before Christmas, Sabrina replied. It's probably all that rehearsing as lovers for the play that did it. You can only pretend to fancy one another for so long before it leaks over into real life. James knows all about that, Ralph said, popping the last of his sausage into his mouth. James sighed. So what are they fighting about? Rose asked. Damien gestured dramatically. Noah saw Petra having some big, heavy conversation with Ted behind Weasley's. She was crying, and Ted didn't look too happy either. Noah's quite the jealous type, you know. He should have known what he was getting into, dating his best friend's former girl, Jennifer proclaimed loftily. It spells trouble any way you look at it, Sabrina said. I just don't understand what Ted sees in Victoire anyway. He was lucky to have Petra. Victoire's a bit of a stuck-up powder puff no matter how you look at her. No offense. Rose waved a hand. Oh, you don't have to apologize to us. We think the same thing most of the time. James felt suddenly hot and angry. He stared out of the window, confused at his own thoughts and emotions. Something about the fact that Noah and Petra were suddenly dating needled him mercilessly. He'd always liked Noah quite a lot, but now, all of a sudden, he wanted to go find the older boy and push him down. The irony of it was that he knew where to find Noah. He was sitting across from Petra at this very moment, just down the street in the ridiculously pink and fluffy Madame Puttyfoot's tea shop. Worse, James now knew for certain that Noah wasn't the main problem. Just as Rose had said, Petra was obviously still in love with dead Lupin, despite the fact that he had moved on to Victoire. The whole affair was hopelessly complicated, and James was frustrated to realize that there was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Eventually, the conversation moved on to other topics. James, Rose, Ralph, and Cameron said goodbye to the gremlins and made their way out to the street. The evening was cooling as the sun lowered, bringing a restless wind through the village. Bits of newspaper and candy wrappers skirled across the street as students began making the journey back to the distant castle. The foursome began to make their way to the Shrieking Shack. stopping only once along the way to pop into Weasley's Wizard Wheezes where they hoped to say hello to George and Ted. "The old tunnel is open, eh?" George said, grinning over the front counter. "That's excellent. Fred and I only tried that route once, since everyone was afraid of the ghosts in the shack. We didn't make it all the way through, but we got far enough to leave some graffiti on the walls, as I recall." Rose nodded. "Yeah, I think I saw that. The drawing of Professor Snape was particularly amusing." "Oh, those were Fred's," George said, sighing. "He was a good one for a quick caricature. He said it was all in the hook nose." James asked, "So how's business been?" "Oh, really excellent. Ever since we bought out Zonko's, we've been rolling. They had a pretty loyal clientele, you know. I've even considered making this Weasley's flagship location instead of the shop at Diagon Alley, but Ron says I shouldn't. He says the original location is still the best." Rose looked around appreciatively. "I bet Ed loves working here. This place is right up his alley." "Yeah," George agreed. "It's good having him around. He's a hard worker and he has some great ideas for some new products. Some of those new every flavor beans were his ideas, although even I drew the line at a flavor called Gwinomol. The blighter's been no use to me today, though. These Hogsmeade weekends are like a family reunion for him. He's been in and out all day doing who knows what." There was a loud snap. James and Rose turned to see Cameron shaking his finger violently, trying to dislodge something that had apparently clamped onto the end of it. "You snapped it, you bought it, my friend," George said jovially as he came out from behind the counter. "Just kidding, really. Those are the finger-snapping galleons. Always a laugh, those. Just lay one on the ground and wait for any unsuspecting person to come across it." "They sure look real," Cameron admitted as George pried the fake coin off his finger. "Up until the point that it chomps on you, I mean. That's, great. Thanks. If you like those, you'll love our disapparating Knickers bomb," George said, leading Cameron to another shelf. Now with an expanded effectiveness range of 3 meters. Great for parties. As James browsed around, he peeked through the backroom curtain and saw Ted sitting on a pile of crates. Lately, he had taken to using his metamorph magus skills to change the appearance of his hair again, just as he had when he'd been a baby. He had made it quite long today. It hung in dark curtains, partially obscuring his face. James thought he looked a bit like the long-departed Sirius Black. "Hey, Ted," James said. "How's everything?" Ted looked up, although James still couldn't see his face. "Oh. Hi, James. It's all right. How's practicing for the national Quidditch team coming?" Ted said. "Oh yeah. It's all right, I guess. I've been really busy here at the shop, but other than that, yeah, it's fine." "Ted," James said, slipping past the curtain, what's going on?" Ted's voice was strangely flat. "What do you mean?" "I mean with Petera. I know it's none of my business, but, what do you know about it?" Ted asked, a little sharply. "I know Metzger's all in a tizzy about it, and the rest of the gremlins are probably talking it up, but I didn't think you'd be in on it too." "In on what?" James asked, stopping just inside the backroom curtain. "Look, whatever everyone is saying, it's all rubbish, James. You lot just need to leave Petra alone, especially Metzger. And you can tell him I said so." "Ted," James began, but he didn't quite know what else to say. Ted stirred, climbing to his feet. "I see you've got Dolohov with you. You're still chumming around with him, eh?" James looked hard at Ted. "You mean Ralph?" Yeah. I guess." "Why?" "Oh, no reason, really. After all, it wasn't his people that killed your parents." James shook his head. "Ted, you can't blame Ralph for that. He wasn't even born then. His father was just a kid when the battle happened." Ted sighed wearily. "Don't tell me who I can and can't blame, James. Look, I'm sorry I brought it up. I'm not in a very good mood tonight. Maybe you and Rose and your friends should get back to the tunnel. It's getting dark." James nodded slowly. "Yeah, I guess you're right." He turned to go, and then looked back. "See you later, Ted." Ted waved. "See you around, James. Be careful." By the time the quartet came out of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving a fierce orange and purple sky behind it. Quickly, they made their way back toward the Shrieking Shack. The protective fence around the property had long since fallen into disrepair. James led the way through the same break in the fence they had used earlier in the day. At the top of the hill, the ramshackle shack stood in black shadow, looming ominously. "I was really hoping to get through this part before it got dark," Ralph said fervently. "I can't even see the front door." "It's right there," Rose said, lighting her wand and pointing it. Just like we left. Rose's voice trailed away as her one light played over the front of the shack. In spite of her words, the door didn't, in fact, look exactly as they'd left it. I thought we pulled the door closed again, Cameron said curiously. Didn't we pull the... Yes, Cam, James interrupted. We sure didn't leave it like that. The front door had been shoved open so far that the top hinge had broken. It leaned awkwardly inside its frame. Beyond the entry was impenetrable darkness. Does that look like someone was going in, or coming out? Ralph asked, trying to keep his voice even. What does that matter? James asked. Well, for one thing, it tells us if we were followed or if we're walking into a trap, Ralph answered reasonably. Cameron asked, who tried to trap us? Nobody, Rose replied firmly. Come on. It's probably just an animal or something. Let's just get this over with. She climbed onto the sagging porch and shone her one light into the dark doorway. James clambered up next to her, his heart pounding. Together they walked through the doorway with Ralph and Cameron following close behind. The interior of the shack had obviously been disturbed. Some of the old furniture had been shoved aside, leaving scrapes on the dusty floor. Worse, the stairway leading to the cellar looked all wrong. The doorway was splintered and bowed, and the stairs beyond seemed unusually steep. Wait, James said, grabbing Rose's arm. This isn't right. Look down there. All four students hunkered and peered down the rickety staircase. By the glow of Rose's wand they could clearly see that the room below was virtually gone. Broken hunks of wall and sections of collapsed ceiling choked the stairs, completely blocking them. How could that have happened just today? Ralph asked breathlessly. I mean, it held up for 20 years and then decided to come crashing down right after we came through? Maybe we dislodged it somehow, Cameron reasoned. James shook his head. No, someone did this on purpose. Someone knows we're here and is forcing us to go home by another route. Cameron looked at James, smiling quizzically. Why would anyone do that? Because they want to keep us out of the tunnel, Ralph answered in a small voice. Because the tunnel is part of Hogwarts. Come on, Rose said quickly. If we hurry, we can catch up with some of the other returning students. Cameron looked alarmed. But we'll get caught when we go back, he exclaimed. Professor McGonagall will see us coming back with the older students. We'll get in trouble. Let's seriously hope that's the worst that happens, Cameron, Ralph said, following Rose back out of the decimated front door. As quickly as they could, the four retraced their steps back along the high street. As they walked, James could occasionally see the spires and turrets of Hogwarts Castle, looking teasingly close against the darkening sky. A cross street at the end of town seemed to angle in the right direction. James led the troop down it, toward a stand of intervening forest. This doesn't look right, James, Ralph worried. Isn't there a path that leads straight through to the castle? James answered, yeah, we have to be getting near it. Watch between the cottages. I wonder where everyone else is at, Cameron commented, looking around at the narrow, deserted street. A dog barked nearby, and something squeaked in the cooling wind. Shouldn't there be other students heading back along this route? Hogsmeade weekend officially ends at dusk, Rose said quietly. They were already heading back by the time we stopped in to see George. What was that? Ralph suddenly asked, spinning on his heels to look behind him. What? James whispered, his hair prickling. Ralph's eyes darted over the street. I thought I heard something behind us. Rose shook her head. Get hold of yourselves, you two. It was probably just a dog or something. I heard it too, Cameron said. It came from over by that alley. Come on, Rose said firmly, pulling the bigger boys by the sleeves. You're spooking me out, and I was spooked enough already. Let's go. A few minutes later, the side street turned a sharp corner in the wrong direction. James peeked between the cramped cottages, looking for some sign of the castle. There's a little footpath, he said. It winds back through some trees. Is it the path to the school? Ralph asked. I don't know. But it's going in the right direction. Let's give it a go. James led the troop between the cottages, past a tiny fenced garden, and into the darkness of a stand of trees. The trail wound between bushes and tall grass. Boy, this is just getting worse and worse, Ralph said quietly. I thought the whole point was for us to never be alone. We're not alone, James said as he plodded further along the path. We have Cameron with us. And whatever was following us back there, Cameron added cheerfully. Cameron, Rose said warningly. James was growing increasingly worried. The path was winding deeper into a stretch of forest that separated Hogsmeade from the grounds of Hogwarts. The trees blocked the light of the dusky sky, reducing the path to a dim patchwork of shadows. Occasionally, James thought he heard the sound of footsteps along the path behind them or further ahead of them, but he determined not to call attention to them. He pulled out his wand and illuminated it, holding it up as high as he could. The wand light starkly lit the nearby trees but only made the deeper depths seem all the darker by comparison. No one spoke for several minutes as they walked. Finally, thankfully, the path turned toward a thinner patch of trees. Through them, James could see the indigo of the evening sky and the pale yellow face of the full moon. "Look," Rose said, pointing, "just beyond the edge of the trees. I think that's the main gate. I can see the silhouette of the two boars." James squinted. He didn't have his glasses with him, so he couldn't quite make out the distant shapes in the darkness. "Yeah," Ralph said, "I see it. Wow, that's a sight. Come on." As the four students trotted forward, the trees parted overhead, revealing the night sky and a scattering of stars. The moon shone its pale yellow light all round. Sure enough, the ancient wall and the open gate stood nearby. The two famous stone boars arched their backs at the sky, baring their tusks. James breathed a great sigh of relief. In a few moments, they would be safely within the grounds of Hogwarts again. "Hey," Cameron laughed nervously. "See? I told you there would be a great adventure. Wait until my dad hears about." Cameron's voice cut off as a noise of running feet approached swiftly. The boy turned to look back, his face curious. Something large and dark loomed out of the darkness, flying low over the ground. Rose screamed, lunging backwards and reaching for her wand. Ralph and James ducked as the figure hurtled over them. It landed on the path between James and the gate, skidding on the dirt and turning back to face them. "Hello!" Ferocious growl came from it and it began to advance. "Stupefy!" Rose called, pointing her wand, but it was too dark to aim properly. The red bolt struck the ground in front of the creature, lighting it for an instant. James saw teeth bared along a narrow snout and bright, terrible eyes. "It's a wolf!" he called, scrambling backwards. The wolf responded to his voice with a loud snarl. It lowered, coiling close to the ground, and then pounced. James covered his face, shielding himself from the teeth and claws, but instead of being mauled by the beast, he was knocked roughly aside by it. Then, directly behind him, there came the noise of a violent struggle and a scream of pain. It was Ralph. James scrambled to his feet, reaching for his wand. With a gasp, he realized he'd dropped it when the beast had attacked. "Stun it, Rose!" James called. "I can't," Rose cried, pointing her wand wildly. "I can't tell them apart. If I stun Ralph, it'll kill him." The wolf rolled with Ralph as he wrestled it. It seemed to have his wrist locked in its jaws. It shook its head violently, tearing at Ralph's arm. Ralph screamed again, trying to kick the enormous beast off of him. Without thinking, James lunged at the creature. He threw his arms around the matted fur of its neck, pulling as hard as he could. Suddenly, intensely, James' phantom scar burned. He squinted against it, willing himself not to let go of the wolf's neck. The beast scrambled and thrashed, still not releasing its grip on Ralph's arm. James could feel the muscles pulsing beneath the wolf's fur, could smell the dank smell of its pelt. Suddenly, it got a paw on James' chest. It dug in its claws and swiped, tearing ragged strips in James' sweatshirt. He felt something hot and sticky immediately soak into his shirt, but there was no pain. Instead, the pain in his forehead throbbed and pulsed, distracting him. The wolf thrashed again, knocking James loose. He scrambled after it, but it was too fast. The paw swiped, barely missing James' face. Suddenly, there was another voice calling out. "No, Ted. Stop. This isn't the way. Let him go." James rolled and got to his knees. He looked around wildly, squinting past the throb in his forehead, and saw a tall figure lunging onto the wolf. James was too stunned to immediately recognize who it was. The newcomer pulled at the wolf's ears, forcing it to release its grip on Ralph. The beast flailed its head back and forth, snapping. "Stop this, Ted!" the newcomer cried, and James finally recognized it was Petra. "You don't know what you're doing. This isn't the way to fix things. Not here, not now." The wolf lunged mightily, hurling Petra off, but it didn't renew its attack on Ralph. The beast snarled at him, and then leapt away, snapping and slavering its bloody jaws. It seemed confused, almost as if it were at war with itself. Finally, it threw back its head and howled, long and loud. It chilled James' blood because he could sense the humanity in that howl, almost as if Ted's voice was buried under it, crying out in anguish and despair. Petra climbed to her feet and slowly approached the great wolf. Remarkably, she knelt next to it and stroked its fur. She spoke to it quietly, soothingly. "Ralph," Rose rasped, dropping next to the big boy. "Are you all right? How badly are you hurt?" Ralph moaned and rolled over, struggling to his knees. James scrambled over to him. "I think my arm's broken," Ralph said with remarkable blandness. "It feels all loose and hot." James could see the mangled mess of Ralph's wrist. Blood soaked through his shredded sleeve. "Ralph," James exclaimed, "you look awful." "You look pretty horrible, too," Ralph said. "Are all your guts still inside?" "I think so, I hope," James replied, looking down at his bloody chest. "Let me look at your wrist, Ralph," Petra suddenly said, kneeling next to him. Ralph held it up. Petra gingerly peeled back the torn fabric of Ralph's sleeve, revealing his forearm. "Artemisi," she said, touching her wand to the cuts and punctures. "That'll stop the bleeding until we can get you to Madame Curio." "What are you doing here, Petra?" James asked as she turned to examine his chest. "I was walking back by myself," she answered. "I was just coming up the path when I saw what was happening." Rose was trembling visibly. "But how did you know that the wolf was?" "It's a full moon, Rose. And Ted and I? We talked a lot. He told me about his condition." Petra performed the same technique on James' scratches, which, she assured him, looked a lot worse than they were. Finally, Rose and Petra helped James and Ralph to their feet. "Where'd the wolf go?" Ralph asked, shaking. "Is it gone?" Petra nodded, looking back toward the forest. "He's gone," Rose gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. "What about Cameron?" she said through her fingers. A cursory search found Cameron lying on his face in the grass, the bag from the newsstand covering his head. He had a very large, muddy paw print on his back but was otherwise completely unhurt. "What happened?" he asked woozily as they dragged him upright. "I think I fainted." "Did I really faint? I missed the whole thing." James sighed, finally feeling some pain in his chest as the wound stiffened. "We'll tell you all about it later, Cam. Let's just get back to the castle." Limping and bloody, the group of 5 made their way through the gate, heading toward the welcome glow of the castle windows. After a minute, James trotted back, holding one hand over his chest. He looked around for a few moments, cursing under his breath. Finally, he found his wand in a tuft of grass. He tucked it into his jeans pocket and ran back, yelling for the rest to wait up. In the dark distance, somewhere between the gate and the village of Hogsmeade, a wolf howled a long, sorrowful note. 16. Unexpected Confrontations. Just as Cameron had feared, Professor McGonagall was awaiting the returning students. She sat in a portable chair with a cup of tea and her tartan shawl, a long parchment across her lap. Petra climbed the portico steps first. McGonagall looked up as Petra came into the light. "You're rather late, Miss Morgenstern. Yours is the last name on my list. Perhaps you'd—" The professor's voice cut off as she saw the others climbing slowly up the steps. Her eyes widened, immediately taking in James' bloody shirt and Ralph's mangled wrist. She leapt up, spilling her tea. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Deedle, what in the world is the meaning?" she began, and then stopped herself. "Miss Morgenstern, please collect Madame Curio from the Great Hall and ask her to meet us immediately in the hospital wing." "It was Ralph began, holding his wrist in front of him. "Some sort of wild animal," Petra interrupted. "It came out of the woods while we were on our way back. It's all my fault, Professor. It probably smelled the half-corned beef sandwich I was carrying home from Madame Puttyfoot's. I should have known better." "We'll determine who should have known what later, Miss Morgenstern," McGonagall huffed, herding the troop toward the hospital wing. "For now, please hurry." Madame Curio met them shortly after their arrival. She clucked her tongue as she gave James' chest a cursory look, and then turned to Ralph. "Miss Morgenstern, you did a very satisfactory job halting the bleeding on these boys," she proclaimed in a businesslike manner. "Would you be so kind as to assist me? By the time my nurses arrive, we'll probably be finished. Hand me that bottle of Arthrosed and that box of Dermamen bandages, please, and perhaps you'd be so kind as to clean Mr. Potter's wounds?" Petra scrubbed her hands and filled a basin. James hissed through his teeth as she began to gently sponge off his scratches. "You mustn't tell anyone about Ted," Petra whispered as she worked. "The world isn't a very forgiving place for werewolves, even half-werewolves like Ted." "I know," James answered quietly. "He told me about it last year. Butte wasn't transforming then. He was just getting really restless and hungry around full moons." Petra nodded. "He still doesn't transform very much, he's only got half the blood of a werewolf. If he'd been a full werewolf, I'd never have been able to talk him out of attacking Ralph. He only looks fully lycanthrope because he's also a metamorph magus, like his mother." "You mean he purposely transforms himself to look like a wolf?" Petra shook her head, but more out of confusion than denial. "It's very complicated. I don't think he really means to. Usually, he can control it, but when a full moon comes, part of Ted really wants to change into a wolf even though his father's blood isn't enough to force the physical change. Since he's his mother's son though, he can transform himself. And the more upset he is, the harder it is for him to keep it under control. James sighed, and it hurt his chest. He was about to ask why Ted had only attacked Ralph, but he knew the answer already. Ted had made it very clear when James had talked to him earlier in the day, Ralph was a Dolohov, even if he hadn't formally taken the name, and it was a Dolohov who'd taken Ted's parents away from him. Quietly, James asked, "Do you think it was Ted that destroyed the tunnel entrance in the Shrieking Shack?" Petra shrugged slightly. It might have been. He had reasons to be upset today. I'm afraid I reminded him of his loss, although it wasn't what I meant to do. I just needed to talk to him. James studied Petra's face, but he could tell that she wasn't going to say any more. Truthfully, James didn't want to talk about it any further. His forehead still throbbed worryingly, and what he wanted to do most of all was simply rest. Madame Curio insisted that James and Ralph spend the night in the hospital wing, sleeping on the wonderfully charmed beds. Neither boy minded, since it meant breakfast in bed the next morning. It also postponed the inevitable meeting with the headmaster, whereupon they would have to explain their unsanctioned misadventure. James' chest had been bandaged rather densely, but he could tell that the werewolf's slashes were already healing swiftly. They itched as the skin knitted together. Living in the wizarding world was a remarkable thing, he thought. Nevertheless, despite all their magic and potions, he reminded himself that Grandfather Weasley had still died of a stupid heart attack. James would have gladly dealt with weeks of slow, painful healing if the alchemists who'd invented Dermaman skin knitting bandages had spent their time instead working on a magical cure for heart attacks. "What are we going to tell Merlin?" Ralph whispered to James the next morning as they ate their breakfasts in bed. James shook his head nervously. "The truth, I suppose. Except for the part about Ted. Like Petra said, as far as anyone else is concerned, we were attacked by some wild animal. That's all." Ralph shuddered. "I thought he was going to rip me to bits." "It sure looked like he wanted to," James admitted. "Ralph, Ted wasn't in his right mind. He was all wolfed out, half because of his dad's werewolf blood and half because of his mom's metamorph magus blood. I mean, like Petra said, he was still Ted inside, but without any of Ted's self-restraint. He wasn't really trying to kill you. He was trying to avenge his parents. You're just the closest thing he has to somebody to blame." "I know," Ralph answered sadly. "Really, I don't blame him. But still, does this mean I'm going to turn werewolf too?" "No," James replied. "Ted isn't werewolf enough to fully transform without using his metamorph magus abilities. He definitely isn't werewolf enough to spawn any more werewolves." "You got off lucky," Ralph nodded thoughtfully. "Still, I think it'll be pretty awkward next time I see him. How do you get along with someone after they nearly ripped your arm off with their teeth?" "Deal with that when the time comes, Ralph. We've got enough to manage at the moment." Late that morning, Madame Curio pronounced James and Ralph fit to go back to their dorms, although they'd have to return the next day to have their bandages removed. No sooner had they left the hospital wing than they met Rose. "We've been summoned to the headmaster's office," she said, her face very pale. "Right now. Come on." Silently, the three made their way through the castle, finally approaching the gargoyle that guarded the spiral staircase. "Password," the gargoyle said, as if bored. They just changed it," Rose said to James and Ralph. "Professor Heretofore told me the new one when she told me we were summoned. Let me think. Oh yes. Karth Winworth." "Blimey," Ralph said as the three climbed onto the rising staircase. "I'd never remember that," Rose nodded gravely. "I guess that's the point. Maybe it won't even be Merlin," James whispered hopefully. "He's been traveling all the time lately. Professor McGonagall's been filling in for him." Rose just looked at James, a little hopelessly. She rapped on the huge wooden door leading into the headmaster's office. "Enter," a deep, rumbling voice answered. James and Ralph both gulped simultaneously. The door swung ponderously open, creaking slightly. James tensed, waiting for his phantom scar to burn, but it didn't, or at least not much. He resisted the urge to touch it. Merlin was seated at his massive desk. In front of him, sitting in the only chair, James was surprised to see Damien Damascus. Damien looked chastened and meek, but James couldn't be sure whether the look was sincere or an act. "Mr. Damascus and I have been discussing yesterday's unscheduled departure," Merlin said, leaning back in his chair and lacing his fingers together. "He has been so kind as to come to me of his own accord, claiming some degree of responsibility for your actions. Is it possible that you three will corroborate his tale?" James began, looking from Merlin to Damien. Yes," Merlin nodded slowly. "Do go on, then. Tell me your version of the story, Mr. Potter. Merlin's eyes bored into James, and yet James couldn't recognize any specific malice in that gaze. James cleared his throat, glancing at Ralph and Rose for support. Rose nodded at him, eyes wide. James said, "Well, we just wanted to see Hogsmeade, sir. We knew we weren't of age to go on Hogsmeade weekends, but we didn't think." "I mean, you didn't think that the rules applied to you?" Merlin nodded. "That is the crux of your story, is it not, Mr. Potter?" James swallowed past a large lump in his throat. His face heated. I guess so, sir." "Tell me," Merlin said, sitting forward again in his chair, "how did you manage to find your way to the village unseen?" James glanced at Damien again. Damien's face remained a mask of chaste repentance. Suddenly, James remembered what Damien's role in the Gremlins was. They had discussed it at the very beginning of term. Damien was the official Gremlin scapegoat. Up until now, James had not quite known what that meant. Damien showed us a way?" James said, still looking at Damien and frowning nervously. "He found the secret passage." Right?" Merlin sighed. "Yes, that is the way Mr. Damascus tells it." Damien nodded miserably. "I teased them, sir. I told them they didn't have the guts to sneak into the village next Hogsmeade weekend. I simply wasn't thinking. I should have known they'd get caught. I should have known they'd get attacked by a wild, ferocious beast on the way back, all because of an innocent half-corned beef sandwich. I am just sick with guilt." Damien crumpled, burying his face in his hands and sobbing with woe. Merlin simply stared at Damien, his piercing eyes mild, his brow raised slightly. After a long moment, he returned his gaze to James. "Regardless of Mr. Damascus' purported challenges, the three of you should have known better. I am not inclined to go lightly on you. This sort of careless behavior cannot be tolerated in an institution that prides itself on order." Merlin looked down at his desk again, ticking his quill over some notes. James glanced at Ralph and Rose. They would certainly get points deducted from their houses, and while that was bad enough, it wasn't the end of the world. Damien looked at James sideways, still managing to look stricken with guilt. Without looking up, Merlin said, "Your punishment shall be the dissolution of your so-called defense club, effective immediately." James boggled at Merlin, his mouth dropping open. Rose spoke first. "You can't do that, sir," she exclaimed. "That would be punishing all the members of the club as much as us." "As I recall, you convinced a first-year member of that club to accompany you in yesterday's debauchery," Merlin said, glancing up sharply. "Cameron?" Ralph said. "He followed us. We tried to get rid of him. In either case, this does not incline me to trust your leadership abilities for such a club." James frowned angrily. "But it isn't fair to the rest of the club." "Fair is a strange concept which this age seems to prize above all else," Merlin said, sighing. "In the age that I come from, a fair was a place where farm animals and servants were bought and sold. You may choose to remember what the word means to me before bringing it up again." "But sir," Rose began. Merlin silenced her with a raised hand. "That is my final word," he said flatly. "You may go. That includes you, Mr. Damascus." Rose turned away, and Ralph followed. Damien got up. He looked as if he wanted to say something to the headmaster but then thought better of it. As he turned to leave, he gave James a warning look. Merlin watched James, his face inscrutable. Finally, James also turned around and walked toward the door. "James," a mild voice said from the rows of old headmaster's paintings. James glanced up. The portrait of Severus Snape was empty, but the portrait of Albus Dumbledore had raised its head. Dumbledore looked at James through his half-moon spectacles, smiling a small, curious smile. "Wait just a moment, if you would. I believe the headmaster wishes to speak to you alone." The office door thunked as it closed, making James jump. He turned around and Merlin was right behind him, towering over him. "I've been meaning to have a little chat with you, my boy," the big man said, his voice low and dreadful. "Your friends may believe they know what is happening, but I suspect you agree that the main question exists between you and me." James didn't know what to say. He stared up at Merlin's impassive face, his heart suddenly hammering. Merlin went on. "As you no doubt suspect, very little happens within these halls that I do not know about. You've been through the Amsris Earth, and I can only imagine that you've learned much about me and what has happened in this castle. Thus, you have me at a disadvantage, for while I have been to and fro throughout this new age, learning much and loving little, the one thing I cannot be sure of is your convictions and intent. You worry me, my boy, and that is no doubt. Not because I fear you, but because I fear what you might choose to believe. There is only one thing that keeps me from stopping you in your tracks this very instant. Would you like to know what it is?" The question was rhetorical. James didn't bother to answer. "It is this," Merlin rumbled, raising his hand and pointing directly at James' forehead. "Yes," he nodded, "I can see it. I know not from whence it comes, nor by what art it has been conjured. Perhaps it means you are my ally, strange as it may seem, but perhaps again, it marks you as my foe. It is that question and that question alone that stands between us, James Potter. That question, resting like a lever on the fulcrum of one very small stone. And do you know what that stone is?" James didn't. He started to shake his head, but then he remembered something. Perhaps it came to him directly from the headmaster's eyes, since it was a memory of another time he and Merlin had stood like this, talking in private. It had been in the cave of Merlin's cache, after the test of the golden cord. "Trust," James said, his voice very dry. It sounded right. Merlin nodded slowly, meaningfully. "I will be watching, James Potter. As you know, I have eyes everywhere." He looked aside, indicating the empty portrait of Severus Snape. "Trust only lasts until the final evidence is revealed. I will be watching for that evidence." There was a soft click and the headmaster's door creaked open. James glanced at it. He was dismissed, but he couldn't quite bring himself to go yet. He looked up at the headmaster, steeling himself. "Is it true that you can't harm anyone inside these walls?" Merlin smiled very thinly at James. He turned back toward his desk, gesturing toward the Am's Research, which sat in its frame, covered in the thick black cloth. "Ask Lord Hayden," he said, crossing the room. Then, in a lower voice, he added, "or Lady Judith." The black cloth suddenly flew off the mirror, revealing the swirling mercury smoke. The smoke began to clear as the pages in the focusing book suddenly riffled of their own accord, flipping past as if in a hard wind. "Run, James," the portrait of Dumbledore whispered harshly. "You do not wish to see this. Run." James turned as quickly as he could and bolted out the door. It slammed after him, shaking the hall. He stopped at the top of the spiral steps, panting and frightened. He was completely confused by the things Merlin had said. The headmaster seemed to think James might be his enemy, and yet he wasn't sure. It was certainly a terrible thing to know that the only reason Merlin hadn't attacked him yet was because of the protection of the castle and the mysterious phantom scar on his forehead. Somehow, Merlin could see it, and he didn't know where it was coming from. But if Merlin wasn't causing it somehow, then who was? And what was it trying to tell him about the headmaster, James? Rose's voice called up from the bottom of the spiral stairs. "What are you doing? What's taking you so long?" James glanced back at the headmaster's closed door. He didn't know what it all meant, but he had a dreadful feeling that it was all going to become clear very soon. That fact alone scared him more than anything. Thinking that, he ran down the spiral steps to join his friends. That night, James sat at a table in the corner of the common room and took out a sheet of parchment. He dipped his quill, thought for a moment, and then began writing. "Dear Dad. How's everything going at home? I hope Grandma is having fun staying in my room. Make sure she doesn't look under the bed because that's where me and Al hid all those dogger pillars we found, and I don't think we ever got them all cleared out. Also, tell her not to look on the top shelf of the closet. In fact, if she stayed out of the closet altogether, everybody will probably be a lot happier. I heard the news about the Dementor attacks going on all over London, and I heard that the Ministry is starting a new order department to go put a stop to it. Look, it's too much to explain in a letter, but that job is going to be a lot more dangerous than it seems. Something really evil called the Gatekeeper came back with Merlin, and we think it's using the Dementors to feed on people's fear. If you want to know more about it, ask Cousin Lucy. She looked it up at the Wizarding Library for us, so she knows loads about it. You just need to watch out for it because it's really, really powerful, way more powerful than any regular old Dementor, and it's looking for a human host to give it all the power it needs to stay here for good and ruin everything. That reminds me, Dad, do you remember a ring that Dumbledore gave you? It might not have been a ring, but a stone. I think I've heard you talk about it, from back when you had to go into the woods to fight V. Somebody here says he read about it in those books that came out about your life, and he says it was called the Resurrection Stone. Anyway, I need to ask, what happened to that stone? Rose and Ralph and me think that it might be really important for getting rid of the Gatekeeper. I promise not to tell anyone. Except Rose and Ralph. And maybe Zane if we think he can help. And maybe Cameron Creevy since he's the one that remembered about it in those books. But nobody else. Okay, thanks, Dad. Love, James. P.S. Have you and Mum found the M map in the eye cloak and my voodoo doll yet? James sealed the letter into an envelope and began to stuff it into his satchel. He stopped, suddenly wondering if he had time to send the letter tonight instead of tomorrow. He checked the clock and saw that it was only 9. He had time to get to the owlery, and he knew he'd sleep better knowing that the letter was already on Nobby's leg, winging along to his parents' house. Rose had already gone up to bed, and Ralph was down in the Slytherin rooms, so James decided to go by himself. He stuffed the letter into his pocket and climbed through the portrait hole. By the time James ascended the narrow steps into the owlery, the moon had risen to a huge, full orb. Its frosty face illuminated the interior of the owlery with silvery light, bright enough to see by. James found Nobby and paused to stroke him. "They feed you all right up here?" James asked. Nobby clicked his beak and ruffled his feathers luxuriously. James noticed that the corners of the owlery floor were cluttered with the bones of rodents. "I guess you get along just fine up here, don't you?" James said, smiling. The great bird seemed to agree. He ducked his head under James' stroking hand, preening. After a minute, James took the letter out of his pocket. He attached it carefully to Nobby's leg with a bit of string. "This is really important, Nobby," James explained. "Get it to Dad as soon as possible, all right? And wait to see if he writes anything in return. If he does, bring it with you when you come back." Nobby clicked his beak again and shuffled on the perch, obviously anxious to depart. As soon as James released his leg, Nobby spread his wings. He balanced for a moment, and then thrust upwards, flapping toward the owlery's huge windows. He circled, disturbing some of the other owls on their perches, and then, with a flick of his rudder-like tail, he was gone. James felt much better. He retraced his steps out of the owlery and down the narrow stairway. When he got to the corridor below, he stopped. The halls had been almost entirely empty during his walk to the owlery, but now someone was standing in the dark corridor, looking out one of the tall windows. James thought this was particularly odd since the owlery was nowhere near any of the common rooms. The figure was in silhouette against the low full moon outside the window. James could only tell that the figure was a girl with long hair. He had a strange, fleeting hope that it was Petra, but he didn't think so. James made his way along the hall and the girl didn't move as he approached. He had almost passed her when she spoke without turning around. "A little late to be sending post," she mused. "Must be rather important, James." James' blood cooled. It was Tabitha Corsica. "What's it to you?" he hissed, not breaking his stride. He meant to leave her with that, but her next words brought him to a halt. "The gatekeeper won't be stopped, you know," she said idly, half turning to look at James over her shoulder. "No matter who you tell about it. It's too late for that." James was stunned. His mind was racing so that he didn't know what to say. How could Tabitha know about the gatekeeper? Neither James, Rose, nor Ralph had told anyone about it. But even as he wondered, he realized that the answer was all too obvious. Tabitha knew about the gatekeeper because she was part of the plot to control it, to unleash it on the earth. There was simply no other explanation. Tabitha turned back toward the moon. She leaned comfortably on the stone windowsill. "You believe you grasp what is happening, don't you? You've convinced yourself that you understand the full implications of the curse of the gatekeeper." She laughed lightly. "That's what I love about you Potters. You all see the world in the plainest terms. You somehow manage to miss the essential details in the big picture. Never has it been more obvious than now." James started to speak, but his voice was hoarse and frightened. He cleared his throat and tried again. "Are you here to stop me?" "Stop you?" Tabitha replied, still not turning around. "Stop you from what? Didn't you hear me? It's too late to stop anything. The descent of the gatekeeper is accomplished. Its day is at hand. There is only one more task to complete, and that task is very nearly done. I'm only here now to gloat, James. I wanted to see your face when you found out that your world was about to end." Finally, Tabitha turned fully around. James took an involuntary step backwards. He'd never seen Tabitha this way. Her hair was lank and her face looked very pale, even gaunt. Her eyes were tinged with red, avid and hungry. "Yes," she breathed, leaning slightly forward. "That's the expression I was hoping for. You see it now, don't you? The curse of the gatekeeper is finally at hand, but it isn't a curse for everyone. It will end your world, and the blighted world of the Muggles, but it will not be a curse to those who've remained pure of heart. It will be a blessing to us. Salazar Slytherin knew it in his time, when he orchestrated this day. The descent of the gatekeeper harkens the age of pure blood perfection. No longer will we be shackled by the laws of weak governments, no more will we live in the shadows of the Muggle drones, hiding like beetles under a rock. For us, the gatekeeper is a harbinger of supremacy." James took another step backwards, wilting in the ferocity of that mad gaze. You can't really believe that," he stammered. "No one controls the gatekeeper. It'll bring doom to everyone and everything. Even its human host will be killed by it in the end." Tabitha smiled slowly. "How curious that you believe no one can control the gatekeeper. And yet I know why you have clung to that belief. You persist in trusting Merlinus Ambrosius, whose very presence in this age is your doing. You convince yourself that, in the end, he will not side with us. This offers you a shred of hope, doesn't it? James nodded. He hadn't known it until this moment, but Tabitha was right. In the deepest part of James' heart, he did trust Merlin. He didn't know exactly why, but he did. Despite his doubts and fears and despite all the evidence to the contrary, James simply didn't believe that Merlin would use the beacon stone for evil. He believed that Merlin would use it instead to battle the Gatekeeper, even if it was a losing battle. Tabitha's smile grew indulgent. "Cherish that hope as long as you can, James," she said, almost whispering. "And when the Gatekeeper is ours, when Merlin hands the stone over and joins us, I hope I can be there to see the light of that hope die in your eyes. I really do." James finally began to feel some anger. He drew himself to his full height and took a step forward. "You're lying," he said firmly. "You're just trying to scare me. You know that your plans can still be stopped. It isn't too late, no matter what you say. You can tell whoever put you up to this that you've given me your message, for all the good it did. But I'm not going to back down. We'll find the other half of the beacon stone." Tabitha's smile vanished as James said this. She looked at him with something like open bewilderment. And then, slowly, the smile resurfaced, dawning on her face like a sunrise. "The other half of the beacon stone?" she said in an amused voice. "You don't yet realize it, do you? No wonder you've been so full of vim and vigor. My dear James, we already have the other half of the beacon stone. It's been in our possession for years. We used our arts to seek it out. It wasn't particularly difficult, you know. Your father simply dropped it in the Forbidden Forest. He left it for anyone to find if they had an inkling of where to look. I was there on the very night that it was pulled from the earth." Tabitha laughed again, lightly, and yet James heard a tinkling madness in it. She stopped, inhaled, and shook her head. "How dreadfully unfortunate for you, James. But, oh. That's what that letter to your father was about, wasn't it? You were asking him where the stone had gone. Oh, I really am so sorry that you've wasted your time, but now you do see how precarious your situation is, don't you? It really is only a matter of Merlin's rather famously fickle loyalties. How deliciously exciting this must be for you." James' anger hadn't abated in the face of this revelation. If anything, it had intensified. "I don't believe you, Corsica. You'll say anything just to keep me from working against you. It won't work. Even if your people do have half of the beacon stone, Merlin won't join you. I won't let him. So tell your cronies that I got your message, and that I told the lot of you to stuff it where the nargles don't bite." With that, James turned on his heel and began to stalk away. After a few steps, he stopped and looked back. "And I'll tell you one more thing, and this is just for you, Corsica. I know you think you've got my brother wrapped around your little finger, but if you get him involved in this in any way, I will personally come for you. Don't think I don't mean that, Albus." Tabitha said, the smile now gone from her face. "I think he's big enough to make his own decisions, don't you?" James narrowed his eyes and nodded slowly. "You bet he is." As James turned again and stalked off, Tabitha called after him, her voice echoing in the corridor, "Cherish that hope, James. Cherish it for as long as you can." James was shaking by the time he climbed back through the portrait hole. The encounter with Tabitha had completely unnerved him despite his brave words. It was all too overwhelming. Was it true that James' dad had simply dropped the resurrection stone in the forest before his confrontation with Voldemort? If Tabitha and her secret cohorts did indeed have half of the beacon stone already, what hope was there? James now realized that, in spite of everything, he did trust Merlin not to side with evil. But was it that Merlin was trustworthy, or that James simply couldn't face the possibility that the famous sorcerer might betray them? With a shudder, he remembered that Judith, the Lady of the Lake, had also trusted Merlin, right up until the point that he'd killed her. Strangely, in the face of all of this, all James wanted to do was go to bed and sleep. He climbed to his dormitory, stripped off his clothes, and fell into bed. The moon shone in through the small window across the room, needling at his eyes. James rolled over, pulling his pillow over his face. It wasn't until he was almost asleep, just as all of his racing thoughts were finally quieting, that one final, strangely worrying question popped into his head. James sat up, staring out the window at that bright, silvery moon while the question repeated itself in his mind. How had Tabitha Corsica known that he was at the Owlery? James stared hard at the moon, but it offered no answers. He flopped back onto his pillow. Finally, eventually, he fell asleep. 17. The Bloodline. The next week seemed to shuttle past with the inertia of a freight train. As the end of the term loomed, the library grew busier and busier. The older students moved about in a sort of harried fog. studying and drilling each other on topics James could barely understand. Even the gremlins seemed tense. Noah, Sabrina, Damien, and Petter sat on the couch before the fireplace, surrounded by loose parchments, books, and candy wrappers. James waved at them as he passed, heading down to the library. "Hey, Damien," he said, "thanks for helping out in the headmaster's office the other day." "Just doing my job," Damien muttered, his nose buried in a huge book of star charts. On the way down to the library, James considered the events of the previous days. It was all moving so fast that it was becoming hard to keep track of. On Monday, James had informed Scorpius that he, Ralph, and Rose had been ordered to shut down the defense club as punishment for sneaking into Hogsmeade. Scorpius had been strangely unperturbed. "A pity that you won't be able to keep attending," he'd said blithely, looking up over his glasses from the book he'd been studying. "I don't think you understand," James said, sitting down. "The club's been disbanded. Merlin ordered it." Scorpius looked down at his book again, turning a page. "I understand it as well as I wish. As far as I'm concerned, you three have been banned from leading the club. As co-teacher, I've no intention of shutting it down. We'll rename it if necessary. We'll call it, Scorpius Army." "That's not funny," James said, shaking his head. "No?" Scorpius replied. "Well, I sat up all night thinking of it. So, drat." James thought about it for a moment, and then asked quietly, "You really keep teaching the club? Even though Merlin thinks it's been shut down?" "I'm sure I don't know what you mean," Scorpius answered. "If the headmaster has determined that the defense club should be dissolved, then dissolved it will be. It's pure and simple coincidence that I, along with the Spectre of Silence and the Grey Lady, will be teaching an entirely new club that happens to meet in the same place at the same time to study the same topics. Surely, the headmaster would recognize the difference." James shook his head, smiling crookedly. "You really are a chip off the old Slytherin block, aren't you? You're as twisted as a corkscrew." "Being twisted simply means being able to think around corners," Scorpius said, returning to his book. "My father taught me that." James started to get up, then stopped and looked back at the pale boy. "Cedric actually has you calling him the Spectre of Silence?" Scorpius adjusted his glasses. "Who am I to argue with the ghost's choice of name?" Apparently, Scorpius had been as good as his word. On Thursday evening, James, Rose, and Ralph had hovered in the halls near the gymnasium. Sure enough, as they passed the pebbled glass doors, they could hear the sounds of the club, practicing and drilling under Cedric's and the Grey Lady's patient tutelage. Preparations for the Triumvirate were also coming along swiftly. Jason Smith's props crew was working double time, having produced most of the sets and prop elements, including a huge wind machine that worked on treadle power. Jennifer Tellis was feverishly commanding her costume shop, managing all the adjustments, alterations and last-minute costuming details. Josephina Bartlett had recovered from her hex-induced vertigo enough to climb onto the stage, although she couldn't approach the edge without getting dizzy. Nevertheless, a contingent of Ravenclaw girls had begun a rather snarky campaign to reinstate Josephina in the role of Astra. To that end, they had painted a slew of signs and pinned petitions onto several notice boards. The petitions hadn't accumulated many signatures, however, and apart from Josephina's entourage, even the rest of the Ravenclaws seemed to quietly support Petra in the role. For his own part, James was impressed to realize that he had now learned almost all of his lines. There had been a time when he hardly believed it was possible, but the persistent rehearsals and late-night script readings had apparently paid off. Noah and Petter seemed by turns affectionate and cold during rehearsals, obviously reflecting the ongoing tumult of their relationship. James had still not practiced his kissing scene with Petra, although they'd read through the lines a dozen times. Professor Curry assured them that it need not be a real kiss, but simply that they lean toward one another and touch cheeks. They'd be in silhouette to the audience, and the lights would go out the moment the kiss occurred, thus ending Act 3. To James' great dismay, however, he was forced to obey Tabitha Corsica's direction whenever Professor Curry wasn't around. Tabitha seemed to take perverse pleasure in forcing James to recite his monologues over and over, constantly critiquing him and belittling him in front of the other actors and crew. As James sweated in the bright stage lights, rereading his rallying speech for the 9th time, his dislike of Tabitha's pretty, smug face slowly intensified into a bright little furnace of hatred. The Quidditch season had finally ended with a smashing victory by Hufflepuff over Gryffindor, resulting in days of merciless taunting by the Hufflepuffs and surly retorts from the Gryffindors. To commemorate Albus' first season as Slytherin Seeker, Tabitha had apparently given him the broom he'd been flying all season, the same mysteriously hexed broom which had caused James, Ralph, and Zane so much trouble during the previous year. James could hardly believe that Tabitha would relinquish the broom, but he also knew it would only serve to endear Albus all the more to his Slytherin mates. Besides, if Tabitha was turning over something as powerful as that broom, it would only be because she had something even more powerful in her possession. And then, this very morning, James had finally received a letter back from his father. He'd read it over breakfast with both Ralph and Rose peering closely over his shoulder. "Dear James. Sorry about the late response, but I've been terribly busy with this new order subdepartment. We've called in Kingsley to give us a hand with it, and he's been a great help both in organizing and preparing the field team for what they'll be up against. Believe it or not, even Katie Bellows has offered his assistance. Turns out the Harriers faced a Dementor hive like this once in Hungary. Victor has his squad on standby, just in case, so that's a relief." Spot on about this Gatekeeper business. Our researchers at the Ministry had already begun to piece together some details about it. We have old Dung Fletcher in protective custody, and he had an inkling that the people who orchestrated last year's conspiracy were working towards something big like this. We're quite confident that this whole Curse of the Gatekeeper story is just a massive scare tactic. The PE is still at work trying to secretly destabilize the magical world, and what better way to do it than to invent a grave new threat that the Ministry isn't able to contain, eh? Don't worry, we've got the best people on it, including me. Still, be sure that we won't be taking any chances, alright? If there really is something behind this besides a load of rogue Dementors, we'll be on the lookout for it. Regarding the R-Stone, you can always ask me whatever you want, James. Tell your friend Cameron I remember his uncle well and that he's right about the stone. After I used it in the forest that night, I dropped it. I didn't need it anymore, and it was best lost to the wizarding world forever. I'd guess it's still out there somewhere, but even I could probably never find it again. I strongly recommend that you not go looking for it. It'll only mean trouble. Let it stay lost, alright? Love. Your father. P.S. No, still no sign of what's gone missing, but honestly, I haven't had much time to look for them. Mum and Grandma say hello. Grandma is staying in Albus' room, so you don't have anything to worry about. See you in a few weeks. James arrived in the dim library and wandered through the aisles and shelves until he found Ralph and Rose, who were deep in conversation. He plunked his satchel onto the table and sat down next to Rose. "We spoke to Zane a little while ago," Ralph announced. "He popped up right here in the library. Made Professor Heretofort and shades of mad. She refused to let us zap him with any spells to maintain his projection, but he did give us a quick message." James leaned in. "What was it?" "Apparently he went to see Madame Delacroix in person," Rose said in a low voice. "She's pretty dowdy, but he got some useful information out of her about what the wrong people might be able to do with your voodoo doll." "What?" James asked fervently. "Tell me, exactly bupkis," Ralph replied, curling his hand into the shape of a zero. "More or less," Rose added, glancing at Ralph. "Your dad was right, James, when he said that voodoo wasn't like what the Muggle films show. It's apparently mostly psychological. Pitting a voodoo doll in the heart doesn't kill the subject, but it might make them sad or lonely. Or give them heartburn," Ralph quipped. Rose rolled her eyes. "The point is no one can physically hurt you with a voodoo doll. They may be able to make you believe you feel pain, or certain emotions, but that's all." James breathed a huge sigh. "Well, that's a big relief, I guess." "Still," Ralph asked, "who do you think might have it?" "Probably nobody," James answered. "It wasn't with the cloak or the map. It was just on my mum's bedside table. It's probably just lost at home like my dad said." "Maybe Tabitha has it," Rose whispered conspiratorially. "Maybe she doesn't know she can't hurt you with it. She's probably going mad wondering why it isn't working." James shook his head. "That's daft, Rose. Tabitha wouldn't have any way of getting it even if she knew about it. I never told anyone other than you, Ralph, and Zane about it. Besides, Tabitha doesn't need a voodoo doll to get at me. She could have fought me that night in the hall. Obviously she's not meaning to attack us with magic or anything, at least not yet," Ralph muttered. Suddenly, a low whistle pierced the air. It wasn't particularly loud, but it was noisy enough to disturb those studying nearby. At the next table, Ashley Doone glanced up curiously, looking for the source of the whistle. "What's that?" Rose rasped. "Ralph, I think it's coming from your bag." Ralph scrambled around in his seat, retrieving his bag. As soon as he unzipped it, the noise grew louder. "It's Trenton's sneakoscope," Ralph said, pulling the instrument out of his bag. The noise was increasing both in pitch and volume. "Mr. Deedle," a voice called stridently. James turned in his seat and saw Professor Heretofort approaching along the aisle, her sharp features pinched into a scowl. "How many times must you insist on disrupting this library?" "Sorry," Ralph said, still fiddling with the sneakoscope. "It must be malfunctioning. I can't see how to turn it off." Professor Heretofore shook her head in disdain. She produced her wand and flicked it deftly. The sneakoscope emitted a sudden squawk and fell silent. "There," she said venomously. "It's off. Now please vacate yourselves from the library, the three of you. If I see you in here again for the rest of the day, there will be deducted house points, even if you are a member of my house, Mr. Deedle. Now off with you." "Stupid hunk of junk," Ralph muttered as they threaded toward the door. He stuffed the sneakoscope in his bag and shouldered it. "It wasn't malfunctioning," a voice drawled. James glanced up as Scorpius fell in line with them, walking out of the library. "It was doing exactly what it was meant to do." "Getting us kicked out of the library?" Ralph asked derisively. Scorpius lowered his voice. "No, Deedle. Alerting you to the presence of untrustworthy people." James frowned at Scorpius. "What do you mean?" "Not here," Scorpius said. "Follow me. I'll tell you what I can along the way." For several minutes, Scorpius led James, Ralph, and Rose through the halls silently. Eventually, they came to an old part of the castle which was rarely used. It smelled vaguely moldy. They passed no one else in the halls. "I understand you had a rather illuminating conversation with Dabby," Scorpius finally said, glancing at James as he walked. "How do you know about that?" "I hear things," Scorpius replied vaguely. "Tabitha has somehow come to believe that I am a Slytherin in disguise. She thinks that I detest the lot of you and am therefore on their side." "You had me fooled for a while too, you know," James admitted. "My bed still has the words Whiny Pottergit on it." "Where are we going, Scorpius?" Rose asked suspiciously. "It looks like we're headed to the same place where we found the Mirror of Erised." Scorpius nodded. "That's the spot, Weasley. Nothing gets past you, Scorpius," James said, narrowing his eyes. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were nervous." Scorpius stopped suddenly in the hall. He turned to face the other three. "What I'm about to do, I do against my better judgment," he said in a low, serious voice. "If my grandfather knew what I was about to show you, he'd probably kill me, and that's not an exaggeration." "What, Scorpius?" James asked, lowering his own voice to match the pale boy's. "Do you know something?" Scorpius looked away. "Remember when I told you that I hadn't seen me grandfather for years? That he was in hiding, even from the rest of the family?" James and Rose nodded. James said, "It's not true? He's not in hiding?" "Yes, he's in hiding. But it isn't true that I haven't seen him. I've seen him plenty." Scorpius sighed and looked at James, Ralph, and Rose. "It started 2 years ago. I hated the way my father had turned his back on his upbringing. The reason he'd begun studying the Founders was to find out the truth about Salazar Slytherin. He'd been raised to believe that Slytherin was a revolutionary thinker and a hero, but the more my father studied, the more he began to believe that Slytherin had simply been a vicious, power-hungry madman. When I was quite young, father and grandfather had a serious row about it. They ended up one-to-one, although neither actually cast a spell. It disgusted me that my father would deny his family heritage. Once grandfather disowned my father and moved into hiding, I determined to join him and prove my loyalty. My mother helped me locate grandfather Lucius. He was quite happy to have me visit him in secret. He told me of his plans. Yes, I know about the Gatekeeper and how it came to descend into the world. I know that my grandfather believes he is carrying out the final solution of Salazar Slytherin, finally bringing about a world of pure blood perfection. But the more I listened to my grandfather, the more I realized he'd gone completely mad. Both he and his partner, Gregor Tyrannicus. Gregor was once wizarding royalty in Romania, but he lost power and was kicked out by his own family. Both he and my grandfather Lucius will do anything to get that power back, and more. They truly mean to be rulers of a new pureblood kingdom with the Gatekeeper as their strong arm. So they really do think they can control it, Rose breathed. They are mad. They're mad, yes, Scorpius answered. But who's to say they can't control it? If they can possess both halves of the beacon stone, they may indeed be able to protect themselves and their kingdom from the Gatekeeper, although it will hate them all the more for it, and will destroy them all the quicker if they get careless. "So what is it you want to show us?" James asked, firming his jaw. "What does your grandfather not want us to know?" Scorpius seemed to be struggling with himself. His eyes were locked on James, his lips pressed together. Finally, the boy nodded slightly. "Come on," he said, and quickly turned. They walked a little way further until they came to a large, heavy door. Scorpius produced a tarnished brass key and turned it in the lock. "My father gave me this key so I could help you come back through the mirror, Potter," Scorpius explained, pushing the heavy door open. "I don't know how he came to possess it, but I suspect it had something to do with one of the lesser-known shops in the dark corners of Nocturne Alley. Still, I doubt even my father knew what this key would also give me access to. What's the big deal? Ralph asked as they entered the cramped storage room again. The mirror of Airset showed their reflections in its dusty surface. All around it were crates, trunks, and locked cabinets. Don't look too closely into the mirror, Scorpius said, walking past it and approaching one of the cabinets. Without its focusing book, it'll just show you distractions. The real surprise is over here. Whose stuff is all this? Rose asked, looking around slowly. I thought it was just a bunch of stored junk when we were here last, but that was before I knew how powerful the mirror was and where it came from. Nobody would just throw that in with a bunch of random crates. Scorpius wrenched a lock loose from one of the cabinets and swung the door open. All of this, he said, glancing back at Rose, is the contents of Albus Dumbledore's office while he was headmaster. He'd willed most of it to his brother, Aberforth, but when Aberforth died, he willed it right back to the school. It's all been stored here ever since, hidden even from the new headmasters according to Aberforth's instructions. Not the most trusting fellow, was old Aberforth. We'd never have found it at all if we hadn't used Ravenclaw's signal to locate the mirror. Wow, James breathed in awe. I bet my dad would love to know about this place. He and Dumbledore were pretty close. Look. Is that Fawkes the Phoenix's perch? I bet it is. This stuff is probably really valuable, Rose said, picking up a heavy book from a table. Most of these books are one of a kind. They're hand-printed and illustrated. That's all well and good, Scorpius said, stepping aside and gesturing at the open cabinet. But this is why I brought you here. Ralph and James peered into the cabinet, confused at the display of dusty tools and ancient gadgets. A large bowl-shaped object on the top shelf emitted a pale glow. Rose gasped, her eyes going wide. Is that the pensieve? She whispered. Dumbledore's pensieve? Scorpius nodded. I came here once on my own, the night before James' return. I sneaked out of the dorm and used Ravenclaw's signal to find this room. I wanted to be sure it really existed. When I found it, I explored a little and found the pensieve. It contains many of Headmaster Dumbledore's memories, and Severus Snape's as well, since Snape apparently kept it in the headmaster's office and used it after Dumbledore died. I knew the memories would be rather faded now that Dumbledore and Snape are both dead, but there was one set of memories in particular I was curious about. Grandfather Lucius had already told me his side of the story, but I wanted to see if Dumbledore's and Snape's version was any different. It was, a little. James asked in a low voice, what's the memory about, Scorpius? Scorpius looked James in the eye again. He didn't blink as he answered, something my grandfather and Gregor call the Bloodline. It's about who the Bloodline of Voldemort is, and how they came to be. There was a long moment of perfect silence, and then, firmly, James said, I want to see. Scorpius nodded. I thought you might. He gestured at the gently glowing bowl. How does it work? Ralph asked, following reluctantly as James and Rose stepped forward. Does it, like, make a film or something? How does it know what memory we want to see? Will it hurt? Shut up, Ralph, James said, not unkindly. Just hold my hand. You too, Rose. I think we just have to look. That's all. Slowly, carefully, James, Rose, and Ralph leaned over the stone bowl. The surface of the liquid inside the pensieve looked uncomfortably like the swirling mercury smoke in Merlin's magic mirror, except that it glowed rather more. It lit the three students' faces, and then something began to swim up out of the depths of the pensieve. It seemed to come from far deeper than the mere depth of the bowl. James held his breath as the light intensified. The swirling increased, becoming larger as the liquid in the bowl rose. It filled James' vision and then, swiftly and painlessly, it seemed to grab him. At once, James, Rose, and Ralph fell into the pensieve as if it had grown to the size of a pool. It swallowed them completely, and for better or worse, there was no turning back. They were a part of the faded memories of Albus Dumbledore and Severus Snape. Each of the three experienced it uniquely and separately. When James landed in the middle of the first memory, neither Ralph nor Rose was anywhere in sight. As Scorpius had said, the memories were slightly faded. James felt more as if he was dreaming them than living them. As the world of the memory resolved around him, he found himself standing in the headmaster's office, but not as he'd ever known it. It rippled and swam, like a scene witnessed underwater, but then it began to solidify. Fawkes the Phoenix preened on his perch, proving to James that he was seeing the room as it had looked during Dumbledore's term as headmaster. We must be prepared for the eventuality, Severus, Dumbledore was saying, not looking at Snape, who stood by the window, looking out at a black sky. It cannot be assumed that Voldemort will be too proud to resort to such a tactic. If he comes to fear that his plans, and therefore his life, are in jeopardy, we must assume he will prepare a successor of some kind. "The Dark Lord is not given to preparations for failure, Headmaster," Snape said. "His vanity will not admit the possibility of defeat. The sheer number of Horcruxes he has prepared are evidence of his assurance." "I disagree," Dumbledore said, steepling his fingers as he sat at his desk. James saw that one of the old headmaster's hands was rather horribly blackened and sickly. One Horcrux would be enough for a confident villain. Voldemort's substantial collection of them proves quite the reverse. He lives in terror of death, believing nothing but the most extreme measures will ward it off. This is not the behavior of a man confident in his immortality. If, in time, he fears that even this collection will fail him, he will turn to even more desperate measures. You will know this when the time comes, and if it does, your duty will be clear." Snape turned away from the window and approached the desk. "It pains me to admit it, but this task is very nearly beyond me, Headmaster. You are far better equipped to manage it than am I." Dumbledore nodded slowly and smiled. "I will not argue that, Severus, but we both know it is unlikely that I should still be alive when the time comes. The task falls to you by default. Nevertheless, I am quite confident in your ability to do what is necessary. Despite what you believe of yourself, you are rather uniquely qualified for this type of work." As Dumbledore said this, the memory slowly dissolved. The room faded into obscurity and both Snape and Dumbledore vanished. An indeterminate amount of time seemed to pass, and then James found another memory solidifying around him. He was in a drawing room in a grand house, although it was apparent that the house was quite old and its best days were behind it. A large crystal chandelier lay shattered on the floor like a corpse. Bits of broken crystal lay everywhere, sparkling in the firelight. "Potter," a high, silky voice said. James turned to see a horrible cloaked figure standing in front of the hearth. It was like a man, but only just. Beneath the cowl, the face was so pale as to be nearly translucent. There was no nose, save for a pair of grotesquely flaring slits, and the red eyes glowed with thin vertical pupils. James' knees went weak with fear as the figure seemed to stare coldly at him, but then it turned its gaze away, looking askance at a woman huddled at the end of a nearby sofa. "I thought I was quite clear," the high, cold voice went on, and James now recognized the figure for who it was. This was Voldemort himself, in the flesh. "I was not to be disturbed for anything other than Harry Potter. Bellatrix here assures me I was, indeed, rather specific about that requirement. And yet she herself is the one responsible for interrupting my work without any Harry Potter to present me upon my return." Bellatrix sobbed and rolled off the sofa, throwing herself onto the floor at Voldemort's feet. "He was here, my lord. I tell you, he was my prisoner when I summoned you, otherwise, I would never have dared. Lucius and Narcissa can attest to the fact. But we were betrayed at the last minute." Bellatrix flung an arm toward a man James hadn't noticed yet. The man stood in the shadows, his face deathly pale and blank. His hair was long and white. "Tell him, Lucius," Bellatrix implored. "Tell the Dark Lord that we had Potter in our grasp." When the man didn't respond, Bellatrix's face contorted into desperate rage. "Then perhaps you should tell him how you were bested by the boy Potter. Tell him, Lucius, how you were stunned unconscious mere moments after they burst upon us. Tell him." "Severus," Voldemort said, ignoring the woman's raving, sobbing protests, "this unfortunate occasion has pressed me to consider an option that I had hoped would be unnecessary." James turned and saw Snape standing in front of the closed door of the drawing room. He knew neither Snape nor Voldemort could see him, nevertheless, he felt very uncomfortable standing between them as they spoke. He moved into a nearby corner opposite the staring figure of Lucius Malfoy. Snape merely stood and waited, looking unflinchingly at the awful, snake-like face. "I have summoned you from your post for the same reason I have dismissed Narcissa, Greyback, and Lucius' son. No one else need know of the duty I am placing upon you. Lucius himself will have his own role if he chooses to accept it. I have every expectation that he will be eager to prove his worth after recent events. But you, Severus, will perform a very important duty in this arrangement." "Whatever you wish, my lord," Snape said evenly. Voldemort went on, stepping away from the hearth. "As you know, Severus, I have prepared Horcruxes, creating an unbroken chain of immortality for my ascendants." As Voldemort slowly crossed the room, the broken chandelier rose silently from the floor, allowing him to pass beneath it. The shattered bits of crystal rose with it, turning and glinting in the air like water droplets. "I am quite confident that these Horcruxes will serve me well, however, in the extremely unlikely event that any of them should be destroyed." "Never, my lord," Bellatrix cried, still groveling on the floor. "It is impossible." "I have prepared one final Horcrux," Voldemort went on, completely ignoring Bellatrix's outburst. "It is rather unique. In fact, I am quite confident that such a thing has never before been created." Voldemort reached the center of the room and stopped. As the broken chandelier hovered over him, he reached slowly into his cloak and produced a long, narrow dagger. It was singularly ugly, made of silver with a jewel-encrusted handle. The blade was tarnished to a dark glint, as if it had been rubbed with soot. "This dagger," Voldemort went on, turning it slowly in the firelight, "is rather special to me. It has traveled with me long and served me on many occasions. You may be interested to know that it once belonged to my father. I took it as an inheritance from his dead hand. Thus, it is quite fitting that this dagger, Severus, is the final and perhaps most important of my Horcruxes. I am entrusting you to safeguard it within the protection of Hogwarts until the time comes for its use." "I will guard it with my life, my lord," Snape said, inclining his head. "I am honored to be entrusted with a task that will only add to your long life." "Alas, Severus," Voldemort said, pulling the dagger away, as if reluctant to give it up. "This is not that sort of Horcrux. With this relic, I am thinking only of future generations. Never let it be said that your lord is not gracious, for this Horcrux is not to be used for myself. As I have already told you, this Horcrux is special. The part of my soul that it contains is shut off from me forever. I cannot reclaim it. Thus, if, in the remarkable and unimaginable event that every Horcrux but this were destroyed, this dagger would not assure my survival." Bellatrix gasped, but her eyes were huge and avid as she watched Voldemort. Her gaze never left the dagger as it flitted and glinted in his pale hand. "The part of my soul locked within this dagger is a gift, my friends. It is meant to be passed on. Lucius, my loyal servant, I have asked you to remain because I know your desperate, and justifiable, desire to prove yourself to me. It shall be your duty and honor to bestow the gift of the dagger should that day ever come." For the first time, Lucius Malfoy's face flickered with life. He blinked at Voldemort, and then stumbled forward, not quite daring to touch his master. "Thank you, my lord. It is my honor. I will not fail you." "I am certain of that, Lucius," Voldemort said smoothly, almost kindly. "For if, for some reason, you fail the dagger, it will find you. I have bound it to you, and your family. In the event that something unfortunate befalls Headmaster Snape, you must retrieve the dagger from him. It will be waiting for you. And in the event that the time passes for its use and you have not fulfilled your role, it will seek you with its own intent. It will come for you, and your family. I do trust that you understand." "I do, my lord," Lucius rasped, nodding. "I will perform whatever duty you entrust to me." "I vow my oath, master." Voldemort nodded slowly. "Then your work begins this day, Lucius. Find for me a worthy vessel. Find a family whose blood is pure but whose loyalties will never be suspect. When the time comes, go to the woman in that family who is with child. She must take the dagger unto herself, and by her own hand, use the dagger to trace my symbol, the first initial of my name, upon the swell of her unborn son, drawing it in her own blood. Let her willingness infuse the life of the dagger into that mother's blood, taking it to the child. Thus, this relic of my soul will be passed on. The boy will carry my essence, made anew, ready to serve yet another generation. This is your duty and your oath to me, Lucius. Swear it." "I swear, my lord." Lucius rasped, falling to one knee. "My lord," Bellatrix cried breathlessly, crawling to her knees and imploring with one hand. "Choose me. Let me be the vessel of your gift to future generations. I will raise the boy to be your perfect image. I am willing. I am eager." "Yes, loyal Bellatrix," Voldemort said softly, not turning to her. Bits of the floating crystal chandelier revolved in the air between them. "But your loyalties are your most damning quality for this task. No one must guess in whose womb my soul is to be reborn. Despite your greatest wish, this duty cannot fall to you." Bellatrix sobbed. "Then why have you kept me here, my lord?" she wailed desperately. "Why have you retained me only to see my greatest desire plucked from my grasp?" Voldemort sighed indulgently. "Your very question contains the answer, dear Bellatrix. But do try to look on the bright side. I had considered simply killing you for allowing Harry Potter to slip through your grasp this night. Instead, I have merely killed your greatest dream. No." Bellatrix shrieked, crumpling, and James Hare stood up. He'd never heard a more despairing, hopeless cry. Voldemort strode forward, smiling as if Bellatrix's wail of agony was the sweetest music. He held the dagger out to Snape. As Snape took the dagger, the suspended chandelier fell again. It crashed noisily to the floor behind Voldemort, shattering like a bomb and drowning out the pitiful wail of Bellatrix Lestrange. The memory shattered as well. There was a flash of swirling smoke, and then one more scene materialized, swimming out of the mists like a fever dream. In this memory, James saw Severus Snape again. He was pacing in the headmaster's office, which was his own office by this time. "You seem to misunderstand, Albus," Snape said, speaking apparently to the portrait of Dumbledore on the office wall. "It will not be a request. Slughorn is the man responsible for the Dark Lord's ability to create Horcruxes in the first place. He understands them better than I do. He owes his service to the world to render this one useless." "If only that were possible, Severus," the portrait of Dumbledore replied, "but it is not. You may destroy the Horcrux, yes, but no one can simply render it ineffective. Besides, I seem to recall that my instruction was to simply poison the instrument, assuring it would kill both the mother and the son it was meant to infiltrate." "I cannot destroy the dagger while the Dark Lord still lives," Snape replied. "He has bound it to Lucius Malfoy. He will know if it is compromised, and my loyalties will be revealed." "Then do as I instructed," Dumbledore insisted ardently. "Poison the blade. It is within your abilities. There are any number of undetectable poisons in this very room. Let the same instrument that carries that dark soul also carry its doom. You might have been able to oversee the murder of the woman and her child for the greater good, Albus, but I'm afraid that ability has fled me," the portrait replied sadly. "Then you are a fool, Severus. The fruit of this Horcrux will be on your head, not Horace Slughorn's." Snape exhaled slowly, thinking. Finally, he glanced up. "Perhaps not," he said, as if to himself. "Perhaps there is another way." "You are mistaken, Severus," Dumbledore replied. "My way is the only responsible method, otherwise, the boy will be born with the thread of Voldemort himself beating in his veins." Snape smiled slowly, coldly. "Perhaps not," he said again. "Surely you do not doubt that the dagger Horcrux will transmit the remnant of Voldemort's soul?" "I do not," Snape said, narrowing his eyes. "But perhaps it will not be transmitted into a boy." Dumbledore sighed patiently. "This is not the time for conspiracies, Severus." "Indulge me," Snape replied slowly. "I am merely speculating. The Dark Lord believes his soul will pass into a boy child. He is, in his heart, that most arrogant of men, the sort that believes unquestioningly in the superiority of his own gender. But what if Lucius' judgment were to become impaired? What if his divinations were clouded? And as a result, what if the final Horcrux were transmitted to a girl child? That is not evidence that his soul would not dominate the child's personality. She would still be influenced by his living essence. His quintessentially male essence," Snape muttered, hardly listening to the portrait. "But how would that balance against the unexpected polarity of her own female heart?" "How indeed?" The portrait interrupted gently. "This is speculative foolishness, my friend. I tell you, poison the dagger, or if you cannot, destroy it when the proper time comes." Snape looked up at the portrait, his eyes narrowed. He took the dagger out of his robes and held it in his hands. It glinted darkly, just as ugly as James had last seen it. Snape nodded. "Yes," he agreed. "You're right, of course, Albus. When the time is right. I cannot destroy the Horcrux yet, there is too much at stake for my loyalties to be challenged. In the meantime, however, perhaps I will experiment. Lucius Malfoy is bonded to the dagger. I may be able to use that bond, pervert it, cause it to cloud his mind in the event that it does survive. If Lucius succeeds in using the dagger, he will accidentally use it on an unborn girl child, thus foiling his master's wishes. Perhaps, just perhaps, that would be enough to tip the balance. Otherwise, I will destroy the Horcrux myself when the time is right." "Forgive me, Severus," Dumbledore said, looking him evenly in the eye, "but what if you do not live that long?" "I have more than one reason to stay alive, Albus," Snape answered, slipping the dagger back into his robes. "And as you well know, destroying this mysterious object is not even the most important. Trust me, I shall be careful." On Snape's last word, "careful," the memory rippled and faded. Swirling, silvery smoke filled James' vision and he realized he was leaning on something hard. It was uncomfortable, so he pushed back from it. As he did, he drew his face away from the bowl of Dumbledore's pensieve, disoriented and dizzy. Ralph and Rose pulled away at the same moment. They clutched at each other, struggling to stay upright. "Did you see it?" Scorpius asked. James blanked, recovering his balance. Scorpius was seated on a trunk in the corner of the storage room, leaning languidly against the wall. "Did you see the dagger?" "I did," James said. "Did you, Rose? And Ralph?" "I never saw either of you in there." Rose shook her head in dismay. "I saw it all. I saw Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape talking about the possibility of some sort of successor. And then I saw him. He who must not be named. He was awful. I didn't understand a lot of what he said, "But I think I got the gist of it," Ralph said, his face pale. "Those Horcrux things were supposed to keep little bits of Voldemort's soul safe, so even if he got killed, he wouldn't really die, right? But the last Horcrux, the one embedded in his father's dagger, was different." Rose nodded. "He couldn't reclaim that part again, no matter what. It was meant to be passed on to a baby boy, carrying that bit of his soul to a new life." James furrowed his brow. "But why would someone so obsessed with immortality waste a Horcrux on someone else's life?" Ralph shrugged as if the answer was obvious. "It's still his life, but hidden away. Who'd suspect it? As long as Voldemort was inside Voldemort, all the good wizards in the world were gunning for him. He knew that at least a few people, like your dad, James, would never stop until every last Horcrux was destroyed and every shred of Voldemort was killed. Hiding one last little bit of his soul in some anonymous new baby was sort of genius. I mean, you saw the way Voldemort looked. It wasn't like he could pass himself off unnoticed in a crowd, was it? But if he was part of some little kid, who would ever think to look there? It's the perfect disguise. But even so, he wouldn't be that little kid," Rose said, screwing her face up in disgust. "That little bit of his soul would have to compete against the whole soul of the person it was inside of, or work with it," Scorpius said. "If it could find some weak place in the host soul, it could exploit it, somehow bend it to Voldemort's will. Even a tree can be bent if it's manipulated from the time it's a seedling. Voldemort was very patient and wily. His essence would take the time to prune and bend that new soul to his will." "So what happened to the dagger?" Rose asked, seating herself on a crate. "We have to assume that Professor Snape was killed before he got a chance to destroy the Horcrux. But did he succeed in hexing the dagger to fool your grandfather?" "Not according to him," Scorpius said, smiling grimly. "My grandfather knows nothing of the pensieve or the memories it contains. He tells the entire story rather differently, of course." Scorpius launched into the rest of the tale as he knew it. "It began," he explained, "with the death of Severus Snape at the hand of Voldemort. Killed not because the Dark Lord suspected his divided allegiance, Scorpius himself hadn't even known of that until he discovered it in the pensieve's stored memories, but because of the mistaken notion that Snape must die for the Elder Wand, the unbeatable instrument of magic, to belong fully to Voldemort. Snape had not expected this, and thus had not destroyed the dagger Horcrux. Snape had, however, been wily enough to hide the dagger extremely well, and to tell no one of its location. Shortly thereafter, after Voldemort himself had been killed and his Death Eaters scattered, Lucius Malfoy had gone after the dagger Horcrux, fanatically intent on fulfilling his duties to his dead master. He crept into the school shortly after the battle was over, while its defenses were still very weak. He used every art at his disposal to search for the dagger, but even though he could sense its presence, he was utterly unable to find its hiding place. It drove him mad with fear and rage, for he believed that if he failed, the Dark Lord would exact his revenge even from beyond the grave. While he was still searching Snape's headmaster office, Lucius' presence in the castle was detected. He fled, masked and cursing everyone and everything in his way. As he escaped through the Forbidden Forest, however, his heightened sensitivities detected a powerful magical object lost there. He had no time to search for the object, but he determined to return as soon as he could, for he believed he had quite by accident stumbled upon the hiding place of the dagger Horcrux. Time passed, however, and Lucius was unable to return to the forest. Most of his fellow Death Eaters were in hiding or had already been captured and imprisoned. Lucius covered his tracks exceptionally well, but lived in abject fear that he was being watched, that at any moment, he would be found out and apprehended. His wife, Narcissa, had left him shortly after the battle, and even his son, Draco, seemed to want little to do with him, so Lucius went into hiding. He used the last of his money to buy a rundown manor house on Cannery Row, protecting it with the best secrecy methods he knew. There, alone, he began to plan his return to Hogwarts Castle to capture back the dagger. Unfortunately, in the time that had passed, Hogwarts had been rebuilt and fortified. There was no way for someone like Lucius to get inside the grounds undetected. He needed partners and he needed money. Soon enough, he encountered both in the form of Gregor Tyrannicus, a soft but hate-filled refugee from his own royal wizarding family in Romania. Gregor came with a small fortune in gold, granted to him by his father in an effort to assure he left quietly and never returned. Gregor was instantly enthralled by Lucius' tales of his dealings with the famous Dark Lord, and vowed every bit of his treasure in support of the search for the mysterious dagger Horcrux. In exchange, he merely asked for his own position of power once the predicted pureblood kingdom was instated. Lucius graciously accepted Gregor's support, even catering to the man's rather obsessive infatuation with collecting relics from the Dark Lord's life. Together, they assembled a small team of thieves and murderers, training them for the death-defying siege of Hogwarts Castle. In reality, Lucius had no intention of accompanying the siege. He planned to use the distraction created by the siege to sneak alone into the Forbidden Forest and seek out the hidden dagger. Despite his and Gregor's training, in fact, Lucius fully expected the siege team to be captured and sent to Azkaban. Frankly, so long as they provided the short distraction Lucius needed, he didn't care. They would be one small sacrifice in the ongoing work of the fallen Dark Lord. The siege never happened though. Less than a week before the planned trip to Hogwarts Castle, Lucius was alone in the manor house on Cannery Row when one of the thieves he'd hired for the siege team, a young man named Malcolm Baddock, stepped out of the shadows, a knife glittering in his hand. The man grinned, ordering Lucius to turn over the gold hidden somewhere in the house. "Give it to me and maybe I'll only cut out your tongue, old man," Baddock had said. Lucius had merely sighed. He closed the book he'd been reading and, almost lazily, produced his wand. He fingered it idly, not really pointing it at Baddock. "And what makes you believe, young man, that you won't be killed where you stand by this very wand?" Baddock's grin widened eagerly. "Because this here's my lucky knife, it is," he said, displaying the darkly glinting blade. "It's not failed me yet. It'll kill you 3 times before you hit the floor, you daft old coot. No one's ever been any good against it before, and yours won't be any different. Now take me to the gold." Lucius narrowed his eyes. "Tell me, my friend," he said silkily, "does your lucky knife know when a wizard is going to do this?" In one deft movement, Lucius drew a short flick in the air. A thin red line slashed across Baddock's throat and he flinched. Blood began to bead from the cut. It dribbled down his throat and Baddock tried to look down at it, frowning rather comically. His face contorted with rage and he reared, hoisting the knife by its tip. As he opened his mouth to speak, however, his head quietly toppled backwards off his shoulders, separating neatly along the line of blood. It fell to the floor with a thunk. Lucius was already pocketing his wand and wondering if he'd tell the rest of the team what had happened to Baddock when something poked him in the stomach. He looked down curiously and noticed the hilt of Baddock's knife protruding from his robe. A moment later, he heard the thump of the man's headless body striking the floor, dead. Truly, it had been a lucky knife if Baddock had succeeded in finishing the throw he'd begun while his head was still marginally attached. Lucius reached for the knife to extract it from his stomach. It would hurt, but it wouldn't be fatal, not to a wizard like Lucius. He stopped, however, before his fingers touched the hilt. His eyes widened slowly as he stared at it. The bit of hilt he could see protruding from the slowly darkening folds of his robes was quite ugly and jewel-encrusted. Lucius recognized it. Slowly, he wrapped his fingers around the silver hilt and pulled the blade out of his gut. He barely felt it. He slid to his knees, holding the dagger up, turning it, and watching the firelight play on its dark, bloody blade. He began to laugh. "Thank you, my lord," he cried through his laughter. "Even dead, your word rings true. Your final Horcrux has found me. Thank you. I will not fail you. Your final task will be completed." Lucius laughed until he was hoarse, only remembering to heal the wound in his stomach when he noticed the blood soaking the front of his robes and pattering to the floor. It had been over 2 years since the Battle of Hogwarts, since the inconceivable death of the Dark Lord, but Lucius was finally able to complete his duty. He told Gregor of the surprising appearance of the dagger, and they dismissed the rest of the siege team with a small payoff in gold, warning them that if they told anyone what they knew, they would experience the same fate as had befallen their mate, Baddock. Lucius had long since determined the family that would play host to the Dark Lord's gift. They were pureblood, but lowly and poor. Lucius spied on them and discovered that a young woman in the family had just become pregnant. Her name was Lyanna Agnellis and her husband had recently been apprehended by the Ministry, suspected of low-level involvement with Death Eaters in the last days of Voldemort's reign of terror. Lucius had vaguely known a man, whose name was Wilfred. He had indeed been a tool of the Death Eaters, although he himself barely knew it. The young man had been extremely simple and gullible, and Lucius himself had even used him as a messenger. It was Lucius who had anonymously informed the Ministry of Wilfred's Death Eater connections, knowing full well that the pathetic man would never be able to implicate anyone by name. Lucius and his cohorts had been far too careful for that. Wilfred was interrogated by the Wizengamot and eventually imprisoned in Azkaban until such time as he might choose to divulge the names of his purported accomplices. After Wilfred's imprisonment, Lucius paid a visit to the young, quite pregnant Lyanna in her tiny flat. He ingratiated himself to her, claiming to be a concerned friend and former associate of her incarcerated husband. Lyanna made tea for the two of them and they sat at her rickety kitchen table. Lucius explained that he had both the money and the influence to see to her husband's release if she was willing to perform a small service on behalf of her husband's benefactors. Lyanna was desperate, She fell upon Lucius, sobbing and promising she'd do anything to get her Wilfred back home. She asked what Lucius required of her, and he balked, suggesting that she might think twice once he told her. He asked her to take a moment to consider it while she refilled his tea. As she returned to the stove, sniffing and wiping her eyes, Lucius peered into Lyanna's empty teacup, examining the shreds of tea leaves scattered in the bottom. He had to be sure that the child in the woman's womb was a boy child. Surely, Lucius was wizard enough to ascertain something as simple as that. He looked closely, squinting, but for some reason, the tea leaves blurred before his eyes. He blinked, trying to focus, to concentrate. In his robes, the Horcrux dagger seemed to vibrate. He felt it reaching into his mind, calling him. It was distracting him. Lately, Lucius never went anywhere without the dagger, but now he suddenly wished he'd left it at the manor house. And then, just as Lyanna was returning, settling Lucius' own cup onto the table, the strew of sodden leaves became clear. Lucius stared at them, even reaching for the woman's cup and tilting it to the light. Yes, there it was. There was no question, the child in the woman's belly was a boy child. The leaves proved it. Lucius sighed and smiled with relief. The dagger in his robes went still again. What? Lyanna had said nervously, sitting back down. What do you see in the leaves? Am I going to get my Wilfred back? Lucius looked at her with gently shining eyes. He placed his hand on hers comfortingly. You will both be together very soon, he promised. If you do as we require, you may do it today, this very afternoon if you wish. I will assist you. But you must do it with no hesitation and no questions. It may shock you and even pain you, but only a little, and it will be over in mere minutes. Can you do that, my dear Mrs. Agnellis? She nodded, nervously but with great resolution. I knew that Wilfred's bosses weren't the nicest of people, and that the things they made him do were sometimes awful. I told him then what I'm telling you now, sir. I don't want to know anything about it. I'll do what you want me to do, but don't make me know any more about it than I have to. I just want my Wilfred back, and after that, we'll take our leave of the lot of you, if you don't mind. Lucius nodded understandingly, patting her hand, but Lyanna seemed to have nothing more to say. The firm line of her mouth proved to Lucius that the simple-minded woman had determined to do nearly anything to get her husband back. She seemed to sense it would be rather horrid, but she had a look on her face that Lucius knew well. It was the look that said I will do whatever it takes, and then I will never speak of it or think of it again. No one will know, and I will forget it myself. I am already forgetting it. My mind is a blank. Please just get it over with. When Lucius was quite confident that the look of resolve was fully solidified on Lyanna's face, he reached slowly into his robe, maintaining his expression of kind concern. He produced a folded black cloth and laid it on the table. Unwrap it, Mrs. Agnellis, he said quietly. It is for you. She reached and pulled the folded cloth to herself. She unwrapped it and stared blankly down at the ugly silver dagger. Lucius continued to smile at her. It'll only hurt for a moment, he said reassuringly. He began to explain to her what she must do. That's absolutely horrible, Rose said, her voice shaking. Your grandfather is a monster. Scorpius didn't respond. He looked away, glancing at the dusty mirror of Erised. Ralph frowned. So how did that Baddock bloke get the dagger Horcrux? He was a 7th-year student at Hogwarts right before the battle, Scorpius said. My grandfather thinks the dagger somehow allowed Baddock to find it, knowing it could use him to get to where it wanted to be. Poor stupid git, Rose said, sighing. But if the dagger was with Baddock, James asked, then what was the magical object your grandfather sensed in the Forbidden Forest? He stopped suddenly as the answer came to him. Rose's eyes widened as she also made the connection. The Resurrection Stone. She breathed. That's how they found it. He got lucky enough to get near it when his senses were on high alert. He felt the lost Resurrection Stone and mistook it for the hidden dagger. He must have realized that as well, James nodded gravely. He probably didn't know what it was, but after Baddock tried to attack him, he knew the thing in the forest couldn't have been the dagger. Eventually, he snuck out into the forest to look for it. Bloody hell. He must have wet himself when he found out it was Slytherin's half of the beacon stone. Scorpius shook his head. I don't know anything about that part, but yes, it would make sense. So, James asked, that's the end of the story, then? This poor Lyanna woman scratched Voldemort's initial on her belly and gave birth to a baby with part of Voldemort's soul in it? Scorpius nodded, still averting his eyes. She was sick with what she'd done, and of course, my grandfather did nothing to see that her husband was released from Azkaban. Not that he really could even if he'd wanted to. All of that had been lies. Eventually, as Wilfred wasn't released, Lyanna became convinced that she'd done something awful, and for no reason. She became very sick and was taken to St. Mungo's Hospital. That night, she died giving birth to her baby. Ralph's lips were pressed into a thin line. He shook his head and said, "This is awful. I didn't need to know any of this." Rose looked up, her eyes shining. "Whatever happened to the baby's father?" Wilfred stayed in Azkaban for years. He knew his wife had died giving birth to his child, but he never saw the baby. He demanded to be let out so he could raise his child. He became irrational and was put into solitary confinement. A short while later, he was found dead in his cell. My grandfather believes he was thrown into the Dementor pit by some of the guards. "The Dementor pit?" Ralph said, shuddering. Rose sighed shallowly. The Dementors used to be the guards at Azkaban. When they were deemed untrustworthy, most of them were rounded up and imprisoned there themselves, in a virtually lightless room in the cellar. Just like with the Borleys, the Dementors are creatures of shadow, without light to show up against. They're helpless. Azkaban's dark pit keeps them imprisoned and weak but mad with hunger. If a human was thrown into the pit with them, it'd be an extremely horrible death. Ralph asked, "But why would the guards throw that poor sap into the pit?" "Revenge," Scorpius said simply. They believed he was holding out, protecting the worst Death Eaters, the ones who hadn't yet been captured. Most of the new guards at Azkaban had been former Aurors and Harriers. They'd seen loads of people killed by the Death Eaters and had no mercy on someone they believed was protecting those responsible. Nothing was ever proved though. "So the baby was an orphan," James said quietly. "Just like my dad." Scorpius nodded. "To my grandfather's great anger, the baby was a girl child. To this day, he has no idea that it was the hex of Severus Snape that clouded his judgment, working through the dagger itself. He refuses to refer to the child as a she, calling it either the Bloodline or even it. He simultaneously despises her and obsesses over her, knowing she bears the last shred of his dead master. The baby girl was raised by Lyanna's parents, who were not particularly loving. My grandfather has spied on them regularly through the years. The grandparents were never overtly cruel, but grandfather believes they secretly blame the girl for the death of their daughter." Rose shook her head. "Stop. I don't want to hear any more. It's just too beastly." James' face had grown hard and resolved. He looked at Scorpius. "No," he said. "You've told us everything else. Now tell us the most important part. Tell us who the Bloodline is." "I'd thought you would have figured that bit out by now," Scorpius answered. "She is the only known orphan girl currently at Hogwarts, although she never speaks of it. She has her mother's dark hair and her father's height, but everything else, she gets from the persistent dark influence of the dagger Horcrux, from the last fragmented wisp of the soul of Voldemort. She was standing right next to you this afternoon. Hidden behind a bookshelf in the library, listening to you three. It was her presence that set off the sneakoscope and Ralph's satchel. You know who I mean. Tell me her name because I can't bring myself to say it out loud. My grandfather would kill me, and he'd probably use that stupid dagger to do it." James looked at Rose and Ralph, measuring their faces, and then he looked at Scorpius. "The bloodline of Voldemort is Tabitha Violetus Corsica," he said firmly. "Somehow, I've known it all along." "Then you know something else as well," Scorpius said, sighing and standing up. "What?" Ralph said, looking one by one at everyone in the room. Rose answered calmly, "We know who Bloodline is, so we also know who the host of the Gatekeeper is going to be. Both are Tabitha." James shook his head slowly. "The only thing we don't know," he said, "is how and when it's going to happen and what we can do to stop her." 18. The Triumvirate. Last year, during a rather harrowing adventure in the Forbidden Forest, James had met something called a Dryad, a living spirit of a tree. The Dryad had been quite beautiful, in a sort of sad, hypnotic way, and she had warned James that the blood of his father's greatest enemy beat in a new heart, not 1 mile hence. The Dryad had also said that James should beware. "Your father's battle is over," she'd told him, "yours begins." James hadn't known what the Dryad meant by that, but he'd had a nagging idea of who the bloodline of Voldemort was. He'd suspected Tabitha Corsica all along, even though others had told him she was simply a smart, rather devious girl with some nasty delusions about recent history. Now that James knew that Tabitha was, in fact, the bloodline of which the Dryad had warned, he felt increasingly helpless. There was nothing he could do to stop Tabitha's plan, mostly because he didn't know what the plan entailed. Scorpius insisted that his grandfather had never told him the specifics of how the bloodline was to become the Gatekeeper's host apart from it being a test that would prove Tabitha's willingness and commitment to the Gatekeeper's purpose. James would have liked to ask Merlin about it, but his latest interview with the headmaster had only increased his worries and fears about the great sorcerer. Similarly, James might have written a letter to his dad explaining everything and asking for his help, but his dad already had his hands full with the sale of the burrow, providing living arrangements for Grandma Weasley, and heading up the new sub-department for quelling the mysterious Dementor uprisings in London. Besides, in his last letter, James L. Dad had admitted that they believed the whole Gatekeeper affair was a complicated ruse created by enemies of the Ministry to sow fear and instability. How could James ask his dad for help fending off something that his dad believed was imaginary? More and more, James found himself thinking of the Dryad's last words. This wasn't Harry Potter's battle, it was James. Scorpius had suggested that the best they could do was to simply watch Tabitha as closely as possible, a task that was increasingly difficult as the end of the term neared. James saw her regularly during rehearsals for the Triumvirate since Tabitha was the assistant director and increasingly in charge of the rehearsals while Professor Curry attended to final production planning. Tabitha's malicious critiques of James' performances had not let up. If anything, she was even harder on him, always apologizing for making him repeat his lines in front of the rest of the cast, as if she was trying to assume polite responsibility for his apparently woeful performance. After all, James had heard Tabitha saying quietly to Professor Curry, "I did consent to his receiving the role along with the rest of the casting committee." Nevertheless, hindsight is always clearest, as they say. The main task of observing Tabitha fell to Ralph since he shared the same house as her. Apart from the same general moodiness, however, Ralph couldn't report anything unusual about Tabitha's conduct. To James, she seemed either vaguely impatient or even more ingratiatingly polite than ever. Classes began to wind down as the final performance loomed. Loads of parents and family were traveling to attend the show, including James' mum and sister. His dad, much to his own disappointment, was needed in London for the first crackdown by the Dementor task force and therefore would not be able to attend the show. Ginny, however, had promised to record James' performance on a borrowed set of omnioculars so that Harry could watch later. In light of the suspected large audience, Professor Curry's intention of conducting an entirely non-magical, Muggle-style production had been overshadowed by her students' increasing determination to put on a wholly sensational show. James had seen evidence of secret magical enhancement in nearly every aspect of the production, from the treadle-powered wind machine running mysteriously without anyone manning the treadles, to unplugged electrical spotlights that still glowed. In fact, since Hogwarts Castle had no source of electrical power, several small Muggle generators had been delivered to the school to provide power for the lights. Even Professor Curry, however, had failed to realize that the generators needed a constant refill of petrol to run. In the interest of expediency, Damien had surreptitiously charmed the generators to emit an industrious chugging sound and, just for the look of it, plugged all the electrical cords into them. Professor Curry had wisely stopped asking after the generators and turned to more pressing matters. Petra's class schedule seemed to consistently conflict with James so that he rarely had the opportunity to rehearse with her on stage. This was unfortunate, Professor Curry admitted, but not a great problem since Tabitha Corsica had arranged for an understudy to fill in for Petra whenever she couldn't attend rehearsals with James. Josephina Bartlett's vertigo had abated to the point where she could read through the lines on Petra's behalf, and having originally been awarded the part of Astra before her unfortunate accident, she was the logical choice to serve as Petra's stand-in. She did so with a kind of resigned fervor, caught between her embarrassment at having to serve as understudy and her desire to prove how much better an Astra she would have made. She lurked on the stage, arms folded and barely noticing any of the other actors, until Astra's lines came up. At that point, she would launch into her readings, switching from apathy to full melodrama in the mere blink of an eye, and then switching back to apathy the moment Astra's lines were completed. She barely seemed to notice James on the stage even though many of her lines were meant to be directed toward him. For her own part, Tabitha seemed pleased with Josephina's discomfiture, smiling smugly whenever her lines came up. James was especially annoyed to have to practice the climactic kissing scene with Josephina, especially since he'd never once rehearsed it with Petra herself. "Don't you dare try to kiss me, you little upstart," Josephina muttered as she leaned in, smiling mistily. "Wouldn't dream of it," James growled through his own loving smile. "Just try not to fall on me, all right? You're still looking rather tipsy." He made sure to miss Josephina's lips by a wide mark. A moment later, the lights extinguished and Tabitha called for a 10-minute break while the stage crew refilled the rain machine. That night, James had the dream one more time, although this time he felt that it was a true dream and not a direct vision into someone else's reality. It began as always with the flash and whicker of blades and the rattle of old wood. The figure in the dream walked toward the rippling pool and looked in. As always, two faces swam up out of the depths, a young man and a young woman. This time, however, they looked different. He recognized them vaguely as his own long-dead grandparents, his dad's mom and dad. They didn't seem to be looking at the girl with the long dark hair. Instead, they seemed to be looking directly at James, where he floated in the darkness next to her. Their faces seemed grave and worried, and although they couldn't speak, they communicated with their eyes. "Beware, grandson, watch closely and step lightly. Beware." The dark-haired girl turned away from the faces in the pool, and James looked up at her. Even now that he knew she was Tabitha Corsica, her face remained lost in shadow. James tried to speak, to tell her not to hide anymore, that there was no point, but his lips felt as if they were sewn shut. He moved along with her as she passed the pool, and as she moved, the dream changed. The mossy, dark walls faded into distance and were replaced by cold wind on a grassy hilltop. A huge full moon burned overhead, yellow and bloated, as if it meant to fall on him. The Tabitha shape continued to walk, and James saw that they were in a graveyard. A leaning wrought iron fence marched drunkenly on the right, embracing a collection of worn headstones and crypts. "I've never been here before," a young man's voice said. James looked and could just make out a tall silhouette walking next to the Tabitha shape. Tabitha herself seemed taller as well, and her voice was rather different when she spoke. "Why would you have come here before? My grandparents are buried here," the young man's voice said somberly. "I've no memory of visiting their graves." "How sad for you," the Tabitha shape said. "If you say so." They came upon a glow in a hollow. It emanated from a lantern hooked onto a post. Near it, a stooped man was scooping earth from a grave. He straightened as they approached, surveying them with a cold, appraising look, as if he'd been expecting them. "Whose grave is this?" the Tabitha shape asked. The young man sighed, and suddenly James recognized who it was. "It is mine," Albus answered, turning to the Tabitha shape. James finally got a good look at him in the lantern glow. He looked about 17 or 18, handsome but sallow, gaunt, as if he hadn't eaten in days. "You knew this day was coming," he said, removing his wand from his robes. "All sides have been chosen. He senses you are here. He comes now, flying like the wind. But there is something you must do first." And Albus handed the Tabitha shape his wand. Even knowing this was a dream, James tried to cry out, to warn Albus, but his lips wouldn't obey him. He could do nothing but watch. The Tabitha shape raised Albus' wand, pointing it toward the sky. She sniffed, and her shoulders hitched as if she were crying. Then, without warning, there was a burst of green light and an awful hiss. The stooped man with the shovel looked up first, and then so did the Tabitha shape. Albus didn't raise his eyes. Finally, James found he could look up. Spreading overhead was a bright, shimmering shape. It was a huge green skull, its mouth open. Out of the skull's mouth poured a leering snake, its jaw unhinged and menacing. The eerie glow of the dark mark lit the entire graveyard. On one of the nearer headstones, James saw his and his sister's names. His blood chilled even though he knew these were the names of his dead grandparents. There was a loud crack, and another figure appeared, wand already out and pointing. "Stop!" the figure cried, and James thought the voice sounded oddly familiar. "Both of you. I know what you think you have to do, but it doesn't have to be this way. Albus, don't let it end like this." "Do it," Albus said, but James couldn't tell if he was speaking to the newcomer or the Tabitha shape. "No." The newcomer cried, and there was an edge of desperation in his voice. "The rest are coming, and they won't waste time on words. We only have a few seconds. Albus, don't be a fool." "I'm sorry," Albus said, still looking at the Tabitha shape. He nodded slowly to her. She lowered the wand, aiming it at him. The newcomer stepped forward, crying the name of the Tabitha shape, appealing to her. "Please don't. This isn't who you really are." "You're right, James," the Tabitha shape said quietly, almost sadly. "As of tonight, I will be known by an entirely different name." There was an ear-splitting cry and a blast of light, obliterating everything. James fell into that light, struggling to maintain the dream, but it broke apart like glass, like a scene glimpsed in a shattering mirror. James woke up, panting and slick with sweat. He scrambled to a sitting position on his bed, his heart pounding. The phantom scar on his forehead throbbed so hard he thought it must split his skull open. He clapped a hand to it, hissing through his teeth. After a minute, the pain began to recede, but very slowly. When he could bring himself to do it, James turned to sit on the side of his bed. He opened his satchel in the darkness and rooted inside, searching for his quill and a bit of parchment. Finally, just as the sweat on his body began to cool in the midnight air of the dormitory, he leaned over his bedside table and scribbled 3 words. He stared at his own handwriting in the moonlight. It didn't make any sense. Probably it was meaningless. It had only been a dream, and not at all like the other dreams his phantom scar had induced. But it had been wrong in some fundamental, very worrying way. For reasons he couldn't bring himself to admit, he felt that it was important to remember it. Finally, now shivering, James folded himself back into his covers. He had no idea what time it was. Tomorrow was the official performance of the Triumvirate, and after that, the last week of school. Somewhere out there, perhaps not far away, the Gatekeeper was lurking, waiting for its human host. And here, inside the very same walls, was that host, preparing herself for the task that would make her worthy, and somehow, in some way, James was meant to stop it all from happening. "Your father's battle is over," the Dryad had said, "yours begins." They were not comforting words, but they were the words that rang over and over in his head, following him as he descended, slowly, into a fitful, dreamless sleep. Nearby, Scorpius Malfoy lay awake, watching, not speaking or moving. When he was certain that James had finally drifted back into sleep, he slid out of his own bed. Tiptoeing, he crossed the room, passing before the window and casting his shadow over James. Scorpius leaned over carefully, squinting. He didn't have his glasses, but the moonlight was very bright and Scorpius could just make out James' handwritten words. He scowled at them for a long time, unmoving in the moonlight. Finally, Scorpius made his way back to his own bed. Unlike James, Scorpius did not sleep for the rest of the night. "Today's the big day," Noah proclaimed, plopping into a seat next to James at the breakfast table. "Eat up, Trius. Can't have you fainting on stage, can we? After all, you don't have an understudy." James groaned. The tables seemed unusually crowded this morning since some of the families planning to attend the performance had arrived the evening before. Ralph's dad, Denniston Dollahoff, sat with him at the Slytherin table, smiling uncertainly at the noisome throng. Noah's own parents sat at the head of the Gryffindor table with Stephen, his brother. "Shouldn't you be sitting with your family?" James asked grumpily. "Bad luck, mate," Noah said wisely, tapping the side of his nose. "None of the family are supposed to see you before the performance. It's tradition, isn't it?" Sabrina shook her head, wobbling the quill that was stuck in her red hair. "You're thinking of weddings, you brat. Grooms and brides aren't supposed to see each other." "Well, where do you think they got the idea?" Noah asked around a mouthful of toast. "After all, what's a wedding but a big real-life performance?" "You're not nervous, are you, James?" Sabrina asked, ignoring Noah. "I might be, a little," James admitted. "I mean, I never expected we'd be packing out the amphitheater. A lot more people are coming than I thought. Seems like everybody's family is going to be here, doesn't it?" "My mum's coming," Sabrina said, nodding. "And my Uncle Hester. He went to Hogwarts himself about 100 years ago and this will be his first time back." Graham piped up, "Both my parents are coming even though I'm just a page boy. I only have one line, but they act like I'm the star of the whole show." "I wish you were the star of the whole show," James said, slumping onto his folded arms. "Does somebody have a spot of stage fright?" Rose asked brightly, settling into a seat opposite James. "He's got it bad," Noah said, nudging James with his elbow. "At this rate, he'll be useless by the time the curtains go up. I might have to play both parts. Fortunately, I'm up to it." "Trius and Donovan's sword fight might be a bit of a challenge," Graham suggested, squinting thoughtfully. In an effort to change the subject, James asked, "Where's Petra this morning?" "Are her parents coming?" "I saw her in the common room this morning," Noah answered. "Looked like she was working on her lines still. She was studying something pretty hard. I didn't interrupt her. I assume her family is coming, but she hasn't talked much about it." "I asked her yesterday if her parents were coming," Sabrina nodded. "She said she'd be seeing them both tonight. It'll be cool to meet everybody's families, don't you think? The only other time we see them is on platform 9 3/4, and that's always so rushed." "Yeah," Graham said, rolling his eyes. "Nothing I like more than getting my cheeks pinched by everybody else's grandma." "If only your cheeks weren't so ruddy cute," Noah said, reaching across the table. Graham batted him away, scowling. James found it difficult to concentrate on any of his classes. In fact, with so many parents and family members arriving throughout the day, few professors seemed to expect much from their classes at any rate. Regardless, James was glad of the distractions. He tried very hard to take notes during divination despite the fact that Professor Trelawney seemed to frown on anything other than practical demonstrations. "Divination is an instinct, not a study, Mr. Potter," she trilled, stopping next to his desk and tapping his parchment with one long, purple fingernail. "Your work is to hone a latent ability inside the gifted witch and wizard, not merely to repeat techniques and theories. Let go of your boundaries and allow yourself to truly see, my boy. What fate do you divine for yourself in the octocards?" James blinked up at Trelawney, then glanced down at the Strove octagonal cards on the table in front of him. "Oh, I see this one, which has a star on it," he said, pulling a card out at random. "Stars represent pain, and, Christmas. It means that I'm going to be run down by a lorry next holiday, but that I won't be killed, just really, really hurt." He looked up at Trelawney again, judging her response. "I'll probably die weeks later, in the hospital." Right?" Trelawney's face changed to a bemused smile and she ruffled his hair indulgently. "You are trying too hard, dear boy. You chose a star because that's what you shall be this night." Trelawney sighed mistily, and drifted toward the front of the room. "Few people know it, but I was a rather gifted performer myself in my younger years. There are those today who still speak of my singing performance in the Hogsmeade Players production of the amazing Ahasuerus show of shows. Alas, I submitted instead to the burdensome calling of seer and teacher, thus curtailing my own storied career on the stage. I am fully assured, however, that your performance tonight, Mr. Potter, will be a delight both sublime and breathtaking. I have already foreseen it." She smiled back at James, her eyes magnified ridiculously in her enormous spectacles. James glanced aside at Ralph, whose face was as pale and worried as James felt. Considering Professor Trelawney's track record with predictions, her assurances about tonight's performance were anything but comforting. For the rest of the afternoon, James couldn't help reciting his lines over and over in his head. He was terrified that he would step onto the stage and completely forget every word. It didn't help that everyone seemed to think he should be enjoying the excitement. As he moved through the halls, even older students grinned and clapped him on the shoulder, wishing him good luck and telling him to break a wand. He saw his mom and sister fleetingly after dinner on his way to the amphitheater. They'd just arrived at the castle, having taken the train from London. Lily was wide-eyed, so enamored by the castle and the bustle of the students that she barely noticed her older brother. His mum, on the other hand, seemed almost impossibly proud of James. "Oh, you've just become such a man," she said, brushing his shoulders and straightening his tie. "You'll be simply wonderful, James. You aren't nervous, are you?" "Between people telling me how great I'm going to be and asking me if I'm nervous," James said, sighing, "I'm wondering why I ever signed up for this part to begin with." Ginny clucked her tongue. "You signed up because you knew you could do it, and obviously, everyone agrees. Now just try to relax. You won't do yourself any favors by worrying about it." "Easy for you to say," James grumped. "It is, actually," Ginny agreed, smiling at her son. "Because unlike the rest of the people here, I know exactly what you are capable of, James. Relax, you'll remember this night for the rest of your life. Try to enjoy the moment." James nodded. "Did you bring the omnioculars?" "Your Uncle Ron has them," Ginny replied, rolling her eyes. "He insists on recording the play himself. I told him he could do it so long as he let Hermione help." They stopped over in Hogsmeade to meet up with George, Angelina, and Ted. "They should be here in half an hour or so, and they're bringing a little surprise for you." James had forgotten how many of his own family and friends were going to be in attendance. He felt another pang of nervous fear but quelled it. Truthfully, now that the moment was nearly upon him, he felt a little better about the performance. One way or another, it would be over soon. After the production, Professor Curry had arranged for something called a wrap party in the Great Hall, complete with punch and an array of sweets. All the cast and crew would be there along with their families. It was a great relief to know that in less than 3 hours, James would be there as well, eating cake and congratulating Petera, Noah, and the rest on their completed performance. Thinking that, James left his mom and sister, telling them he'd see them afterwards. Ginny smiled and nodded, shooing him on. The ushers outside the amphitheater's main entry saw James coming. Hugo Paulson, resplendent in his red coat and pillbox cap, opened a door for him. "Curry was looking for you," he said as James passed. "They want to get you into your beard right away. Jennifer insists she could charm you to grow a real one for the night, but Curry isn't going for it. Looks like it's glue and goat hair for you after all." James nodded, hardly hearing Hugo. As he came into the amphitheater he stopped and looked down at the stage. It bustled with activity as the crewmen handled the castle backdrop into place and Professor Curry marched around, testing spotlights and calling for last-minute adjustments. On the stage, Petra glanced up and saw James. She smiled and waved him down. James smiled back, and for the first time he felt a thrill of delight untainted by fear at being part of such an elaborate production. He ran down the main aisle, taking the stairs 2 at a time. "There's Artrius," Curry acknowledged as James climbed onto the stage. "Your costume is in the dressing room. Get into it and then get down to makeup, Mr. Potter. Your beard awaits." James looked around, but there was no sign of Tabitha Corsica. She was probably backstage overseeing the costuming and makeup. He hoped he wouldn't see her as he ducked behind the castle backdrop, heading for the makeshift changing rooms. The boys' dressing room was crowded with bustling characters struggling into tight-fitting coats, leotards, and baggy pantaloons. Cameron Creevy stopped James as he passed. "Is this hat on right?" he asked, turning the strange head where this way and that. "It's a 5-corner hat, right? But what corner goes in front? Does it matter? You'll have to ask Jennifer, Cam. I don't have the foggiest notion. Looks fine to me like it is." "Jennifer's busy in the girls' changing room," Cameron fretted. "I just don't want to look like an idiot in front of everybody." Noah called over from the three-way mirror, "Honestly, I think you have it upside down, Cameron. Try flipping it over." James stopped Cameron as the boy scrambled to invert his hat. "He's winding you up, Cam. Leave it alone. And you've got your cummerbund on all wrong," Noah added. "You're supposed to wear it over your bum like a diaper. See how Graham's wearing his?" James rolled his eyes and took advantage of the overall confusion to slip past Cameron. Sure enough, he found his costume hung on a hook next to his locker. His name had been pinned to the front on a piece of parchment. The curtain wasn't scheduled to go up for nearly an hour, but James couldn't help feeling that he needed to hurry. He was buttoning the last of the many buttons of his vest when a voice spoke directly behind him, startling him badly. "Hiya, James," Zane chirped. "Can you give me a quick boost here?" James turned, exasperated and bemused. "Zane. You have to stop popping up like that." Impatiently, James produced his wand and shot a quick stinging hex at the blond boy, who yelped in pain and dropped the huge bouquet of flowers he'd been holding. "Yow," Zane cried, clutching his bottom. "That really smarts." "What was that for, Zane?" James said, reaching out to touch his friend. "It's really you? I thought you were another mad doppelganger message. What are you doing here?" "Well, I was trying to reach that vase on the shelf there," Zane said, rolling his eyes. "But now I'm thinking I'll just leave this good luck bouquet right there on the floor. What do you say?" "It really is you," James said, struggling not to laugh. "I'm really sorry, mate. I thought you needed a magical boost like the other times. I really didn't mean to sting you in the—" "But how'd you get here?" Zane shrugged and grinned. "I got out of school day before yesterday. When I talked to your mum over the holidays, she asked if I'd like to ride along with them to see your big performance. How could I turn it down? My parents agreed and I rode the Flu Network over to your place in London first thing this morning." "How about them apples?" "That's excellent," James exclaimed. "How long are you here for?" "Rest of the week, if it's all right with old Merlin Mahik Pants." "You two still on the outs?" James opened his mouth to explain, then shook his head. "I don't know. It's complicated. Ask me after the show, all right?" "You got it," Zane nodded. "I better get back out front. Your mum is saving me a place, but it's going to be standing room only, and some of those parents can get pretty cutthroat about seats. By the way, it's probably best if you don't get too close to the red flowers with the yellow tips. Those came from George, and he was grinning an awful lot about 'em." James nodded seriously, glancing down at the bouquet on the floor. "Understood, thanks." Damien Damascus pressed toward the boys, a prop sheep under one arm. "James, come on," he called. "Jennifer's going to have twin hinky punks if you aren't wearing a goatee in 5 minutes. "Hey, Zane, need a zap?" "Nope, I'm good for the night," Zane said, patting his backside. "See you at the party, you guys." James scrambled after Damien, struggling to button the last of his buttons and already hot in his tights and waistcoat. After a moment, he stopped, ran back, and grabbed the enormous prop sword and scabbard. Clinking, he trotted to make up, his stage fright mostly forgotten in the rush of simply getting ready and his happiness at seeing his friend. Jennifer was holding James' goatee in her hands as he ran up and plopped into a chair. "Honestly," she said, swabbing the beard with a foul-smelling, yellowish glue, "for the amount of trouble muggles have to go through to put on a show like this, I'm surprised they do it at all. Maybe that's why they watch so much telly," Victoire commented from a nearby chair. "My mum says muggle children spend more time in front of the telly than they do asleep." Damien was still standing nearby. He sniffed, "But not as much time as Victoire spends in front of the mirror every day, so that's all right, then." Victoire scoffed, ignoring the laughter that followed. 5 minutes later, James stood off stage alongside Petera, who looked beautiful, if a bit overstuffed, in her huge pink dress and curls. James peered carefully around the edge of the curtain. The amphitheater was indeed almost full, with loads more people still filing in, seeking seats, and babbling enthusiastically. James scanned the crowd, finally finding his mom in the middle section, 10 rows back, and Hermione and Uncle Ron sat on her right, apparently arguing over who was going to handle the omnioculars. Dead Lupin sat next to Ron. He'd shortened his hair again, although it was still longer than it had been when he'd been in school last year. He looked much better than the last time James had seen him, although still slightly bedraggled. On Ginny's left, Lily sat up straight in her good yellow dress. She spied James and grinned, waving excitedly. James smiled back at her and waved surreptitiously, trying not to attract anyone else's attention. He placed a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, and she nodded, pretending to zip her lips. As James watched, Zane sidled past a group of annoyed parents, heading toward the empty seat between George and Lily. Satisfied, James turned back to Petra and the assembling actors. Nearby, Scorpius was dressed in a soldier's outfit similar to James. He didn't seem to be enjoying it. Nervous? Petra asked quietly. Yeah, James nodded, but excited, too. You? Petra turned to look out at the dark stage behind the curtain. She shook her head slowly. Not anymore. It'll all be over tonight, no matter what. Jason Smith trotted out of the backstage darkness. His one lit. Anybody seen Corsica? He whispered harshly, looking from face to face. James shook his head. She's not out front? She's supposed to be managing the ushers. None of you? Jason asked, dismissing James. Bloody hell, as he stalked away again, muttering under his breath. Henrietta Littleby shrugged. I saw her an hour ago, but that was before any of us were supposed to be here. I guess that doesn't count, does it? Where was she? James asked, turning to Henrietta. She was in the second-floor girls' bathroom, Henrietta replied. I didn't hang around in there when I saw her. She gives me the heebies, she does. James frowned, thinking. Henrietta, whose reputation as a gossip was well known, went on. Strange thing was she wasn't really using the bathroom. At least not the way one normally uses it. She was just standing there looking at herself in one of the mirrors, talking. The first thing I thought was that she was practicing her lines, but then I remembered she doesn't have any lines, does she? She's the assistant director, Henrietta giggled. She was talking to herself? James asked curiously. What was she saying? Henrietta blinked at him. How should I know? I didn't hang about long enough to notice. But it sounded kind of foreign now that I think about it. How weird is that? Pretty weird, if you ask me. Yeah, James nodded thoughtfully. Weird. Standing nearby, Scorpius narrowed his eyes. Places, everyone. Curry suddenly rasped, approaching the gaggle of costumed students and making shooing motions. Behind the curtain. Come now, it's almost time. James followed Petra as she ducked behind the curtain, moving to her opening mark. James found the little tape tacks on the floor, marking his position for the beginning of Act 1. His heart was pounding, but he was no longer nervous. Somehow, he'd left his stage fright backstage. Now that he was standing up front, waiting for the curtain to rise, he simply felt excitement. It thrummed in his arms and legs like magic, and in that moment, he thought he understood why even Muggles went to all the trouble to put on productions like this. One could come to love this feeling if they weren't careful. He gulped and looked aside. Petra saw him and smiled a crooked smile, nodding once. Across the stage, Noah and the rest of the actors shuffled nervously into place, lost in semi-darkness behind the huge, thick curtain. Through it, James could still hear the babble of hundreds of voices. Then, finally, there was the clack of Professor Curry's heels. Crossing the stage on the other side of the curtain, a spotlight clicked on, framing her. James could see her shadow on the backside of the curtains, caged in the center of a perfect circle of light. The crowd fell silent and a round of polite applause wafted into the air. It sounded eerily close. Curry held up her hands and nodded. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, she said loudly and clearly, not using her wand to amplify her voice, and thank you as well for being here tonight. I know that many of you have come from quite far away, and on behalf of the students who've worked so hard to prepare tonight's production, many thanks indeed. My name is Tina Grenadine Curry, and as many of you know, I am Hogwarts Professor of Muggle Studies. I believe tonight's presentation will be particularly interesting, not only because this is such a classic tale of the wizarding world, but because, as a term-long exercise for my Muggle Studies class, this production shall be presented in an entirely non-magical fashion. As such, prepare to be amazed, amused, and delighted, my friends, by the extremely creative and unconventional methods we've implemented to portray this beloved story. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I present your sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, friends and family, as they depict for you this Hogwarts Muggle Studies rendition of The Triumvirate. Applause rang out again, deafeningly this time, as Damien Damascus and Ralph began to hoist the curtains. Jerkily, the red velvet rose, and as it did, the applause grew louder. Spotlights came on, picking out the revealed stage elements. One of them glared on James, blinding him temporarily and hiding the audience. He struggled not to squint, remaining perfectly still until the curtain was entirely raised. And then, Finally, as the applause diminished into silence, the scene on the stage launched into motion. Everyone moved at once, bustling and passing one another, forming a passable representation of a busy medieval square. And then, exactly as planned, Noah's voice cried out, articulating his lines with meticulous care and volume. "'Tis fine a day to praise the troops, my king," he blared, stalking across the stage next to Tom Squallis, who had a pillow stuffed into his vest, creating a fat belly over his skinny legs. "Indeed," Squallis bellowed, turning and jamming his hands onto his hips. "And more the better time to ease my daughter's wonderment for the peasant life. But look, my Astra comes," and Petra moved into view, stepping out from behind a painted wooden rampart and into the light of a gold-tinted spotlight. James didn't have to act as if he was astonished at how beautiful she looked. She smiled fleetingly at the fat king, and then turned to James, allowing her smile to grow more genuine. The crowd tittered and began to applaud again. Many of them knew this scene well, and knew its significance. This was the moment that the princess first spied the army captain with whom she'd soon fall in love. James, on his cue, stepped out of the line of soldiers and bowed over one outstretched leg, doffing his cap grandly. The applause was delighted and amused, and James suddenly decided that acting was a lot easier than he had expected. Act 1 proceeded with nearly effortless speed and ease. James found his lines coming easily to his tongue, and he pronounced them loudly and carefully, always being aware to face the audience and keep his chin up. During Donovan's famous address to the troops, James allowed his eye to wander out over the crowd. He could barely see through the glare of the spotlights, but he could just make out the delighted smile and straight posture of his mum, the grim concentration of Lily as she tried to follow the story, and the crooked half-frown of Zane. During the scene change for Act 2, James was hastily stripped of his waistcoat and given a sailor's kerchief. As he moved on stage, preparing to give his rousing, and very well-known, rallying speech, he saw Graham and Jason Smith manning the treadles of the wind machine. He launched into the speech, trying to summon the same anger and determination he'd felt when auditioning for the part early in the term. "Wizards and men, forth draw ye wands and wits," he cried, unbuckling his scabbard and letting it fall to the floor. He produced the oversized prop wand and raised it. "To fight the violent seas this night, that by the morn will hold our win, or lie in beds of ocean sand, our beaten glory's shrine." Just off stage, Graham and Jason treadled furiously as the crowd burst into applause and even a few hoots and whistles. The prop sail flapped in the increasing mechanical wind as if in the teeth of an oncoming storm, and the enormous painted backdrop trundled aside, revealing an angry cloudscape painted with blues and purples. The presentation marched on with its own strange inertia, bowling over the myriad little bumbles, forgotten lines, and missed cues that Professor Curry had promised would happen, and assured them the audience would barely notice. Graham appeared on stage for his scene, his face beet red and his eyes as round as plates. He'd been so worried about missing the cue for his only line that he interrupted the line before it, answering the question that hadn't even been asked yet. Tom Squallis sputtered, trying to make sense of his own scripted response, as Graham grinned in relief, looking out at the audience and struggling not to wave at his parents. A bit later, Ashley Doone performed such an enthusiastic presentation of the Marsh Hag that James heard children crying in the audience. And then, during the magical sword fight between Trius and Donovan, which was performed in midair while suspended from a complicated system of ropes and pulleys, James' sword was accidentally knocked from his hand during a particularly enthusiastic parry. It clanked to the floor and both James and Noah stared down at it dumbly for a moment. Then James, in a fit of inspiration, furiously unbuckled his scabbard and waved it triumphantly over his head. Noah grinned and they finished the sword fight clanging sword to scabbard as the crowd laughed and cheered. Finally, the climactic finale of Act 3 was upon them. The king was dead, Donovan was defeated, and Trius, mortally wounded but clinging to life, had rescued Astra from the vengeful sleeping potion of the Marsh Hag. The castle had been struck by lightning and was crumbling into flames as a magical storm beat upon it, and James felt pretty sure that he knew now why this story was known as a tragedy. He limped across the stage, leading Petra toward the huge prop gate. The gate shook back and forth as Ralph and Sabrina stood behind it, rocking it with all their strength. Jason and Graham had once again manned the wind machine, billowing the castle's banners with a good imitation of a magical gale. Swinging orange spotlights mimed the effect of raging flames and lightning. James stumbled dramatically as he led his beloved Astra toward the gate. "Advance. We're nearly free," Petra cried, dropping to one knee next to James, as if imploring him. "The castle's doomed, but hope prevails." "Oh Trius, curse it not." James was sweating under his costume, and it gave his face a fittingly dramatic sheen in the flashing lights. He smiled weakly at Petra and reached for her face. "I curse not hope," he said, and then coughed. I've braved the tempest's watery wrath and felled that sorcerer's might. I've cursed them all to gaze upon your loving face, but hope? What life I've left, I live in barricades of hope. Though God himself may shake this world to fall upon itself, my love and hope remain. Depart my dear and leave me now, I walk to death in peace. Pray no, beloved, Petra cried, and even James was impressed by the mixture of anger and desperation she put into those 3 words. For months and years I've longed for thee alone, my dreams, the home of thy desperate love. I'll not depart my place at body's side, lest unrequited dreams shall crush my soul. Then give me now a testament to love, James said firmly, struggling to his feet and pulling Petra with him. A kiss to cure the pains of death, this one to stand for all. Petra hesitated, her eyes shining with emotion, and James was impressed with her acting. For a fleeting moment, he was quite glad that they had never rehearsed this scene together, for he felt sure that the spontaneous chemistry of this moment could only happen once. Petra leaned toward him, still holding his right hand. She closed her eyes as the lights began to dim and the wind machine cranked up to full power, streaming through her long hair. And then, as James closed his eyes, not even remembering to miss Petra's lips, a bolt of blinding pain sank into his forehead. It burned through his phantom scar worse than anything he'd felt so far, and he stumbled, yanking his hand from Petra's to clap it to his forehead. The lights blinked off and the stage fell into pitch darkness. The wind machine hadn't stopped, however. In fact, it seemed to be far stronger than James had ever felt it. It pushed him as he reeled, and he fell to the floor in the darkness, his right hand still clamped to his forehead. There was a long, ominous creak and then a resounding crash. Dimly, James understood that the wind machine had blown over the gate prop and that it had just missed him. "Petra," he shouted, struggling to get up. There was movement all over the stage, and even now, the wind machine hadn't stopped running. Something was very wrong. Wands were lit on the stage, and James had a sense of stagehands rushing about, struggling to keep the rest of the set from blowing over. He scrambled to his knees, trying to make sense of what was happening. "Shut it down," someone rasped desperately. "I can't. It's running by itself. It's shaking apart. Look out." Suddenly, spotlights illuminated the stage again, blinding James. At that same moment, the wind machine produced a loud screech and rattle. One of the fan blades wrenched free and spun through the air, slamming into the turret backdrop. Off balance, the machine shook violently and tilted over. Stagehands scattered as it loomed slowly and crashed to the stage floor where it finally clanked to a halt. Amazingly, no one seemed to have been hurt. James spun on the spot, looking for Petra. As he'd suspected, the enormous prop gate had fallen at his feet. For a moment, James was sure that Petra was beneath it. He dropped to his knees but could find no sign of her. She must have fallen safely on the other side. The house lights came up as Professor Curry rushed out on stage. The audience was babbling with alarm. Many people had stood, peering anxiously at the stage and calling the names of their children and relatives. "Please, calm down," Professor Curry called, but her voice was lost in the rising chaos. "No one is hurt. Do return to your seats, everything is under control." A woman's scream pierced the amphitheater, and James gasped. The crowd fell silent as everyone looked to the source of the scream. James, from his vantage point on the stage, was among the first to see, and his blood chilled. Ginny looked down at the empty seat next to her, her eyes wild and stunned. "She's gone," she cried desperately, trying not to panic. "Lily's gone. Where'd she go? She was here just a moment ago. Where's my daughter?" Zane stared down at the empty seat between him and Ginny. He glanced up at James, making eye contact, and then ducked down. He reappeared a second later holding a pair of small yellow shoes. His eyes were deadly serious as he held them up. Something had taken Lily, taken her right out of the amphitheater in that moment of dark chaos. Ginny took the shoes from Zane and looked around, her eyes pleading. "Lily!" she suddenly shrieked, her voice cracking. As if on cue, the audience exploded into frantic motion, scrambling for the exits, rushing the stage, calling names and babbling raucously. James darted off stage, stripping his costume coat off as he went. In the confusing backstage darkness, he could just see the doorway that led out to the seating area. He had to get to his mom and find out what had happened. He angled toward the door, but something moved out of the darkness, blocking him. James looked up, scrambling to a halt, almost running into the large, dark shape. "Come with me, boy," a voice rumbled, and a very strong hand clamped onto James' shoulder. Instinctively, James pulled away, but the hand held him firm. "Let me go," James exclaimed, anger and panic mingled in his voice. "You must come with me," Merlin answered, his voice low and calm. "The Gatekeeper is afoot, James Potter, and it seeks you." "No," James cried, and pulled away with all his might. He wrenched loose from Merlin's grip and struggled to produce his wand. Merlin stepped after him, and James saw that he had his staff with him. There was no fighting the headmaster. Without thinking, he ducked and leapt under Merlin's arm. "James!" Merlin roared after him, but James refused to listen. He threw himself through the doorway and fell into the crowd, bowling several people over. "Mum!" he called, climbing onto a seat and scanning the crowd. "Mum!" A hand tugged at James' sleeve and he lunged away, toppling off the seat and landing on a large figure, who grunted, "Ow! You're heavier than you look." The figure bawled, struggling out from beneath him. "Ralph!" James cried, getting up. "What's happening?" Zane appeared next to Ralph, helping them both to their feet. "We have to get out of here," he said over the noise of the crowd. "This place is a mess, and we know Lily isn't here. Rose is waiting for us just inside the castle. Come on." "Where's Mum?" James called as the three threaded through the crowd. "Your Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione took her inside as well," Zane answered. "George and Ted are already planning to search the castle. Since it's impossible to disapparate from the school grounds, Lily must still be here somewhere." Ralph's face was dense with anger. "Who did this? Do you think this is what Corsica's been planning? Does it have to do with the Gatekeeper?" "It's the only thing that makes sense," James replied as the three ran through the archway leading into the castle. Rose had been watching for them. She jumped forward to join them, her face pale and scared. Panting, James took a moment to tell them of his encounter with Merlin. "He said the Gatekeeper was looking for you?" Rose asked. "What's that mean?" "Why?" James shook his head. "Who knows? The point is, he knows something big is going down tonight. He wanted me out of the way." "Nobody has seen Tabitha all night," Ralph interjected. "She never showed up for the play. Curry was right mad about it. She must be behind Lily's disappearance. She's involved, no doubt," a new voice answered. James turned to see Scorpius approaching, his face tight and anxious. He shook his head. "Look, this isn't how Grandfather said it'd happen. It's all wrong. I came to help, if I could." Rose spoke up. "You said your grandfather never told you how Tabitha was supposed to become the host of the Gatekeeper." "Yeah," Scorpius said quickly, meeting Rose's eye. "Well, I know a little more than I let on, all right? I can explain now or we can start looking for James' sister. What do you think, Weasley? What else haven't you told us?" James demanded, advancing on Scorpius. Scorpius averted his eyes impatiently. "Look, all I know is that this isn't how the plan was explained to me. I don't know the details, but I do know this is all wrong. The longer we stand here arguing, the more danger your sister is in. Do you understand?" James narrowed his eyes. "You must be Scorpius," Zane interjected, sticking out his hand. "I've heard loads about you." "I'm Zane. I may have to curse you later, so I thought it'd be best to get introductions out of the way now." Ralph rolled his eyes impatiently. "Come on. Let's just go to the Great Hall. That's where your mom went with everyone else. We can help with the search party." "No," James said, still looking at Scorpius. "There's only one place we need to look, isn't there? Second floor girls' bathroom, where Henrietta last saw Tabitha." Rose frowned. "Why would she be there?" "I wondered the same thing when Henrietta said that," James replied, already leading the way down the corridor. "But then I remembered, that's where Moaning Myrtle lives." "Moaning Myrtle?" Zane repeated. "Who's she?" "Oh, she's a resident ghost," Rose replied. "Lives in the bathroom because that's where she was killed decades ago." Zane screwed up his face as he walked. "She died in the potty? That seems pretty unlikely, doesn't it?" "It's complicated," Rose answered wearily. "It wasn't just a bathroom. It was also a portal too." "Too?" Rose gasped. "James, that's it." James glanced back over his shoulder, nodding. "Henrietta said Tabitha was up there talking to herself in the mirror, using some sort of foreign language." Rose's eyes were wide. "Of course. The Bloodline would be a parcel mouth, just like Voldemort. She'd be able to open the Chamber of Secrets even though it's been closed and sealed all these years. That must be where she took the lily." "I've been seeing it in my dreams all along," James said. "If only I'd have recognized it before." "Hey!" a voice suddenly called, halting the five in their tracks. James spun, expecting Merlin to come striding out of the shadows, his staff at the ready. Instead, two figures ran out of the darkness, one small and skinny and the other tall and bedraggled. "Albus," Rose cried. "Dead. Is it you?" "Yeah," Ted panted. "Your mom sent me, James. She's worried sick about the lot of you. And I came mainly because I sneaked away when Mom wasn't looking," Albus proclaimed. "I couldn't bear just sitting around and doing nothing. Ted, how'd you find us? Zane asked, frowning. Ted blew out a deep sigh. I have skills. He tapped his nose. Werewolf skills, if you must know. Between Rose's soap and the peppermints in Ralph's pocket, your lot are easier to sniff out than a dead Grindilo. Tell Mum we're going to find Lily, James said, straightening. We know where she is and who has her, do you now? Ted replied seriously. That's pretty amazing considering your aunt and uncles are currently scouring the entire castle for her. What gives? It's too much to explain, Rose said. Just pass on the message. We're going to go get her back. Nothing doing, Albus said, shaking his head. She's my sister too. If you know where she is, I'm coming along. Albus, it's Corsica who has her, James exclaimed. Tabitha Corsica took Lily? Ted interjected. Why would she do that? Are you sure? We're sure, Ralph answered, nodding. And we don't have much time. What are we waiting for, then? Albus said grimly. I don't care who has her. We'll figure out the details after we get her back, all right? Come on. The group tramped along the corridor, now running full out. As they filed up the stairs, James heard Ted behind him, speaking in short bursts. I'm sorry, Ralph. About the whole trying to rip your arm off thing. It's okay, Ralph panted. Don't mention it, I was angry. Ted went on, Petra and me. When we talked that day. It just brought everything back. Since she was going through so much of the same kind of thing. James interrupted. What do you mean, Ted? I thought you two were talking about why you broke up with her. They reached the top of the stairs and Rose turned a corner, leading them toward the bathroom. Me? Ted said. Who told you that? She broke it off with me months ago. I thought everybody knew that. No, James said, we all thought she'd gone into Hogsmeade that day to try to get back together with you. You think that's what we were talking about? Ted chuckled dryly. Hardly. We were talking about her parents. I thought you lot knew all about it. You saw the package she got from the ministry, didn't you? James was about to answer when Rose turned, pushing open the heavy door to the second-floor girls' bathroom. She barreled in, followed by Ralph and Scorpius. A red flash suddenly glared through the doorway and there was a scream. James yanked Zane down as he ducked. Another flash jetted through the air overhead. Ted lunged through the doorway, rolled, and landed on one knee, his wand out and pointing. Stop, he shouted. James was still crouched in the open bathroom doorway. He raised his head and saw Ralph splayed unconscious on the tile floor. Tabitha Corsica was standing over him in the middle of the room, grinning humorlessly. Her hair was askew and her eyes were wild. She had one arm crooked around Rose's neck, yanking the smaller girl nearly off the floor. With her other hand, she poked her wand at Rose's temple. Well, Tabitha exclaimed glassily. Isn't this quite the party? I hadn't expected so many of you, nor quite this soon, but it wasn't as if I wasn't prepared, was it? Tabitha, Scorpius said, stepping forward, his own wand out. What are you doing? As if you didn't know, Scorpius Malfoy, she cried, giggling a little. I might ask you the same thing. When I saw that you were accompanying this little entourage, I admit I wondered at your own intent. This isn't the way it's supposed to happen, Scorpius said, taking another step forward. I never agreed to a kidnapping. Your grandfather knew you wouldn't have the stomach for what this night truly required, Scorpius, Tabitha declared triumphantly. But you were never really necessary anyway. Ever since the little service you performed last summer, you've been merely a pawn. Your grandfather told me so himself. What service? James demanded, getting to his feet and producing his own wand. What's she talking about, Scorpius? James, get down, Ted exclaimed, not taking his eyes off Tabitha. All of you, get back while you can. James, Rose murmured, trying to twist away from Tabitha's wand. Just go. Tell them, Scorpius, Tabitha commanded, renewing her grip on Rose's neck. Tell them just how much of a trustworthy friend you are. Tell them how you've played them all for fools. Scorpius' wand trembled in his hand as he pointed it at her. He glanced aside at James, his eyes bright and scared. Tabitha laughed again. You might do yourself a favor, James Potter, by wondering how I knew so many of you were coming, and exactly when. Ask yourself how I came to be so well prepared for your arrival. Can you guess? I think even you can. It was Albus who answered, calling over James' shoulder. You have the Marauders map, he said, both shocked and disappointed. But Tabitha, why? Oh, my dear Albus, the important question is not why, it is how, Tabitha replied. You see, Lucius Malfoy has a rather good thief in his service. Doesn't he, Scorpius? Scorpius shook his head angrily, interrupting her. All right. Just shut up, Corsica. If you insist, I will tell them. It was I who took the map and the cloak. Are you happy?" He lowered his wand and turned to James, his face tortured. "Look, I lied. It was me. I rode along with my parents the day they went to your grandfather's funeral. I told them I'd wait in the car. But that's not exactly what I did. While they were gone, I sneaked out of the car and crept into the house. I found your parents' room and searched it as quickly as I could. I stole the Marauder's map and the invisibility cloak, all under my grandfather's orders. You have to understand, James, I was confused. I wanted to impress my grandfather, and prove myself as a Malfoy and a Slytherin. I wanted to show him I was better than my own turncoat father. But I didn't expect it would lead to this. I swear it." James was completely stunned. Breathlessly, he asked, "And the doll?" Scorpius couldn't meet James' gaze any longer. He dropped his eyes and nodded. That hadn't even been part of the plan. Grandfather hadn't known of it. I saw it on the bedside table and thought it might be helpful. I thought it'd impress my grandfather. And it did. Oh yes. He had grand plans for that doll, although they didn't work out quite like he'd wanted. "I knew you were a rat," Albus cried, pushing forward. "I smelled you a mile away." James held his brother back, and amazingly, Albus relented. "But why did you tell us about Tabitha?" James asked. "Why did you show us the memories in the pensieve?" "Don't answer that, Scorpius," Tabitha said. "Enough talk. It's time for the real work of this night to begin. All of you, away. Or Weasley dies. If you think I'm bluffing, you'll know better when she lies dead on the floor and I've descended to the chamber. Now go." "Tabitha, you're as deluded as my grandfather," Scorpius cried angrily. "Let her go. What do you think you're doing?" "I'm doing the work I was created for," Tabitha shrieked, jabbing her wand into Rose's temple. 1,000 years planning has come to this. I am the edge of the blade of revenge. I am the hand of balance. I am the bloodline of Lord Voldemort. You?" Scorpius scoffed, stepping forward boldly, not even raising his wand. "If you believe that, then you're as deceived as I've been. We both should have known my grandfather wouldn't tell anyone the whole of his plan. Put down your wand and let her go." "No." Tabitha wailed, and she seemed to crumple. Her eyes were wild, darting. "I am the bloodline. It is my duty to descend to the chamber of my forefather. I am the host of the Gatekeeper." "You aren't," Scorpius declared firmly. "If you were, you would have been able to open the chamber on your own. But you couldn't, could you? No matter how hard you tried. Because you aren't a Parselmouth. You're nothing more than a convenient distraction. That was why my grandfather wanted me to show them the memories and make them believe the bloodline was you, to distract them from the real bloodline." "No." Tabitha shrieked again, closing her eyes and crumpling. Her wand wavered and her grip loosened on Rose. Suddenly, impulsively, she pointed her wand at Scorpius. "Avada Kedavra!" She screamed, her face twisting in rage. Green light erupted from her wand. Scorpius lunged, instinctively turning sideways, just as they'd practiced in Defense Club. The jet of green light missed him by inches, striking the wall behind him and exploding in a burst of sparks. Scorpius' maneuver knocked him off balance, however, and he struck his head hard on the edge of the sink as he fell. At that moment, James saw Rose's mouth tighten and she kicked backwards, connecting with Tabitha's shin. The taller girl's wail of anger turned into a cry of pain and she stumbled. Rose ducked from beneath Tabitha's arm and Ted leapt forward. He captured Tabitha as she collapsed, but the fight had completely gone from her. Tabitha dropped her wand and sank to the floor, slipping through Ted's arms. "Is he all right?" Rose called, jumping to Scorpius' side. "If he isn't dead," Albus announced, striding into the room and pointing his wand, "I'll kill him." James gently steered his brother away from the bleeding boy on the floor. "Back off, Al, you can deal with him later. I think he'll be all right." There was a groan as Ralph sat up, rubbing his head. "What happened?" he moaned. "Am I dead?" "Tabitha stunned you," Zane answered, helping Ralph to his feet. "Be glad that's all it was. She stopped it crazy a few blocks back." "I am the bloodline," Tabitha sobbed. "I've felt the guiding hand of the Dark Lord. I was promised. My parents would be avenged. No one else meets the requirements. I am the only orphan left within these walls. It must be me." Ted glanced sharply down at Tabitha. "What did you say?" "I am the only orphan left, Ted Lupin," she cried, raising her eyes angrily to him. "Now that you've gone from these halls, it had to be me. The prophecies say that a child of tragedy would be the host of the Gatekeeper. My parents are gone, dead these many years. And Lucius Malfoy has confirmed it. He told me how the Ministry killed my father, and how my mother died when I was born." Ted was shaking his head slowly. "That's not true," he said. He glanced back at James, his face grave. "Then none of you know, do you? I assumed she'd told you, just like she told me." James shook his head. "Who? Told us what?" "That day at Hogsmeade," Ted answered. "She needed to talk to me because she just found out about her parents. She wanted to talk to someone who'd gone through the same kind of loss. She never knew until the package came. It was too much for her to bear. To find out so much, so fast." "Petra?" James said, stepping forward. "You mean the package from her father?" Ted frowned and shook his head. "James, it wasn't from her father. The ministry sent it. It was all of her father's belongings. He'd willed them to her when he died in Azkaban years ago. When she turned 17, the ministry released them to her. She never even knew he'd been incarcerated. Amongst the old shirts and shoes, there was a note. It was addressed to the baby daughter he'd never met. He told her he believed that the guards would soon kill him, but that he couldn't do anything to stop it. They thought he was protecting his former Death Eater employers, but he really wasn't. He didn't know anything about them. They'd never told him their names or even showed him their faces. He wanted Petra to know that he would have turned his bosses in if he could have, and that, well, that he loved her, and that he was sorry he'd never be there for her." "It was Petra?" James whispered, barely allowing himself to consider it. "That can't be." Ted nodded seriously. "She doubted it herself. She went to Merlin about it, and showed him the letter. He offered to show her the truth in that magic mirror of his, but he warned her that she might not truly wish to know. She looked anyway, and she saw it all, exactly as it had happened. They threw her father into the Dementor pit. It was awful." She was completely devastated. Rose glanced from James to Ted, her eyes wide. "But she never told anyone she was an orphan, did she? We all assumed she had a mom and dad like the rest of us. Petra was raised by her grandparents, but she never told us that," Ted replied. "The Gremlins and I, whenever we saw them at the station, we just assumed they were her parents and that they'd had her late in life. She never talked about them, and we always sort of guessed that she didn't have a very happy home life. They'd only ever told her that her mother had died in childbirth. They never spoke of her father at all, and Petra learned not even to ask." "I should have known," James said, touching his forehead. "I saw her in my dreams over and over. I believed it was Tabitha because I couldn't see her face, but it all fits now. The dark shape in the corner. It talked about restoring the people she'd lost. It told her she would be allowed to avenge them, and even get them back. I even saw them, her parents, reflecting in a sort of glowing green pool. Petra believes the ministry killed her father, and her mother died as a result, and now she's going to do what she thinks she has to do to get them back. The dark shape in my dreams, it said there was only one way to do it, blood for blood." "Lily," Rose gasped, covering her mouth. "She wouldn't," Albus said, shaking his head. "Petra would never hurt Lily. Would she?" "Morgan's turn?" Tabitha half-sobbed. "Impossible." "Not really," a different voice answered mournfully. "If you think about it, I mean." Everyone turned to a ghostly figure seated on the windowsill in the corner. "Myrtle," Rose cried. "How long have you been there?" "That's Moaning Myrtle?" Zane asked, arching an eyebrow. "I expected something a little more." It's rude to speak of people as if they aren't there," Myrtle chided sadly. "Even if, technically speaking, they aren't. But don't worry, I'm used to it," she sighed hugely. James spoke up. "Sorry, Myrtle, but this is really important. What do you know about this?" "Oh, now everyone runs to Myrtle, don't they?" "What have you seen, Myrtle? Tell us everything you know, Myrtle." "But I know how it goes. The moment I tell you, you'll forget about poor, pathetic Moaning Myrtle. It was the same with your father, James Potter. Your brother looks a lot more like him, even though he's not got that silly fake scar on his forehead." "What's she talking about, James?" Albus asked out of the corner of his mouth. James shook his head. "I'm sorry, Myrtle, but this is really serious. Our sister is in trouble. You have to help us." "I know," Myrtle cooed. "Poor little Lily. Perhaps she'll keep me company here in the toilet." "Myrtle," James cried, exasperated, but Rose placed a hand on his chest, stopping him. She turned to the ghostly figure, a thoughtful look on her face. "You know, Myrtle, if you help us, I bet Lily's father would be really grateful. I bet he'd even come to visit you, to tell you how much he appreciates all your help." Myrtle looked petulantly at Rose. "Harry? He wouldn't. Would he? He probably doesn't even remember me." "I'm certain that he does," Rose said confidently. "I've heard him speak of you. He'd probably be very pleased to, catch up with you." Myrtle seemed to brighten a bit. "Do you really think so?" "Oh, it's been so long, but I knew he'd come back someday. I've always had a special place for him. Yes, Rose nodded. But first, do tell us. What have you seen? What do you know about Petra? Oh yes, Myrtle replied morosely. Poor thing. She never once spoke to me, you know, all the times she was here. She probably believed I couldn't see her under that invisibility cloak, but those only work on the living. Zane stepped forward. Petra has the cloak. When was she here, Myrtle? What did she do? Myrtle flitted down next to Zane and placed a ghostly arm around his shoulders. Oh, often. She spent the most time down there over the holidays, when few other people were in the school, but she's been down there at least once a week lately. I don't know what she does down there, of course. Don't follow her. But then, not 20 minutes ago, she came through with little Lily. Just before Tabitha came back again with that silly map. Where did Petra take Lily, Myrtle? Dad asked impatiently. Did they go into the Chamber of Secrets? Well, of course, you silly boy, Myrtle said, tilting her head coquettishly. Where else? Albus shook his head, exasperated. Why didn't you tell anyone? Myrtle peered at him mistily. Because no one ever asked, she answered simply. James turned, stalking back into the center of the room. How do we get down there? He demanded. Where's the door? Ha, Tabitha exclaimed, still crumpled on the floor under the watchful eye of Ted Lupin. You'll never get through. If I couldn't open it, no one can. Only the true bloodline can speak the incantation to open the Chamber of Secrets. Is that true, Myrtle? Rose asked, turning back to the ghost. Oh no, Myrtle replied, shaking her head slowly. No. Loads of people have opened the chamber. That horrible Ron Weasley opened it years ago, just by imitating the sounds Harry Potter had made. If he could do it, anyone could. You worthless little, Tabitha cried, straightening. All that time you watched me trying. You let me make a fool of myself. You didn't need my help, Myrtle sniffed. Myrtle, James said seriously, stepping carefully toward the ghost. We don't have much time. Can you tell us the incantation? Don't you dare, Tabitha exclaimed, her voice splintering. That's enough out of you, Corsica, Ted warned, raising his wand. Shut up or I'll stun you. It's the least you deserve. It's an awful sound, Myrtle said, ignoring Tabitha. It gives me shivers to hear it, and I'm dead. I always jump down into my U-bend before Petra said the incantation. Please, Myrtle, Rose begged. How does it go? We have to get down there. Myrtle looked sideways at Rose, raising one eyebrow. You really think Harry will come and see me? You promise? I promise, Rose nodded. Please tell us. Myrtle sighed and flitted slowly to the center of the room. Carefully, she opened her mouth and produced a horrible, hissing noise. It was guttural, almost gurgling. It made James' hair stand up. When she was finished, Zane looked around and asked, so who's going to do it? I know I can't make a sound like that. Ralph took a deep breath. I'll try it, he announced, sighing with resignation. After all, I'm a Slytherin. Nobody argued. Ralph opened his mouth and imitated the noise as well as he could. James thought he did a remarkably good job since the same sounds in Ralph's mouth still sent chills down his spine. As soon as he finished, a grating rumble shook the bathroom. The sink directly behind Ralph began to lower, receding into the floor. Tabitha gasped and moved aside, her pale face a mask of awe and jealousy. Come on, Ted said grimly. We have to hurry. You can't go, Ted, Rose said, touching Ted's arm. Unless you plan on taking Tabitha along, too. She's a 7th year. I might be able to guard her, but I'd feel a lot better if you did it. Ted grimaced in frustration, looking away and fingering his wand. Finally, he turned back. You go, he said reluctantly. I'll guard Corsica, but we won't leave until you come back, understood? Besides, it's just Petra down there, right? You'll be able to talk sense into her. She'd never hurt anyone. James nodded, but he wasn't at all sure that Ted was right. Ted hadn't had the dreams. Right. Let's go. He took a deep breath and turned toward the ancient stairway. And James, Ted called, tell Petra the same thing she told me. This isn't the way. Tell her I said that, all right? James nodded, and then plunged down the stone steps, his friends following closely. 19. The Sacrifice. Ames illuminated his wand as he trotted down the ancient stone staircase. Rose and Albus followed, eyes wide, with Zane and Ralph in the rear. James' phantom scar had been aching ever since that horrible burst of pain when he'd moved to kiss Petra. Now, as he entered the dark chamber, the ache increased to a throbbing pulse. I was in the Chamber of Secrets once before, Rose called, her voice echoing in the dark, cavernous space. Years ago, when it was still on the Hogwarts tour, My parents refused to go down with me because they'd already seen it of course, and didn't want to relive any of that, so I went with Uncle George. There wasn't much to see, really, since they'd taken the dead basilisk out years ago. It was just an open space underground. Most of it had caved in. James gasped and stumbled to a stop, throwing out one hand to warn the rest and holding his wand high in the other. "Was this a part of the tour when you were here, Rose?" he asked breathlessly. Rose stopped behind him, her eyes widening. Behind her, Ralph and Zane clambered to a halt as well. The floor ended at James' feet as if it had been broken away. Beyond it, seamless black space indicated a chasm of unimaginable depth. Ominous whooshing sounds wafted out of the blackness, and as James raised his wand, its light glinted off the edges of huge, swinging blades. "No," Rose breathed. "This was definitely not a part of the tour. Where did it come from?" "I'd say it was opened only recently," Zane said, pointing. "Look." James saw what Zane was pointing at. A pair of huge stone doors stood open on either side, overlooking the depths of the chasm before him. "How did Petra open those?" Rose asked incredulously. "They must weigh tons. I'm more interested in how she crossed that," Ralph said, gesturing at the chasm and the huge swinging blades. "We'll never be able to follow her." James stooped down and hefted a medium-sized rock. He weighed it thoughtfully in his hand, and then heaved it out over the chasm as hard as he could. It tumbled into the darkness, turning slowly, and then there was a flash and a spark as one of the magical blades swooped down. It pulverized the rock in midair, and then sucked back up into darkness. James looked aside at Rose and Ralph, his eyes wide. Ralph shrugged helplessly. Albus drew a deep sigh. "I think I might know a way to cross that," he said, as if he dreaded admitting it. "What, Al?" James asked, but his brother had already turned. He walked a few paces away until he stood at the base of the stone steps again. He glanced back. "Dad taught me this one," he said. "It saved his life once. Maybe we can use it to save Lil." He turned back to the stairs, raised his own wand, and as loudly as he could, shouted, "Accio broomstick." Almost a minute passed, and James had begun to doubt the spell had worked when an exclamation of alarm echoed down the stone steps. "No!" Tabitha's voice cried. "Not my broom." "You can." Ted called over her, "Incoming." The broom dipped down the stone steps and halted next to Albus. James, standing nearby, could hear the faint hum of the broom. He remembered it well from his doomed attempt to commandeer it last year. "You can't be serious," Zane said, stepping forward and examining the broomstick. "This is Tabitha's broom. The bogus Merlin staff from last year. You're not going to try to ride it across that chasm, are you?" "It's my broom now," Albus said grimly. "Tabitha gave it to me, although she may well be regretting it," Rose proclaimed. "But you can't just fly across. You saw what happened to the rock. I don't know how Petra made it across with Lily, but there must be some other way." Albus strode to the edge of the chasm and straddled the broom. "This is no ordinary broom, Rose. I don't know where Tabitha got it, or how it works, but it knows where it needs to be. In a way, it's kind of the reverse of James' Thunderstreak. It knows where to go, and it puts it into the mind of the rider. The broom won't let us get chopped. And besides, we don't have a choice. Hop on behind me, James, and hold on as tight as you can." James gulped and climbed onto the broom, wrapping his arm tightly around his brother's waist. "Wait," Rose cried. "This is mad." "That's why we can't wait, Rose," James said, gritting his teeth. "If we wait, we'll realize how completely daft this is. Go, Al." James felt Albus tense. Together, they coiled, and as Rose reached forward to grab James, her face terrified, Albus threw himself forward, taking James and the broomstick with him. The broom plummeted under the weight of both James and Albus, and James squeezed his eyes shut, hugging his brother as he leaned over the broomstick, struggling to pull it upright. The broom corrected swiftly, angling upwards and accelerating. James still had his lit wand in his fist. He gripped Albus with his left arm and held the wand aloft, fighting the force of their momentum. Wand light flashed off a long, steely blade as it dropped alongside them, scything the air. Albus lurched sideways as the broom banked away, and James nearly dropped his wand, fighting to hold on. The air hissed on all sides as huge, curved blades sliced the darkness, dropping like swords and barely missing them. Amazingly, the broom seemed to determine the course on its own, dodging with lightning speed through the flashing, deadly barrage. James struggled to hold on, trying to keep his body as close to the broom and Albus as possible. There was a high, rasping sound as one of the blades sliced a neat seam in his robe, and James felt the chill of the metal whoosh past his skin. He yelped and leaned away, pulling the broom slightly off course. Albus swore, trying to correct, but it was no use. The broom seemed to have lost its bearing, It pushed upwards beneath them, and James had a sense that they were nearing the other side of the chasm. Suddenly, a rough stone wall loomed into view, as if it were falling on them. Albus pulled up, trying to help the broom to reach the ledge, but it was too high. The broom struggled, flying nearly straight up, still weaving past falling blades, and then, suddenly, there was light in space, and James was spinning off the broom, flailing for something to hold onto. He landed hard on stone, rolled, and scrambled up, his chin scraped and bleeding but otherwise unhurt. Albus lay 10 feet away, dangerously near the edge of the chasm they had just traversed. He moaned and clutched his head. "Al." James called, stumbling over to him. "Are you all right?" "I think we crashed," Albus replied, shaking his head as if to clear it. "That was just sick, wasn't it?" "Ow." James glanced down. "Oh no. I think we broke it." "My leg?" Albus asked, examining his shin critically. "Ouch. I'm pretty sure it isn't supposed to bend in that direction, but it's nothing Madame Curio won't be able to fix, right?" James blinked at Albus' crooked leg. "Oh. Ew. No, that's not what I meant. Sorry, Al, I meant that." He pointed at the broomstick, which was splintered messily into 2 pieces. "Oh no. That hurts even worse than my leg. How are we going to get back now?" Albus exclaimed, picking up one of the pieces. James shook his head. "Like you said, let's just rescue Lily, and we'll figure out the rest later." Albus started to scramble to his feet, and then hissed in pain, falling back. "I'm no good, James. Unless you plan on carrying me, I'm stuck here." "Come on, I can't do this by myself," James said, feeling a sudden, helpless anger. "Well, if you hadn't pulled us out of control back there, I wouldn't be in this condition, you stupid Burke." "Me? Whose idea was it to ride the broom from hell across the pit in the first place?" "Well, you sure weren't coming up with any brilliant ideas, were you?" James suddenly hissed, half turning. "Don't shush me, you big git," Albus cried. "If my broken leg wasn't still attached, I'd beat you with it." James insisted, waving one hand frantically. He cocked his head, listening. Albus stopped and listened as well, furrowing his brow. "It's a voice," he whispered. "Sort of. That's creepy. It's coming from that cave over there," James pointed. As his eyes adjusted to the gloom, he could see a greenish light flickering from the mouth of the cave. "Go, James," Albus whispered urgently. "Go get Lily back if you still can. And if you can't, I swear I'll kill you." James nodded. "All right. I just hope nobody else beats you to it." He took a deep breath, still staring at the green glow of the cave mouth, and then began to walk toward it. James' phantom scar began to sing a long, high note of pain. It rang in his ears, throbbing with the steady thrum of his heartbeat. Petra wouldn't really hurt Lily, would she? He truly wanted to believe she wouldn't, but he remembered the dreams, remembered the coaxing, lulling, infuriating words of that phantom voice. It had promised Petra she could get her parents back if only she was willing to make the hardest choice of all, to repay blood for blood. Petra was obviously not in her right mind. She was in a sort of trance, wasn't she? She was under the control of that horrible voice, and the last shred of the soul of Lord Voldemort which beat in her veins. But even as James approached the entrance to the cave, he knew that was not entirely true. Petra was being influenced, yes, but she wasn't being forced to do anything. The shred of Voldemort wasn't enough to completely control her, only to sway her, to coax and persuade her. The greatest influence inside Petra was her own broken heart, and her deep, unspoken rage, and the desperate, bottomless hunger for judgment on those who'd taken her parents from her. In the thrall of those emotions, James knew that Petra may well do almost anything if she was convinced that it would satisfy those needs. Thinking that, James shuddered. He stepped into the mouth of the cave and saw it all. There was the flickering green pool, lit from within, and there was Petra, still dressed in her pink costume dress. The curls had begun to fall from her hair, and her makeup had run, forming tear streaks down her cheeks. Her eyes were dry now, however. She had her wand out, pointed at Lily, who stood before her, expressionless and limp, like a puppet. The high, horrible voice was babbling, and James could only now make out the words. "The boy James comes." The voice said with delight. "Look upon him, my dear. He comes, just as predicted." James gasped, hearing his name in that awful voice, but then Petra turned to him, and his gasp turned to a violent shiver as the pain in his forehead spiked. Petra's eyes were eerily dead. In the flicker of the greenish pool, her face looked like a mask. She held his voodoo doll in her free hand, and James could see that someone had drawn a crude green lightning bolt onto its forehead. "James," she said blankly, still pointing her wand at Lily, "you shouldn't have come. Now it's too late." James stumbled forward, moving into the light of the cave. Petra, what? What are you doing? Petra shrugged slightly, and then turned her gaze back to Lily. What I was made for, she answered, sounding eerily like Tabitha Corsica. She nodded at Lily and said, you know what to do, dear. Without blinking, Lily walked slowly around the glowing pool, her bare feet making no noise on the stone. On the far side of the pool, James saw that a series of steps led down into the water. Quite slowly, Lily began to descend the steps. With a shock of horror, James realized that his sister was under the imperious curse. I'm sorry, James, Petra said. I know you can't possibly understand why this has to happen. It seemed awful to me at first too, but now I know it is the only way. It really is best for everyone, even Lily. You have to trust me. Have to trust me, the horrible, keening voice echoed. It seemed to be speaking constantly, muttering under Petra's words, almost as if it was feeding them to her. Lily. James called, stepping forward. Stop. Lily's eyes didn't so much as flicker. She took another step into the eerie green pool. James reached desperately for his wand, but it wasn't in his pocket. Too late, he realized he must have dropped it when he and Albus had crashed the broom. He ran forward, meaning to drag his sister bodily from the pool, but just as he was within reaching distance, something repelled him. He hurtled backwards through the air, as if pulled by a rope around his waist. He struck the mossy stone wall and fell, the breath knocked out of him. One at a time, James, Petra said sadly, still pointing her wand at Lily. I'm sorry. Please don't try that again. I really don't want to hurt either of you before it's all over. James gasped for breath, and the phantom scar on his forehead burned like a branding iron. The awful voice echoed Petra's every word, and for the first time James wondered if Petra was even aware of the voice. Was it possible that she didn't realize how it was influencing her? He glanced around, looking for the source of the voice. Just as in his dreams, it seemed to emanate from a shadowy figure in a dark corner. It stood perfectly still, apparently wearing an old bowler hat and a dusty coat. Its arms hung loosely at its sides. James struggled to get up, but he felt weak and heavy, as if something was pushing down on him. It was the awful weight of some new presence, filling the room like black smoke, darkening it. It was the Gatekeeper. Silently, eerily unseen, it descended into the chamber, watching, preparing to enter Petra once she completed the necessary rite of willingness, murdering Lily. Lily took another step into the pool. Her yellow dress began to float about her, sinking into the murky water, and as she descended, something else seemed to be ascending from the other end of the pool. James recognized the shape. It was the young woman he'd seen so often in his dreams, Petra's mother. As Lily lowered into the water, Liana rose from her own reflection, smiling at her daughter, raising her hands. Petra's eyes shone as she looked at the ascending shape. Petra. James called, catching his breath. That can't really be your mother. It's a trick. She's not real. Don't listen to him, the high voice whispered, wheedling. He is the son of those who let her die. He is full of lies and deception. But his voice will soon be stopped forever, and with his death, you shall have your father back as well. Then all will be prepared, balance will be restored. The new age of judgment will be at hand, and all because of your sacrifice. All because of my sacrifice, Petra said quietly, tears running down her face again, smearing her makeup. Lily's chin touched the surface of the pool. A drop of water hung there, and then she stepped forward again, her mouth dipping below the surface. Her hair spread around her, floating on the water like a corona. The ghostly figure of Liana Agnelli's put one foot onto the stone floor. She wasn't even wet. This isn't real. James screamed desperately, struggling to his feet. It's all coming from that voice. What is it? There is no voice, Petra sang lightly, rocking her head back and forth. There is no voice other than the voice of my dead father. You see, I have brought his things here, where they await him. His shoes and hat, his coat. Even his cloak of invisibility, which I've used myself these many visits. He'll be so happy to see them again, don't you think? James shook his head fervently. That's my father's cloak, Petra. You're being deceived. Petra didn't seem to hear him. Her eyes gazed trance-like at the shape of her mother, but her wand was still pointed at Lily as she descended the last step, slipping beneath the surface of the water. The heavy, dark sense of the Gatekeeper's presence increased. The task was nearly done. Lily would soon be dead and the Gatekeeper would unite with Petra, its host. Then there would be no sending it back, no stopping it from running rampant upon the earth. James wanted to lunge toward the pool again, risking everything to pull his sister out of the water, but even in his desperation he knew Petra would easily repel him once more. There was no hope, and yet James realized this was his last chance for action. Frantically, he looked from his drowning sister to the shadowy figure in the corner. He could see now that it wasn't a figure at all but simply an assembly of clothes, Petra's father's belongings, propped like a scarecrow. The voice came from within, hidden somehow. Suddenly, horribly, James knew what he had to do. "This isn't your father," he exclaimed, scrambling across the room, skirting the pool and his dying sister. "Petra, look!" Before Petra could stop him, James grabbed the empty arm of the coat. He pulled as hard as he could, yanking the coat loose. It tore away from the shape that had supported it, knocking the hat loose as well, and the horrible voice cried out in fury, "No!" It keened. "Beastly boy! How dare you touch me!" James stumbled backwards, nearly fainting at the intensity of the pain in his forehead. Petra gasped, and her want wavered. "James! What have you?" she exclaimed, and then her voice changed, became very slightly doubtful. "Father?" The coat had concealed a portrait in a frame. James could see instantly that the portrait had been quite severely damaged, almost entirely destroyed, and then very systematically sewn back together and repainted. The repainted portions didn't move very well, giving the face a twisted, maimed look, but James could clearly see who the portrait represented. One eye stared blankly while the other followed him malevolently, glowing red with one snake-like, vertical pupil. Petra's face contorted in involuntary disgust. "You're not my father, you're... Finish the task." The portrait hissed furiously. "Kill Lily Potter first. Then James Potter. Correct my one fatal mistake. It matters not who I am. All that matters is what was stolen from you, and making those responsible for it pay. It is the only way to return those you've lost. Correct your mistake?" Petra said, her expression melting slowly into horrified revelation. "But I thought, my single mistake." The portrait of Voldemort shrieked urgently, killing James Potter first, leaving the stronger one to protect the boy. "It was old magic, but powerful magic, and I forgot it. She should have died first, leaving the man and the child to wither before my wand. It was my single, fatal mistake. I was foolish, yes, but now the circle will be closed. You, my soul's final vessel, will kill the girl, Lily Potter, and then the boy, James Potter, and then," the voice dropped to a seething, greedy hiss, "Harry Potter will come, and finally, we will kill him." "Harry Potter?" Petra whispered. "The doll was meant to summon him," the portrait said quickly. The plan seemed so simple: add a scar to the forehead, thus making it the father instead of the son. Surely, once Harry Potter's scar reawakened, he would come, and then he would be ours. But instead, we have lured the boy James, granting him the phantom scar and the ability to know our plans, and this, my dear, is even better. I might have foreseen it. My one mistake will be rectified. The order reversed. Lily Potter dies, then James, and then, finally, Harry Potter will lie dead at our feet. Wonderingly, Petra said, "But my parents. The promise of balance and perfection. You used me." Her voice rose, became angry. "You used me. That is because in your heart, you and I are one and the same." The horrible portrait rasped. "Your living soul carries the last vestige of my own, like a flame in a lantern. We wish for the same things, but from different directions. In the end, we arrive at the very same place, revenge." Petra shook her head sadly. "What have I done? I didn't want revenge," she said. "All I wanted was justice." She turned away from the portrait and looked back at the woman standing on the ledge of the greenly flickering pool. Petra's mother smiled back at her sadly and nodded. Petra hitched a sob. "Justice. And my parents back," she said, her voice cracking. She raised her wand. "Wingardium Leviosa." "No." The portrait screamed, so loud that it seemed to shake the walls. Lily flew up out of the pool, limp as a rag and streaming water. The shape of Liana Agnelli's fell in on itself, reverting to water. It splashed onto the stone floor and streamed back into the pool. "Mom!" Petra screamed, unable to resist reaching out to the departed shape, tears shining in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Mom. Dad. I'm so sorry. I couldn't do it." James ran forward to the suspended shape of his sister. He reached and pulled her to him, hugging her. She was as limp and cold as death. Gently, he laid her on the floor, and placed his ear to her chest. Her heart still beating, he cried, "You foolish girl." The portrait roared, its face distorting grotesquely. "It is the only way. The part of me in you rebels even now. Resist at your own peril. Kill the girl. It is not yet too late." Petra shook her head slowly, approaching the portrait. "You can't destroy it, Petra," James called, cradling Lily in his arms. "Look at it, other people have tried. Portraits can only be destroyed by the painter, remember?" Petra was still shaking her head, tears streaking her face but her expression a mask of stern resolve. "That's not entirely true, James," she said quietly. With both hands, she gripped the portrait by its frame and lifted it. "You are the host of the Gatekeeper." The high, cold voice of Voldemort proclaimed urgently, "Even now it awaits you. You can feel its presence. You have been chosen since the time of Salazar Slytherin himself. Hundreds of years of prophecy lead to you. You cannot turn aside from the weight of that destiny. It will crush you. Turn back. All is not yet lost. It is not too late. There are two people that can destroy a portrait, although the second person is rarely ever available to do it," Petra said, speaking to James and ignoring the raving voice. She held the painting out with both hands, leveling it over the rippling surface of the pool. "A portrait can only be destroyed by its painter, or if fate allows it, a portrait can be destroyed by its subject. No." The portrait shrieked, and James saw the canvas bulge slightly at the force of it. Petra dropped the portrait and it fell into its reflection, splashing heavily. The voice of Voldemort's painted visage continued to scream furiously, bubbling as it bobbed for a moment. Horribly, the painted face began to run and streak, as if the liquid in the pool were acid rather than water. Paint bled over the sinking canvas and mingled with the glowing waters, diluting and thinning, drawing feathery black tendrils into the depths. The voice gurgled and faded, ran out of breath, rasped desperately, and then died, leaving only its echo in the Chamber of Secrets. The portrait frame sank out of sight and was lost forever in the bottomless pool. "Is she breathing?" Petra asked, dropping onto her knees next to Lily. "I don't know," James exclaimed, hugging her wet, slight body. "She's so cold." Petra nodded and leveled her wand at Lily's throat. "Expelliarmus," she said firmly. Several seconds went by, and James was sure the spell hadn't worked, but then Lily suddenly lurched in his arms. She coughed thickly and vomited a quantity of water. James helped her into a sitting position, pounding her gently on the back. She coughed more water and gasped a great, ragged breath. James was so preoccupied that he barely noticed the sense of the Gatekeeper fading from the chamber. Its host had failed the final test. Petra had not killed for it. Weakened and silent, the Gatekeeper streamed away. "James?" Lily croaked, looking blearily at his face. "Where am I? What happened?" James shook his head and laughed with relief, tears welling in his eyes. "You're with me, Lil. That's all that matters." "Hi, Petra," Lily said weakly, glancing aside. "You were great. I cried when you drank the marsh hag's sleeping poison." Petra smiled wanly. "Thanks, Lily." James and Petra helped Lily to her feet and James put his arm around her, leading her back out of the cave. Petra gathered the invisibility cloak but left the eerie collection of her father's clothing. She looked back only once, her face flushed and sad. "Hey, Petra," Albus said gamely as they approached. "You feeling a bit more yourself, are you?" Petra nodded but didn't reply. Silently, she knelt next to Albus and examined his leg. "You're pretty good at this," James said, watching Petra tear a strip of ribbon from her dress. Carefully, she used the ribbon and a length of the broken broom to splint Albus' leg. When she was done, she stood and pulled Albus to his feet. "Hey," Albus said, surprised. "That feels loads better. How'd you do that?" "It's sort of a talent," Petra answered, averting her eyes. "Besides, it was just a fracture. You'll be fine in a day or so, once Madame Curio has a look at that leg." James didn't say anything, but he had the distinct sense that Petra was lying about Albus' injury. It had certainly been far more than a fracture. James himself had seen the ugly angle below Albus' knee. Now he was standing on it with the help of a simple splint. It was as if Petra meant to repay them for what had happened, but secretly, and using a rather extraordinary kind of magic. Petra stood again, gathering the voodoo doll and the invisibility cloak. She looked at them in her hands. "These aren't mine," she said, and then handed them to James. "I wasn't even aware of the doll until the portrait mentioned it. I was carrying it the whole time, but somehow I barely knew it. I'm so sorry, James. I don't know what else to say." James accepted the doll and the cloak. "You were being deceived," he answered simply. Petra nodded morosely and looked out over the chasm. "I was," she agreed. "But mostly, I was deceiving myself. I can't deny that." "You've got reasons to be angry and hurt, Petra," James said quietly. "That wasn't the way to deal with it. Dad wanted me to tell you that, but there are other ways. The feelings are real. You just have to figure out what to do with them, right?" Petra nodded slowly. In the darkness, James saw one more tear track down her cheek. "You still in one piece, Lil?" Albus asked his sister, looking her up and down. "Why are you all wet?" Lily frowned and looked down at her sopping yellow dress. "Honestly, I don't have any idea." Explanations later, Albus sighed heartily. hopping on his good leg. First, how are we going to get back across that? He gestured toward the dark chasm. Same way I got here, Petra answered softly. We walk. Albus grimaced. Walk? What are you? A ghost? No, Petra replied, almost to herself. Apparently, I'm the bloodline of Lord Voldemort. She stepped forward, walking straight off the edge of the cliff. James gasped, horrified but unable to look away. Petra didn't fall, however. Her footstep was supported by a small stone platform, rather like a stepping stone, that had appeared out of nowhere. She looked back, one foot still on the edge of the chasm. Stay close and try very hard not to think about what you're doing, she said, and James shivered. She didn't sound entirely confident that it would work, but what choice did they have? James hesitated, but then he realized that, for the first time in nearly an hour, the phantom scar on his forehead didn't hurt. He sighed and moved in behind Petra, herding Lily and Albus in front of him. This is completely insane, Albus commented. Don't look down, Petra answered. Without a pause, she began to walk. Jerkily, Albus, Lily, and James began to follow her. Against all probability, none of them fell as they moved out over the depths of the chasm. Neither did the swinging, whooshing blades descend on them. James' footsteps landed on rough stone steps, each about the size of a dinner plate, and the moment his heels pulled away from each step, they sank away quickly, falling into darkness. Dimly, James heard the clank and rattle of machinery, and he recognized it. It was the same sound he'd heard in his dreams of this place, only now he knew what it was. Somehow, the stones were raised mechanically, operated by the sheer magic of Petra's passage. Perhaps the mechanism could only be summoned by the bloodline, or perhaps it merely responded to anyone who knew the proper talisman, as Petra obviously did. Either way, it definitely helped not to think about what one was doing or to look down. As James placed his last footstep on the opposite ledge, collected into the waiting arms of Rose, Ralph, and Zane, he couldn't resist looking back. The last stepping stone fell away into darkness, attached to a complicated rigging of struts and coils. It squeaked and rattled as it retracted, and then it was gone, as if it had never been there at all. Petra, Rose exclaimed, weak with relief. Lily. Everyone's all right, Zane grinned incredulously. I thought you both were goners for sure. What happened? James crashed us, Albus griped, shaking his head. About broke my leg off. It's a good thing Petra here is a quick one with a splint. Yeah, she's a great one to have around in a medical emergency, Ralph agreed, looking at Petra a little worriedly. Lily, you're soaked, Rose exclaimed, laughing and wiping a tear from her eye. Here, let me help you. Rose produced her wand and waved it at Lily in a complicated gesture, pronouncing the proper spell. Hot air suddenly blew from the tip, drying Lily's dress and making her giggle. And what of the gatekeeper? Zane asked James as the group made its way toward the stone stairs and the light beyond. Gone, James answered. I felt it leave. For good? James shrugged. It didn't get Petra as its host. She wouldn't kill for it, not in the end. It doesn't have a foothold here anymore. It's finished, Zane nodded, frowning a little. If you say so, mate. Let's get out of here. This place creeps me out big time. Yeah. There's a reason they call it the Chamber of Secrets, Albus agreed. James nodded, glancing back. Fervently, he said, let's just hope that was the last of its secrets. And that's the story as well as I can tell it, James said, sitting back in the single chair across from the headmaster. It was the next day, and the bright sunlight and birdsong of late morning wafted in through the open window. We came up through the girls' second-floor bathroom and Ted led Tabitha straight here to your office. The rest of us took Lily to the Great Hall to meet up with Mum. She called Aunt Hermione, Uncle George and Uncle Ron back from the search and everybody decided to go ahead with the wrap party after all, although it was more a celebration of Lily's return by that point. Merlin nodded slowly, his fingers steepled. He shared a look with Harry Potter, who stood nearby, arms folded and staring at the floor. And Miss Morgenstern attended the party? Merlin asked. James shook his head. No, I think she thought it'd be best for her not to be there. I mean, considering everything. Harry spoke without raising his head. It wasn't her fault. She was being deceived. It was not entirely her fault, Merlin corrected grimly. She was being deceived, yes, but she was allowing the deception to occur. She has admitted so herself. The fact that she was able to throw off the deception in the end is proof that she could have done so all along, had she so chose. She is cursed with the last ghost of the soul of Voldemort in her very blood, Harry said, finally raising his eyes. He was a wily liar and a master manipulator. Far greater witches and wizards than Petra Morgenstern succumbed to his deceptions. Merlin nodded. And they were also responsible for the choices they made as a result. James sat forward in his seat. What are you saying? You think Petra is evil just because she was unlucky enough to get chosen for that stupid Horcrux dagger? No, James, Merlin said gently. For that, she is truly unfortunate. To the extent that Petra allows herself to be influenced by that accursed soul, however, she may still choose to do that which would make her evil indeed. She has admitted that she was the one that cursed Josephina Bartlett with the Vertigo Hex, knowing everyone would blame Miss Corsica, all just to prove to herself that she could do it. She came very close to making the ultimate evil choice last night, and nearly doomed all of mankind in the bargain. Had you not been there at exactly the right moment, revealing the mysterious portrait, all might well have been lost. You don't know that, James said, but uncertainly. Oh, but I do, James, Merlin said, looking James in the eye. And for that, I owe you an apology. An apology? Why? Merlin sighed deeply. I was very wrong about you, James Potter. The big man paused, as if unwilling to elaborate. He was gazing straight ahead, and James realized that he was looking past him, at something on the rear wall. James turned and looked over his shoulder. The portrait of Albus Dumbledore was meeting Merlin's gaze. He smiled slightly and nodded. Then, barely noticeable, Dumbledore winked at James. James frowned and turned back to Merlin. I've been advised, Merlin said sardonically, to avoid the temptation to keep secrets or tell half-truths. Your Albus Dumbledore and I have discussed the topic at great length, and I admit that, until recently, I did not much agree with him. Regardless, recent events have shown the validity of his argument. James Potter, in the presence of your father, I will tell you the whole of the truth. Merlin sighed again, and then stood. He moved from behind his desk, passing in front of Harry. It is true, he explained. I was well aware of the possibility that the entity called the Gatekeeper might follow me back from my long journey outside of time. Salazar Slytherin made it very clear to me. He hoped and planned for it, and my heart was in such a state that I did not much care. Damn the world, I thought. If the Doombringer is to come, then fate will save mankind or it will not. I washed my hands of it. Last year, when I returned to the world of men, I despised this age. I determined that if the Gatekeeper had indeed followed me, I would not even use the small power at my disposal to keep it at bay. Merlin held up a hand, displaying the glinting black ring. And then I discovered the presence of the Borleys. Nuisances, really, the magical equivalent of cockroaches, and yet it proved to me that things had indeed followed me from the void. If the Borleys were here, then surely the Gatekeeper was as well. I determined to capture the Borleys using the best tool for such a task, the Dark Bag, which, as you know, contains the last earthly shred of pure darkness from the void. I imprisoned the Borleys inside it, dozens of them, although at the time I could not say why I chose to do so. It seemed merely right and responsible. The truth is that I was coming to know this age, and while there was, and still is, much of it that I find wretched, I discovered I did not hate it as much as I'd thought. More important, I had come to care for some of the people in this age. Chiefly, you, Mr. Potter, and your rambunctious, irreverent friends. As I realized this, I knew I had but one choice. I must do what I could to rid the world of the Gatekeeper, whose very presence in this sphere was my responsibility. Having decided that, I came to know that there were those in this world who knew of the Gatekeeper, and wished to use it. These were the disciples of Slytherin, who, like him, had fooled themselves into believing the Gatekeeper could be controlled and used as a hand of vengeance. I knew of the other half of the Beacon Stone, and sensed that it was in the possession of these bent individuals. I followed their progress as they sought the Gatekeeper. I watched and waited, using this very mirror. He indicated the Amsris Earth, which stood hooded nearby. My devices could sense events of dark magical power, pinpointing their location. When that happened, I watched in the mirror. Eventually, I became involved, traveling to the place where the agents of Slytherin met the Gatekeeper. I suspect that you witnessed this, Mr. Potter, along with Miss Weasley and Mr. Deedle. I found them in an unplotted forest, at the tomb of Tom Riddle. There, the Gatekeeper had revived the memory of Voldemort, forcing it to speak through the grave statue. The Gatekeeper demanded to be led to the human who would best serve as its host. The statue told of the boy who had defeated Voldemort, and the Gatekeeper assumed that this boy, Harry Potter, would be the logical choice for its host. I sensed it turning toward you, Harry, homing in on you. Merlin looked up at James' father. It located you without even leaving the grave. It sensed you in the web of humanity, and determined that it could not have you. I felt it turning you over in what passes for its mind, felt it dismiss you, not as unworthy, but as unconquerable. It knew it could never bend you to its purposes. Harry visibly shivered. I remember that, he said in a low, wondering voice. I was in the order offices at the ministry, talking to Kirkham Wood. All of a sudden, it was like I was outside myself, looking down on my body as if I'd been shoved aside while something else shuffled through the contents of my brain. It only lasted a few seconds, and then suddenly, it was over. Kirkham hadn't noticed a thing. I decided I'd imagined it, or that I was just a bit overstressed. But it must have been that thing examining me. Merlin nodded. It would take a powerful wizard to sense it. The gatekeeper numbs its prey so that few ever remember its passing. Surely, that fact alone was part of why it knew it could never claim you, Harry, so it moved on. Even as that demented Lucius Malfoy spoke to it, beckoning for it to join them, telling it that they had prepared a bloodline to be its host, I sensed it moving on, past you, Harry, looking further. Looking for you, James. Me? James exclaimed, shocked. Why? It makes perfect sense if you think about it from the Gatekeeper's view. The prophecies all claim that the host of the Gatekeeper would be a child of great loss, or an orphan. It sought out Voldemort, the orphan who most represented the Gatekeeper's aims, and found him a corpse. Thus, it logically sought out the one powerful enough to have bested Voldemort, and found yet another orphan, Harry Potter. He, however, was too strong, and therefore of no more use to the Gatekeeper than the dead Voldemort. So it looked just a bit further, to the firstborn son of Harry Potter, and it found, interestingly, that that very boy had recently experienced his own tragedy, the sudden loss of your grandfather. Further, it sensed that you were in attendance on the very night that the Gatekeeper had arrived in the Earth, and that you, James Potter, had even helped facilitate its descent. But I didn't mean to, James blurted. I was trying to stop it. Merlin held up a hand. It matters not to the Gatekeeper. I sensed it homing in on you, learning of you, all in that moment in the graveyard, even as Lucius Malfoy was speaking to it. I sensed you in its thoughts, James, and that is when I stepped out into the open, to distract it. I called to the Gatekeeper, identifying myself as the bearer of the beacon stone. It remembered me from my time in the void. The first thing it did was ask for you, James. I told it as sternly as I could that you knew nothing of it, that you would never consent to be its host. But it laughed. It told me that you had already sought it out, and that you were watching at that very moment. Lucius Malfoy looked and saw you, reflected in the window of an abandoned shack nearby. He pointed at you, and the Gatekeeper smiled. It had known you'd been watching from the moment it turned its attention to finding you, James. I turned and saw your reflection for myself. I knew I had to get back, to warn you, but you closed the focusing book, shutting me out. It took me much of a day to get back to the castle by other methods, and by then, I had determined a rather different opinion of you. I am afraid. You decided I was on the Gatekeeper's side? James asked, perplexed. Not consciously, Merlin answered. No more than Petra Morgenstern was on the Gatekeeper's side. I decided you were being manipulated by it, and by your own desires. I regret to admit this, James, but I feared that your desire to be like your father was being exploited, used by the Gatekeeper and the forces of chaos. When your mother's howler went off, telling us all that she believed you'd stolen the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map, it further convinced me that you were, in fact, working toward the Gatekeeper's ends. I decided to watch and to wait, hoping that I was wrong about you. And then, when your own sister went missing on the night of the play, I knew that it was the moment of truth. I could scarcely believe you'd harm her, but those in the thrall of deception have done even worse things than murder their sisters. I planned to take you away from the school, removing you from whatever plan the Gatekeeper had for you. You foiled me, of course, by the simple expedient of being young and quick. Even then, I could have taken you had I truly wished to. In my deepest heart, however, I had decided to trust you, and fate. It was my own trial of the court, much like your test, James, in the cave of my cache. You chose to hold on to the golden cord even though letting go would have been far easier. Thus, I chose to hold on to the one thin cord of trust in you as well. If I did so foolishly, then the world would not last long enough to blame me. As it turns out, however, that moment of trust was indeed wise. In fact, I believe it saved us all. James blew out a sigh. Wow. So that was why you were so secretive and scary that day in your office. The portrait told me it was a mistake, Merlin admitted, glancing aside. Dumbledore did not approve of my attitude toward you, and told me so upon your departure. From the wall behind James, Dumbledore's voice spoke. I was nothing if not respectful, Merlinus. But yes, I did warn you that you doubted the boy at your own peril. Merlin nodded. Yes, you made your point quite clear, as I recall. I am cursed with the burden of helping those who've succeeded me to not make the same mistakes I did, Dumbledore said, looking at Merlin. Then Harry, I myself only learned these lessons mere days before my death. Too late to make much of a difference, although I did what little I could. Harry nodded, unsmiling. So what is to be done with Petra Morgenstern, then? Merlin shrugged, returning to his desk. She is guilty of possession of stolen property in the form of the invisibility cloak and kidnapping Lily Potter. As head Auror, the owner of the cloak, and the girl's father, Harry Potter, I might ask you the same thing. Harry thought seriously for a long moment. Finally, he looked at James. I won't be pressing any charges, he said. James, do you agree? James nodded. She didn't know what she was doing, Dad. And when I showed her how she was being deceived, she turned things around really quickly. She doesn't want to hurt anyone. Be very aware of what you are doing, my friends, Merlin said quietly. Miss Morgenstern is a very complicated young woman. But she isn't evil, James said emphatically. No more than you are, James, or your father, or I myself. And yet I, at least, have wrought great evil, all in the name of love. We are all capable of evil, depending on the choices we make and the philosophies we embrace. The greater the potential for good in any of us, the greater the opposite potential for wickedness. Miss Morgenstern has, to say the very least, great potential. The only question is how she will choose to invest it. But she did the right thing, Harry said. In my experience, those who choose to do right usually get addicted to it. The soul of Voldemort has a toehold in her, yes, she can't help that. But she has proven that it isn't enough to rule her, it is enough to divide her, Merlin answered. And she will never conquer that one small part of her that belongs to him. It will always be there, wheedling, poisoning, tempting, lying. Further, his power is her power. She has shown that she uses that power, granted, for good, so far, such as in healing Albus' leg, but how long will she be able to control it? Even now, she leaves these walls to return to a loveless and bitter life. She has denied herself the return of her own parents so that Lily and you, James, might live. Meanwhile, she watches you go home to loving parents and a life she can only dream of. Don't think that, despite her actions, she will not lie awake on cold, lonely nights, pining hopelessly for her dead parents, and wondering, if on that fateful night in the Chamber of Secrets she made the wrong choice. James shook his head, not wanting to believe it. She'd never think that. Petra is good. She wants to be good, Merlin agreed. I will grant you that, James. Let us hope that that is enough. Harry approached James and put his hand on his son's shoulder. Scorpius has agreed to help us locate his grandfather Lucius. He's actually a little more enthusiastic about it than I'm comfortable with, to tell you the truth, but his grandfather's lies and manipulations have turned the boy into quite a valuable ally for us. Still, he said, turning his attention to Merlin, what of Tabitha Corsica? She's returned the map. Apart from stunning Ralph, she hasn't technically done anything wrong whatsoever, despite her best efforts. I have no jurisdiction over her at all. Leave her to me, Merlin replied, sitting down at his desk again. She is not so far gone that she cannot be helped. I have known someone like her. You're kidding, James said, getting to his feet as his father prepared to leave. You think Petra's going to go all Dark Lord on us, but you think there's hope for Corsica just because you've known someone like her? Merlin looked up at James, his brow lowered. Perhaps I misspoke, he said, his voice rumbling. What I meant to say was I have been someone like her. James stared at the headmaster, frowning in consternation, but Harry steered him away with his hand. Come on, son, he said, smiling a little. The headmaster has a lot to do. I saw your performance on the Omnioculars, by the way. You're quite the little actor. Makes me wonder about the time you told me you had nothing to do with that broken clock in the parlor, eh? James changed the subject as quickly as he could. So are you heading home right away? No, actually, Harry answered, closing Merlin's door. I'm going to check in on Albus down in the Slytherin quarters. And then I owe someone a visit, apparently. James began to tromp down the spiral staircase. Who's that? Moaning Myrtle, his dad sighed, smiling. Rose insisted. She said she promised. Just come and get me if I'm in there for more than an hour, all right? 20. The long ride home. The last week of school went by as if blown by a hard wind. Zane stayed over, spending a night both with James and Ralph in their dormitories, sleeping on cots provided by the house elves, and staying the rest of the time in his old house dormitory. The Ravenclaws were happy to see him, and Horace Birch proudly proclaimed him a lifelong Ravenclaw despite the fact you're a ruddy yank and a coffee drinker, even though everybody knows all true Ravenclaws live on tea and butterbeer. To James' delight, a review of the Triumvirate appeared in the Daily Prophet, carefully glossing over the kidnapping of Lily as an unfortunate scare involving a temporarily lost child since she had turned up later that evening apparently unhurt and perfectly cheerful. The review had called the play a surprisingly inventive and entertaining bit of academic theater despite the somewhat controversial Muggle production techniques implemented by the director, Muggle Studies Professor Tina Grenadine Curry. This was blithely forgiven when the reporter had discovered that the Muggle generators, which were purportedly operating the stage lights, were running rather mysteriously without a drop of petrol in them, therefore rendering the non-magical claims of the production completely moot. "Here we go," Rose said, pointing at the newspaper at breakfast on the last day of school. James Sirius Potter, portraying the part of the beloved Trius, proved that neither youth nor inexperience can prevent a delightful performance in someone so well-trained and obviously inspired. Young Mr. Potter's surprising thespian talent leads this reporter to muse that, in his case, the apple certainly did not fall far from the tree, even if it did perhaps fall in an entirely different vocational orchard. "That's the 5th time you've read that," James said, grinning and red-faced. "Not that you mind," Zane said, nudging his friend. Ralph asked, "What's it mean about James falling down in a different orchard?" "It means James is as talented as his father," Rose proclaimed, folding the paper, "just in some quite different ways. No one could ever imagine Harry Potter performing in a play, could they?" "I suppose not," James agreed, still grinning sheepishly. "But I think that's about enough acting for me." Zane shook his head. "You say that now, but you just wait. Pretty soon, you'll start missing the spotlight. You know, my dad works in the Muggle film industry. He could probably hook you up with a part in a movie. There's even talk of remaking the movies based on that magical book series. You'd be perfect for it." "Not a chance," James insisted, but he was drowned out by the chorus of enthusiastic agreement. He decided not to fight it, and in the end, everyone agreed that, in fact, Albus would probably better fit the part, despite the fact that he couldn't act as well as James. "I'd do it though," Albus said seriously. "I could even do my own spells." "Would they allow that, you think?" Zane shook his head as everyone laughed. That night, James enlisted Zane's help in removing the lightning bolt scar from his voodoo doll. Carefully, Zane used his wand to magically scrub the marking from the tiny burlap forehead. Strangely, James could feel the progress of it. It tingled, and the tingle diminished as the scar vanished. Finally, Zane handed James the doll, nodding at a job well done. "Clean as the wind-driven snow," he proclaimed. James examined it. Sure enough, there was no sign that the scar marking had ever been there. He wrapped the doll in a cloth and put it in the bottom of his trunk. He wasn't sure what he would do with it now that he knew it could be used rather dangerously, but he suspected he would simply give it back to his mom. Now that she knew to keep an eye on it, he felt confident that there was no one who'd take better care of it. At dinner on the last day of school, Gryffindor was awarded the House Cup, primarily because of late points added to their score by Merlin for James and Petra's performance in the play. James was very happy about the award, and as the Gryffindor table exploded into applause, congratulating James and Petra, he felt, perhaps for the first time, that he was living up to his father's legend as a Gryffindor. At the end of the Gryffindor table, floating uncertainly but with a nervous smile on his face, the ghost of Cedric Diggory waved at him. The Grey Lady wafted next to him, her pale face inscrutable but apparently content. For the evening's entertainment, the Hufflepuffs put on a very amusing puppet show rendition of the Triumvirate, making affectionate fun of everyone involved. James laughed until tears ran from his eyes. When he looked to share the joke with Petra, however, her seat was empty. He didn't see her at all the rest of the night. Finally, the next morning, it was time for the trip home. Zane had a small bag packed, whistling lightly as James lugged his trunk out to the steps. "It will be great to ride the train again," Zane said, smiling happily. "I miss that old cart lady. She wasn't there when I rode into Hogsmeade with your mum, you know that? Apparently, she only works the official Hogwarts Express runs. Better profit margin, I guess." "Humph," James said, plopping onto his trunk. "I didn't know that. I bet she'll be there more often, though, once they open up the new route. I saw the place where they're expanding the track through the mountains. It'll connect with some new wizarding village over on the other side of some gorge. I can't remember the name of the gorge or the village, but your mum said once they finish the track, it'll save travelers loads of commute time and flu powder. I bet the cart lady'll have a lot more customers then." "I'm sure she'd be glad you were so concerned for her welfare," James said, rolling his eyes. "I can't help it," Zane agreed. "I'm just a caring kind of guy. Oh yeah, that reminds me, I think I figured out the secret of Tabitha's crazy broom." James perked up. "Yeah? What was it?" Zane reached into his jeans pocket and pulled out a small envelope. Albus let me take a look at the bit of the broom he'd been using as a splant. I broke it open and Jennifer and Horace helped me do some tests on it. Look. He handed the envelope to James. James thumbed it open and peered inside. It contained a tiny shred of black fabric. I wouldn't touch it, Zane said. I did accidentally, and it still feels pretty oogie. Oogie? James said, handing the envelope back to Zane. Sorry. Technical term I picked up from Raphael back home. Hinky. Creepified. Completely off the spook-o-meter. I get the picture, James sighed. But what is it? Zane plopped down next to James on his trunk. Remember last year when you explained corked brooms to me? James nodded. Sure. When a Quidditch player threads something magical into their broomstick, basically turning it into a big giant wand. Yeah, well, we weren't so far off about Corsica's, Zane replied. We thought it was corked because it was Merlin's staff, but obviously, that was a red herring. It was corked because it contained a big, long strip off the robe of a Dementor. A Dementor? James exclaimed, turning to look at Zane. How's that even possible? Zane shrugged easily. Beats me, but there's no question about it. Maybe Corsica's people are friendly enough with those things that they were able to get a hand-me-down. After all, you said the Dementors were loyal to Voldy and his pals. They weren't so much loyal to him as they were evil like him, but still, you could be right. It checks out, Zane nodded. If what Merlin told you is true, Dementors are the same stock as the Borleys. They come from outside of time, and can manipulate it a little. That's pretty much what Tabitha's broom seemed to do, wasn't it? It knew just enough of the future to know where it needed to be. Fortunately for you and Albus, it took on the purpose of its owner. Wow, James breathed, looking at the envelope in Zane's hand. I know that thing saved Albus and my life, but still, I have to say I'm glad it got destroyed. Corked with a Dementor's robe. That's super creepy. Oogie, even, Zane agreed, pocketing the envelope. Albus said I could keep this. I'm going to give it to Chancellor Franklin when I get home so he can study it. I bet I get brownie points from here to Doomsday for it. James shook his head, smiling at his friend's irrepressible temerity. Shortly thereafter, Ralph, Rose, and Albus dragged their trunks out to the step as well, awaiting Hagrid's carriage to the station. James smiled in the sunlight. It was going to be a fun trip home. You still haven't really told us what happened on the other side of the chasm, Ralph said as the train picked up speed, leaving Hogsmeade Station. I mean, what was the real deal with Petra anyway? Was she under the Imperious curse or something? James shook his head. No, nothing like that. She was being deceived. She had no idea that she was the bloodline of Voldemort. Lucius Malfoy arranged for the invisibility cloak, my voodoo doll, and the portrait of Voldemort to be planted into the box of her father's things before it ever left Azkaban. She was blinded to the portrait and doll, tricked by the little part of Voldemort in her blood. Later, when she heard the voice of the portrait in the cave, she thought it was the voice of her dead father. It sounds mad, but I think she was feeling a little mad anyway after finding out all that stuff about her mom and dad, so none of the things we saw in the Pensieve were about Tabitha after all, right? Ralph said. All those memories were about Petra. Scorpius let us believe Tabitha was the bloodline because that's what his grandfather told him to do, just to keep us distracted from the real thing. Is that it? I don't care what you all say, Albus said determinedly. That little squid is in kinds of trouble. He just better stay out of my way. Rose closed the book on her lap and looked up. I admit he started out pretty awful, what with stealing the cloak, map, and doll, and then lying to us about the bloodline, but all of that was on his grandfather's orders. You can't really blame him for wanting to live up to the legacy of his family. He didn't know any better. Besides, even by the time he was showing us the memories in the Pensieve, he was beginning to have doubts about his grandfather's plan. That's why he didn't actually say Tabitha's name. He was halfway hoping we'd figure out it was Petra after all, and he did do the right thing in the end, James added. He never knew that hurting Lily was part of the plan. When Lily was kidnapped, he totally gave up his grandfather and Tabitha. We'd never have learned the truth about Petra if Scorpius hadn't been there with us in the bathroom. I think both of you have crushes on him, Albus said dryly. I'm not falling for that, I'm just a poor misguided bad boy bit. Someday, he and I are going to finish what we started on the train ride here. I'd be careful, Albus, Zane commented, raising his eyebrows. I saw Scorpius at the last Defense Club meeting and he's gotten pretty slick with that Artist Easter stuff. He was waxing on and waxing off like a boy ninja. Albus rolled his eyes. Whatever. Ralph stood up and peered out the compartment door. Hey, that reminds me, which direction are Louis and Victoire in? He asked, peering up and down the train corridor. Louis has a book on Middle Eastern defensive magic he said I could borrow over the summer. Victoire stayed behind, Rose answered. She's staying with George and Ted in Hogsmeade until George and Angelina's wedding, and I usually try my best not to know where Louis is. Ralph stretched and said, I'm going to go walk a bit and try to find him. Who's coming? I'm in, James answered, standing. I'm going to fall asleep if I stay here. We shouldn't have stayed up so late playing Winkles and Ogres last night. I'm going to ask the cart lady about her working hours, Zane interjected, opening the compartment door. Louis has a book on magical martial arts? Rose asked Ralph as the five of them filed out into the corridor. He's really gotten into it, Ralph nodded. Posters all over his dormitory of the Harriers and famous wizard martial artists and stuff. He even asked his mum to order him one of those hoods with the eye slits in it so he can look all mysterious. Our Louis? Albus exclaimed, stifling a grin. I should have known there was a repressed fighter buried under all that stuffed shirt. DeBellows said he's got some natural talent, Ralph said, shrugging. Of course, he said the same thing about you, James, and I got top marks on my Wizlet essay, Rose said pointedly, steering the conversation away from Professor DeBellows, for whom she still had little respect. Professor Revelvier said my insight on the golden age of wizarding literature was. James suddenly stopped in the aisle, forcing everyone to pile up behind him. Ow! Ralph, get off my toe, you bloody dump truck, Albus cried. What gives? Do you see it? James whispered urgently, pointing. Everyone stopped and craned their heads, looking in the direction James was pointing. What are we looking for? Zane asked after a moment. Rose said, I don't see anything. There. Albus interrupted, pointing over Zane's shoulder. Something moved inside the network of flickering shadows near the end of the corridor. It's like a living shadow, Ralph said. It's the last Borley, Albus declared, pushing past James. And he's mine. No magic, James commanded. Remember? That's how it grew last time. The Borley capered in moving shadows as the train pushed through the forest. It teased and cartwheeled, as if begging to be hexed. Suddenly, the door at the end of the corridor slid open, letting in the noise of the rushing wind and clacking wheels. All five students cried out in warning, stumbling over each other. But the Borley took advantage of the opening and leapt through the door just as it was sliding shut again. How very curious, the newcomer said in a deep voice. James looked up and rolled his eyes. It was Merlin, wearing his traveling cloak, his staff at his side. Merly, headmaster, Rose exclaimed, pushing forward. It just went that way. The Borley. James added hastily. The last one. It must have been on the train this whole time. Merlin's face darkened slightly. We mustn't take any chances this time, my friends. I will follow it and corral it. Mr. Potter, you know what the dark bag looks like, do you not? It is in my compartment, 2 cars behind you, number 6. It will allow you inside. The trunk beneath the seat will open with this key. Meet us as soon as you can. The big man produced a golden key on a long loop of chain and held it out to James. James took it, feeling rather important. Quickly, Mr. Potter, Merlin prodded. We haven't a moment to spare. James turned on his heel and ran back the way they'd come, fighting the disorienting sensation of running full out in a moving, swaying train. He passed through 2 connectors and came to the compartment marked number 6. The windows were smoked, but the door was unlocked. James entered quickly and saw the headmaster's trunk peeking out from beneath the left side bench. He dropped to his knees and heaved it into the light. The small golden key fit snugly in the lock and turned with a minute click. When James threw the trunk open, he was surprised to see that the dark bag was the only thing inside it, folded neatly on the wooden floor of the trunk. Of course, he realized, this was one of those magical trunks which opened onto different contents depending on what key you unlocked it with. Considering the great importance and potential danger of the dark bag, which imprisoned the rest of the starving Borleys inside its seamless dark, James felt particularly honored to have been asked to retrieve it. He touched it a little fearfully, remembering Merlin's warnings about it, but it felt perfectly normal. It was simply a large, heavy, black cloth bag, cinched shut with a golden cord and bearing a long shoulder strap on the top. Having assured himself that the dark bag was relatively safe to hold, James slung it around his neck and over his shoulder, wearing it like a backpack. He slammed the trunk, hung the key around his neck on its fine chain, and ran back toward the front of the train. He was rather out of breath by the time he found everyone again. They were gathered at the head of the first car, staring hard at the door. Merlin looked up as James entered. His face was grim, but James thought he could sense some enjoyment in the big man's expression. The headmaster was pleasuring in the hunt. We chased it here, Zane said, grinning. It slipped right through the crack in the door, but the next car is the coal car. End of the line. Miss Weasley, Merlin said, turning to her, you will open the door on my mark. Mr. Deedle, your wand has rather unique properties, as you know. If the Borley manages to get past me, then you, and only you, may attempt to stun it. Your spell will not halt it but will distract and attract it, giving me the time I need. I will place the Borley in a trance. Then, Mr. Potter, I will require the dark bag. Ralph gulped audibly, producing his huge wand. Got it, Rose said, a little breathlessly. James nodded understanding. Albus stood back. Last time, it was standing on the metal bit that holds the cars together, he explained. So aim low. Thank you, Merlin nodded, smiling slightly. Rose gripped the door handle and everyone took a deep breath. Merlin nodded at her and she pulled, jerking the door all the way open and letting in a push of warm, noisy air. James squinted in the barreling wind and smoke, and then gasped, his stomach plummeting. Merlin slowly took a step back, spreading his arms to keep everyone behind him. I may not know what I'm talking about here, Zane said weakly, his eyes bulging, but I'm pretty sure those aren't Borleys. In fact, the Borley was exactly where they'd expected it to be. It danced on the huge iron knuckle that connected the train to the coal car, teasing them. Over it, however, darkening the air all around the coal car, swarming like a malignant living cloud, were dozens, perhaps hundreds, of Dementors. It's the entire hive. James called over the sound of the clacking wheels and rushing wind. All the way from London. Why are they here? Merlin didn't take his eyes from the horrible swarm. I think, he said slowly, the answer to that question is all too clear. Rose looked from Merlin to the open, howling doorway. The gatekeeper is up there, she said, nodding toward the engine, which was just visible over the length of the coal car and the swarming Dementors. Suddenly, the train's whistle blew, shrieking a long, deafening note. Rose clapped her hands to her ears and winced. Simultaneously, the engine seemed to lurch forward, picking up speed. James stumbled as the train rounded a turn, rushing through it at dangerously high speed. Look! Zane called, gripping the open doorway and pointing. James peered aside, looking through the gap between the cars. Trees whipped past in a blur, and then something else flickered past, wooden signs and piles of gravel and railroad ties. It's the new extension, Zane yelled, his face very pale. The new what? Rose cried, shaking her head. Didn't you read the sign? He called, exasperated. It's the new track extension over the Sparrowhawk Gorge. We're off the main track. We've been switched onto the new extension. Don't tell me, Ralph yelled, slumping. The extension's not finished yet, is it? No. The bridge over the gorge is hardly half done yet. It's not supposed to be completed until next year, Albus nodded seriously. This is bad. Very bad. Merlin stepped forward, his face determined and his staff held before him. The wind whipped his robes and streamed through his hair and beard. Instantly, the cloud of Dementors condensed, collapsing onto the doorway and blocking it. The students stumbled backwards, terrified and falling over each other. The Dementors hissed and roared, and James felt his blood chill at the sound of it. He'd never known Dementors could speak. The boy, they hissed in unison, and their voices were horrid, buzzing like hornet wings. James Sirius Potter. The boy must come. Merlin had not stepped back in the face of the angry swarm. Now, however, he turned slightly, looking back at James over his shoulder. His face was cold, his eyes like diamond chips. It would appear you are being summoned, he said, his voice carrying easily over the noise and wind. No, James cried. I don't want anything to do with that thing. The gatekeeper believes differently, Merlin replied. And it is going to kill everyone on this train if you do not meet its summons. James shook his head adamantly. I can't face that thing alone, he exclaimed, terrified. You will not be alone, Merlin answered, smiling humorlessly. I will be accompanying you. James looked into the sorcerer's face. What he saw there was complete confidence and determination. The Dementors may try to stop Merlin, but they would not succeed. James nodded slowly and stood up. As he stepped tentatively toward the open doorway, the cloud of Dementors backed away, allowing him room. They swarmed feverishly, and the sight of them made James shiver. Don't. Rose called, grabbing James' sleeve. There's got to be another way. You don't have to do it, James. James shook his head. I think I do, Rose. It'll be all right. No, she cried. You're daft. You can't defeat something like that. James shrugged. I have to try at least. Zane put his hand on Rose's shoulder and Albus reached for her hand. Don't do anything stupid, big brother. Albus called. Here. Ralph suddenly yelled, pushing forward. He held his wand out to James, handle first. James shook his head. No, Ralph, That's yours. I couldn't. Shut up, James, Ralph said, and James was shocked to see the ferocity in the boy's eyes. Merlin's right. My wand has unique powers. You might need the boost. You're not going to keep it anyway. I'm lending it to you. Understand? James nodded solemnly and accepted Ralph's huge wand. I'll give it back to you when I return, he agreed. Now you, the Dementors hissed in their awful monotone. James Sirius Potter. Keep your cowls on, James muttered nervously, pushing into the wind and blasting cinders. The rear of the coal car bore an iron ladder. James began to climb it, fighting both the howling air and streaming smoke from the engine. Beneath him, the track blurred past, and the clack of the wheels was loud enough to hurt his ears. Before Merlin could move to follow him, however, James decided to try the bravest thing he could think of. He took out Ralph's wand and pointed it at the great iron knuckle that connected the coal car to the rest of the train. Convulsus, he called, attempting the destroying spell he had last seen Rowena Ravenclaw use on the painting in Salazar Slytherin's quarters. The spell struck the knuckle and exploded brightly. When the sparks cleared, however, James could see that it had had no effect on the knuckle. A worthy attempt, Merlin called, glancing up at James. But the Gatekeeper has foreseen such measures. James nodded, disheartened, and continued to climb the ladder. The Dementors swirled around him but kept their distance. James scrambled over the lip of the coal car and dropped onto the irregular pile of coal inside. Behind him, he heard Merlin's voice call out firmly, Crea Patronem. There was a burst of silvery light and the swarm of Dementors broke apart, repelled by the force of the glare. James glanced back and saw Merlin clambering onto the pile of coal behind him, his staff glowing greenly in his hand. In front of Merlin, standing between him and James, was a large, ghostly jackal. The silvery light pulsed from it, and it bore its shining teeth in a silent snarl, forcing the Dementors back. James felt a little better seeing Merlin's ferocious Patronus, and he wasn't surprised at the form it had taken. He turned back and slowly began to force his way along the length of the coal car, struggling over the rough chunks of black coal. Trees whipped past, and James could tell that this length of track was unfamiliar. He had no idea how long they had until the train met the unfinished bridge. Panic tried to grip him, but James fought it back, concentrating on the task at hand. Finally, he met the other end of the coal car and clambered through an open iron door. A shovel rattled on the small platform behind the engine, but there was no one in sight. Merlin climbed through the iron door behind James, but his Patronus jumped over the front of the coal car, landing on the platform with its hackles raised. The noise of the engine made it almost too loud to speak. Merlin nodded toward the closed door in the rear of the engine. It was painted bright red, just like the rest of the engine. Across it, in gold letters, were the words Hogwarts Express Engineers Only. James reached for the door handle and heaved it open. It was pitch dark inside the engine compartment. James took a deep breath, steeled himself on the swaying, speeding platform, and stepped into the waiting darkness. The noise and wind vanished instantly. There was no sense of speed or motion at all. Nor did the space inside the engine feel hot or confined, as James had expected. It felt huge, silent, and eerily cool. James, a voice said comfortably, "How good of you to come." James glanced around, but he couldn't see anyone. There was no sign of Merlin, or anything else for that matter. The space seemed completely dark and featureless but for a pool of dim light that James stood in. "Where am I?" he asked, gathering his wits. "Where's Merlin?" "He's near," the voice answered cryptically. "Interesting fellow, Merlin is, don't you think? He was the first human I ever met, you know. His fear tastes particularly piquant." The voice sighed in a self-satisfied manner. "As far as where you are, that's a rather more difficult question to answer. I didn't want you to be overly concerned about your friends, so I took us away. Outside of time." "Outside of?" "Well, everything, really. Where are you?" James demanded, glancing around. "Oh, I keep forgetting," the voice said, laughing lightly. "You humans don't much like the whole, godlike voice out of nowhere sensation, do you? I'm right here." On the word "here," the voice localized. James turned toward the sound and saw a figure standing before him. It was exactly the same figure he'd seen in Merlin's magic mirror, right down to the tattered robe with no feet and the dark, featureless hood. James scrambled back from it, gasping. "I apologize again," the figure said, reaching up. "Perhaps this is a bit better." The figure of the Gatekeeper touched its hood and then swept it back. James was afraid to look but couldn't help himself. He winced at the revealed shape, and then frowned a little. "You're the Gatekeeper?" he asked, stepping forward again. "You look a little like my dad." "But not exactly. This isn't how I truly look, of course," the figure said offhandedly. I'm still learning about humans, I admit, but I've come to understand the sorts of shapes you find acceptable." The gatekeeper smiled disarmingly. "You expected something awful, I presume? 1,000 eyes and a long, forked tail? That sort of thing?" James nodded, and then shook his head. "I don't know what I expected. It doesn't matter, really. What do you want?" "Right down to business," the gatekeeper said, nodding curtly, still smiling. "That's what I respect about you, James Sirius Potter. No sentimentals. I'll tell you what I want. I want to help you." James shook his head. "I'm not buying that. You're a liar. You want me to be your host so you can stay here on the earth and destroy everything. I've learned all about you. You just want to use me." "Alas," the gatekeeper said, frowning a little, "put like that, it sounds rather awful, doesn't it? On the surface of it, I mean." "Well," James said, a little uncertainly, "yeah, it does." The gatekeeper nodded, pressing its lips together. "I guess that settles it, then. You say no to me, I get no human host. Shortly, I'll lose my footing on this earthly plane and be forced back to the void. You win." The figure shrugged, as if mildly disappointed. "Yeah," James agreed tentatively, "I guess that's pretty much it. In that case, do you mind if we just chat for a moment, James? There's no harm in that, is there?" I guess not. You fancy Miss Morgenstern, don't you?" the gatekeeper said, arching an eyebrow at James and winking. "I don't blame you. Really, I don't. Delightful girl. She and I were supposed to be very close. I have to admit, though, that I had my doubts about her. Your dead Voldemort has his rather devoted followers, and they insisted she was the one for me, but I suspected differently. And, of course, I was right. I'm always right, James. That's not pride talking, mind you. Uncertainty is the hallmark of time-bound creatures. I see history as an open book, from start to finish. I know how things are going to happen because, metaphorically speaking, I've already skipped to the last page." The gatekeeper sighed indulgently. "Let me ask you something, James, do you know who I really am?" it asked, tilting its head. "You're the gatekeeper," James answered carefully. "You're evil." Yes, the figure said, waving a hand impatiently. "But besides all of that, I have loads of names other than that one, you know. There is one that I am particularly fond of. I think it'll amuse you." James shook his head, feeling increasingly cautious. "I don't know what you mean." "Then let me illuminate you, James," the gatekeeper said, suddenly approaching James and dropping to one knee. It looked closely at him, its eyes sparkling mischievously. "James, my boy, do you remember the story? The one your friend Ralph regaled you with in wizard literature class? You do, don't you?" James nodded, perplexed. "Sure, but I don't see." "You don't see because you don't look," the gatekeeper interrupted. It lowered its voice and said in a conspiratorial whisper, "I, James, am the king of the cats." James backed away as fear tingled up his back. "Think about it," the gatekeeper insisted, standing again and following him. "I sit at the base of the steps, Lord Guardian of the doorway between the living and the dead. I determine who passes through the void, who proceeds into the everlasting. And, I might add, I am also the Lord of, who comes back." The gatekeeper deftly snapped its fingers. Another pool of light appeared and James couldn't help glancing at it. A figure was climbing to its feet in the pool of light, looking around in surprise and wonder. James gasped and his heart leapt. "Grandfather," he said, taking a step forward. "James." Arthur Weasley said, laughing a little. "What are you doing at the ministry? And what in the world was I doing on the floor? I must have tripped, clumsy me." "Grandfather," James exclaimed, moving to run to him, but the gatekeeper placed a hand on James' shoulder, stopping him. "You cannot touch him, James," the gatekeeper said sorrowfully. "Not yet. Perhaps in time." "But how?" James cried. Arthur Weasley tilted his head and smiled crookedly at James. "Is this part of your grandmother's secret design?" he asked. "It is, isn't it? I know she's been planning some sort of surprise party. She's never been able to fool me, although I let her believe she can, the dear. Where's everyone else?" "He cannot see me," the gatekeeper said, looking back at Arthur. "Those that pass through never do." Are you real?" James stammered, giddy excitement welling inside him. "Is it really you, grandfather?" "What kind of question is that, James?" Arthur said, looking around. "Where are we, anyway? This isn't the ministry after all. I have to admit, I'm rather dumbfounded. Did I get off at the wrong grade on the Flu Network?" "No, grandfather," James cried. You had a," the gatekeeper said. "Don't tell him. Why are you doing this?" James suddenly demanded, looking up at the robed entity before him. "That can't really be my grandfather. He's dead." "Death is just a doorway," the gatekeeper replied, shrugging. "You never knew that it was a two-way door. You love your grandfather, do you not? What would you know about that?" James demanded, fighting tears of frustration and anger. "I admit the concept is foreign to me," the entity answered, "but I have learned enough of humans to know it is of great power to you. You'd have your grandfather back if you could, wouldn't you?" James bit his lip, his emotions raging. In the second pool of light, Arthur was patting his pockets distractedly, as if looking for something. "Wrong address," he muttered, laughing a little nervously. "Where'd I put that packet of emergency flu powder? Molly always insists I carry it. She'll crow for days about the fact that I finally needed it." "Yes," James blurted, tears welling in his eyes. "I love my grandfather. But he's gone. You can't trick me. I won't do what you ask even if it means getting him back." "Selfless," the gatekeeper said seriously, nodding. "A very respectable trait. I admire it, I really do." It raised its hand and snapped its fingers again. A third pool of light appeared. James turned to look, blinking through a blur of tears. A figure seemed to stumble backwards into the light. He was tall and thin, wearing dark robes, his long black hair was ratty and matted with sweat. He caught his balance and spun on the spot, his wand out. Wild eyes spotted James and the man stopped, breathing heavily, obviously confused. "Harry?" he called, frowning in consternation. "You're not Harry. Are you?" James couldn't believe his eyes. "Sirius?" he gasped. "You're Sirius Black, 10 points for you," Sirius replied. "Where am Madge? Where's Remus and Harry and the rest? Where's bloody Bellatrix, for that matter? I'm not through with that twitch, Sirius," James called, hitching a sob, completely at a loss. It's over. You were K. The dead don't wish to know such things," the gatekeeper interrupted, shushing James. "But surely you can see who this is. Sirius Black. More importantly, your father's long-lost godfather." James nodded, barely hearing. The gatekeeper went on. "Deny yourself all you wish, James. Return your grandfather to the realm of the dead, but will you be able to live with yourself knowing that you turned down the opportunity to give your father the one man whose love he has ached for every day of his life? Will you ever be able to look your father in the eye again, knowing you have denied him his greatest wish, to have his godfather return to him?" James' mind was reeling. "But they're not real. What does that even mean, James?" the gatekeeper demanded. "Look at them. They know not their own fates. For them, no time has passed whatsoever. They believe they are real. Who are you to tell them otherwise?" "I don't know," James cried, clutching his head. "It is so simple, James," the gatekeeper soothed, advancing on him. "I am the king of the cats. You may join me and see all those you've lost return to you. Your grandfather, your father's godfather, even your long-dead grandparents. There is no drawback, James, only one small price. A price you won't even mind paying, I assure you. A price you will be glad to pay." "What is it?" James asked helplessly, looking back and forth between Sirius Black and Arthur Weasley. "A small thing, a trifle," the gatekeeper said, reaching out to James and placing its hands on his shoulders. "A service to the world, really." "I'm not going to kill anyone," James said, shaking his head, tears streaming down his face. "Look," the gatekeeper whispered gently, turning James around. "Look before you answer." Behind James was another pool of light. One last figure stood inside it, seeming rather surprised to be there. Long white hair hung on either side of a haggard face, and the eyes were filled with hate. James could instantly see the family resemblance. It was Lucius Malfoy. "What is the meaning of this?" Lucius breathed. He reached for his wand, but couldn't seem to find it in his robes. "Where is my wand?" he said, looking past James to the gatekeeper. "I demand to know where you have taken me, you foul creature." "This is the man," the gatekeeper whispered over James' shoulder. "On his hands is the blood of dozens. It was his plan that both you and your sister die in the Chamber of Secrets. He is responsible for the death of Petra Morgenstern's parents, and it is by his will that she has been cursed with the demented soul of Lord Voldemort. Even now, this merciless wretch plots murder and death. His heart is a black box of hate. Kill him, James. Rid the world of this madman. Surely he deserves it. Kill him. Do it now." As it spoke, the gatekeeper backed away, as if giving James room. James had meant to refuse. It was on his tongue to say no, but suddenly, he couldn't bring himself to do it. The gatekeeper was right. Lucius Malfoy did deserve to die. He was irredeemable. James felt the wand in his hand even before he realized he was reaching for it. It was Ralph's. It felt hot and huge in his palm. It felt deadly. "What is this?" Lucius purred, narrowing his eyes. "You send a boy to finish me? I know this one. He is as weak as his father is stupid. He will not do it. He hasn't the strength. He taunts you," the gatekeeper said silkily, eagerly, its voice coming again from the air all around. "Show him how wrong he is. Kill him." James' hand trembled as he leveled Ralph's wand. It seemed to hum in his fist. It wanted to kill Lucius as much as he did. And then, when the deed was done and Lucius lay dead at James' feet, he'd have his grandfather back, and Sirius Black could be Dad's godfather again, just as he always should have been. James glanced back, and saw both Sirius and Arthur watching him. They were both frowning slightly, as if they couldn't quite see what was happening. "James," Arthur said, his voice worried. "Be careful, son." "James?" Sirius said to himself, glancing at Arthur. He looked back at James, realization dawning on his face. "We're dead," he said simply. "And somehow, some way, you're Harry's son, aren't you? Who is that beyond you?" "Lucius Malfoy." "Beware, James Potter." James turned back, looking up into the smug face of his nemesis. "Do it," the gatekeeper hissed. "Kill him now." Lucius growled, "You cannot. You're weak." "I'm not," James sobbed. He tightened his grip on the wand and pointed it directly at the taller man's heart. And then, with blissful suddenness, assurance washed over him. He wasn't weak. He could do exactly what he had to do. In his mind, he heard both Helga Hufflepuff and Merlin's voices. The right thing to do is always simple, but it is never easy. "I am a warrior," James whispered to himself, gritting his teeth. "And the sign of a true warrior is knowing when not to fight." With that, James lowered the wand. He dropped it, and then turned his back on Lucius Malfoy. Slowly, he began to walk away. "James Sirius Potter!" the gatekeeper shouted. "You cannot turn aside. Kill him. You owe it to the world. You owe it to yourself and your father. You cannot deny the power I am offering you." James looked at his grandfather sadly, his heart breaking. Arthur smiled proudly and nodded at him. "Strong, that boy is," Sirius said, his eyes black and sparkling. "Just like his father before him." Slowly, the pools of light faded. Arthur and Sirius descended into darkness. James kept walking. He was nearly at the edge of his own circle of light when he heard Lucius Malfoy's voice behind him. "If you will not kill to become the host of the Gatekeeper," he said, his voice oozing hatred, "then I will." James knew that Lucius had picked up Ralph's wand. He felt it pointing at him. He stopped in his tracks, not turning around. "Avada Kedavra," Lucius hissed, spittle flying from his lips with the force of his rage. The bolt of green light sizzled through the air and struck James squarely in the back. James felt the force of it, and it pushed him forward slightly. Still, he did not turn. He stood precisely on the edge of light and shadow. Lucius stared at the boy, his eyes narrowed and a grimace of hatred carved on his face. The boy should fall now, he was dead. Lucius waited, still holding the rough, green-tipped wand, still pointing it at the boy's back. There was a faint ripping sound. A long, ragged tear suddenly separated along the fabric of the dark bag on James' back, spreading from the point where the killing curse had struck it. James felt movement in the dark bag. Something was awakening inside it. Many somethings, in fact, and they were hungry. What kind of trick is this? Lucius drawled nervously, taking a step backwards. He eyed the rip in the dark bag as a noise began to emanate from it. James steeled himself, curling his hands into fists. The noise increased, becoming a loud, busy thrum. And then, violently, the dark bag erupted. Boilies poured from the hole where Lucius' killing curse had ruptured it. They'd tasted the raw magic of the curse, and they wanted more. They streamed through the air toward Lucius like a cloud of bats. Lucius' eyes bulged at the sight of the advancing Boilies. Instinctively, he waved the wand at them, firing spells randomly. Jets of light blared from the wand, and the Boilies went into a feeding frenzy, ravenous and strengthened by the magic. They fell on Lucius in a cloud. James finally turned, letting the shredded dark bag slip from his shoulders. When he looked back, Lucius was completely engulfed in the Boilies. They swarmed over him, devouring him alive. He screamed as they feasted on him, sucking the magic from him, vampire-like. He seemed to be shrinking. He collapsed to his knees, unseen through the boiling, shadowy mess. It was horrible, and yet James couldn't bring himself to look away. Finally, Lucius' body seemed to completely come apart. He dissolved into a sort of crumbling ash and crumpled to the floor, his last scream rasping, echoing into nothing. Satisfied, the Boilies exploded away, screeching and vanishing wildly into the darkness. Within seconds, they were gone, lost in the void. James stepped forward. What was left of Lucius Malfoy poured out of his sleeves and the neck of his robe like ashen powder. James knelt and, very carefully, plucked two things from the crumbling dust of Lucius' hand. As he stood, he pocketed one of them, Ralph's wand. The other, he held in his hand, feeling the small, dark power of it. "Put that down," the gatekeeper ordered, and its voice had changed, become deeper, less human. "You know not what you have done." James shook his head. "I know exactly what I've done," he said. "You cannot defy me." The gatekeeper roared, and it revealed itself once more. It no longer looked human, however, but like an enormous cloud of swirling smoke and ash. Eyes swarmed through the cloud, all of them furious, glowing red. "No one can defy the gatekeeper. Release the stone. You cannot contain its power." "That's true," James said, no longer afraid of the gatekeeper, "but I know someone who can." He turned, somehow knowing that Merlin would be standing nearby. Perhaps James had even somehow caused him to be there. He walked over to the big wizard and held out his hand. In it, the ring sparkled brightly. Darts of light flashed off the black facets of the beacon stone. Merlin smiled a slow, humorless smile. Gently, he took the ring and placed it on his finger, seating it alongside its twin. "And now," Merlin said, raising his hand, "as your earthly ambassador and bearer of the complete beacon stone, I command you. This is not your world, nor shall you occupy it. Be gone, beast of the abyss. Gatekeeper of the void. I banish you to the nothingness that shall forever be your home. Depart this moment, and never return." The cloud of ash and smoke roared. It made to fall upon Merlin, attempting to consume him, but a sudden, enormous crack of vivid light appeared in the darkness, slashing it open. The roar of the gatekeeper turned into a shriek as it was pulled upward, toward the crack. It fought against the force, spinning and writhing, and for a moment, James thought it looked like a huge, inverted cyclone, and then, with a blinding flash and a clap of thunder, it was gone, banished back to the void from which it had come. James blinked in the silence. He took a deep breath and turned back to Merlin, exhausted. "Is it gone?" he asked. "Gone for good?" Merlin nodded slowly. "The door between the worlds is shut. It was over." James turned to look back, curious to see if there was any remaining sign of that blinding crack into which the gatekeeper had vanished. There was nothing but blackness and silence. And then, there was a flash and James stumbled, light and noise exploded around him. He squinted, gasping for breath in the sudden noise and rush of air. He was back on the rear of the Hogwarts Express engine again, as if he'd never left it. Trees blurred past, just as before, but when James looked out over the coal car behind him, the air was bright and clear. "The Dementors are gone," he called to Merlin. "Sent back to the void along with their master," Merlin agreed, nodding. James grinned in relief, and then suddenly remembered the train's perilous destination. "We have to stop the train," he yelled, his eyes widening. "It's going to go off the unfinished bridge. Everyone on board will be killed." Merlin nodded again, his face turning grim. Once again, James opened the door of the engine compartment. Instead of darkness, however, this time he found a cramped interior space, stiflingly hot. At the front of the compartment was a bank of incomprehensible dials and gauges. Above this, two broad windows looked out over the oncoming track. "Which one is the brake?" James called, scanning the dials and levers helplessly. "That large lever on the floor," Merlin replied, pushing up his sleeves. "Grip the handle and pull as hard as you can, James. No matter what happens, don't let go." James wrapped his hands around the large lever, which was nearly as tall as he was. He coiled to pull it but then made the mistake of looking out the front windows. The trees had cleared ahead, revealing a broad, mountainous panorama. The track stretched out before them, spanning a dizzyingly deep, rocky gorge, but only partially. Less than halfway across, the bridge stopped, unfinished. James' knees went weak. "Pull it, James," Merlin ordered, raising his arms, his face hard as granite. "Don't let go under any circumstance." James gasped a breath and yanked the lever as hard as he could with both hands. Gears below the engine's floor screeched and clanked as the braking mechanism engaged. Steam released explosively from the boilers on either side of the engine, sending up great white clouds. The train lurched and began to slow, but James knew there was no way it would stop in time. Next to him, Merlin held up his arms. He was muttering quickly under his breath, his eyes closed. James looked up at him from where he stood, tugging the brake lever. The great sorcerer was trembling very slightly, nearly vibrating. Sunlight suddenly poured in through the engine's windows, and James knew they had cleared the trees at the cliff's edge. The train had begun its journey over the gorge, swiftly approaching the end of the bridge. Behind James and Merlin, nearly all of the students of Hogwarts and their teachers were hurtling along, breathless, possibly even clueless of their fate. The train continued to slow, its wheels grinding, screeching, sending up sparks, but it was no use. James craned to look through the windows and saw the end of the track approaching alarmingly fast. A wooden X had been erected across it to keep workers from accidentally walking off the end. It looked pathetically fragile as the huge crimson engine bore down on it. And then, fleetingly, James saw motion at the end of the track. Something green was moving just beyond, so fast that he could barely see it. Even as James watched, however, the end of the track disappeared beneath the sight line of the engine's windows. He gritted his teeth, pulling the brake lever with all his might, and waited for the long, sickening drop. The engine lurched noisily as if it had bumped over a curb, and James nearly lost his grip on the brake lever. Next to him, Merlin swayed but remained upright, hands still raised, still muttering under his breath. Amazingly, the train did not fall. It continued to move forward, pushed by the weight of the cars behind it, slowing almost imperceptibly. Like Merlin, the engine suddenly seemed to be vibrating. As it gradually lost its momentum, the vibration increased, becoming a noisy, jarring shudder that threatened to shake the engine apart at its bolts. One of the windows exploded in a starburst of glass, peppering the inside of the compartment with glittering shards. James winced as bits of glass and warm autumn air blew past him. A moment later, he craned to look through the broken window, his eyes wide and disbelieving as the gorge spread beneath the advancing train. The engine slowed, rattling and grinding until finally, after what seemed an eternity, it lurched to a halt. The sudden cessation of inertia threw James off balance and he stumbled to one knee, still gripping the brake lever. Silence descended on the engine, shocking after the noise and chaos. It rang in James' ears. Shuddering, he took a deep breath and struggled to stand, shaking bits of glass from his hair. "That was," he began, and then jumped up, throwing his shoulder under Merlin's arm as the big wizard began to collapse. "Ugh. You're heavy. What's wrong?" Merlin struggled to hold himself up. He groaned and clamped a hand to his head as if to keep it on his shoulders. Slowly, he managed to support himself, and leaned against the wall of the engine compartment. James glanced up at him, frowning curiously, and then peered closer. "What's happened to you?" he asked breathlessly. "You look old." Merlin's face, not exactly young to begin with, was lined with wrinkles. There were heavy, dark circles under his eyes. Even his beard and hair seemed to have grown and become threaded with iron gray. He looked up wearily, saw James' concerned look, and smiled ruefully. 20 years in 30 seconds, he said, his voice dry and cracked. "Losing 2 decades that quickly does tend to take it out of someone." James boggled at him. "Where'd you lose it?" "Right beneath this train," Merlin said, pushing himself up and turning. "Come. I cannot guarantee it'll hold much longer. We need to get everyone off this train, and quickly." James followed the great sorcerer, and as he did, he felt the strangest sensation. It was as if the engine was swaying slightly, like a tree limb in a stiff breeze. As they clambered over the coal car and into the first passenger compartment, returning to the joyful congratulations of Rose, Ralph, Zane, and Albus, James couldn't help glancing down. The wheels of the train seemed to be choked with fresh green leaves and vines. Butterflies flitted amongst them, their wings flashing in the afternoon sun. Half an hour later, James stood with the rest of the train's passengers a quarter of a kilometer away, spread along the edge of the gorge. They were awaiting a second train, which had been dispatched to carry them the rest of the way home. Zane kicked a stone over the ledge and watched it bounce down the crags into the trees below. "What was it like up there in the engine?" he asked James. "Terrifying," James said with feeling. "I thought we were dead, no question about it." Rose asked, "Did you see him do it?" "I saw him do something. I didn't know what he was up to." 20 years growth in 30 seconds, Albus said wonderingly. "I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't looking at it. The thing that amazes me most," Ralph commented, staring out over the gorge, "is that he got the tree to grow in the shape of the tracks." Once more, James looked out over the forested gorge between the mountains. From this angle, he could see it clearly. The unfinished train bridge ended less than halfway across. Growing from the end of the bridge, however, spreading another third of the way across, was what appeared to be a giant sequoia tree grown perfectly sideways. The tree was lush with foliage, billowing slightly in the freshening breeze. The Hogwarts Express sat atop it, steam still issuing from its boilers in a long white ribbon. "He sent 20 years of his own life into making the tree grow," Rose said, shaking her head in disbelief. "Talk about communing with nature," Zane nodded. "Yeah. He's still down in the hollow right now, communing with the tree sprite of that sequoia." "I'm just glad Merlin's the one that gets to explain to that tree how it grew so fast," he said, grinning. "And why it's got a steam train sitting on its trunk." James, Rose, and Albus sat in the tall grass of the yard, blinking disconsolately in the morning sunlight. Nearby, Harry, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione stood talking quietly. James looked up, peering along the length of the dirt drive. "See anyone?" Albus asked, kicking his heel in the grass. James shook his head. "They're late. Why should they hurry?" Albus griped. "They already paid for it. All they have to do is sign the papers and get the key. Not that they'll ever use it." "I wish this was all over," Rose said, sighing sadly. "I know it was my idea to come and say goodbye to the Burrow, but now that I'm here, I can barely look at the old place. Just knowing the new owners are going to tear it down." "Grandma and Lily are looking into flats in the city," James commented. "That could be nice. It'll be easy for her to take care of, and we could go see her whenever we want." Albus muttered, "It won't be the same. Not without the Burrow." James sighed. George and Angelina's wedding had been the day before, and, not surprisingly, it had been a very spirited affair. Everyone had been there, including Hagrid, Neville, and even Professor McGonagall. The former headmistress had even danced a little, which had left the students slack-jawed with amazement. By contrast, sitting in the yard of the Burrow for the last time, waiting for the new owners to come and take it over, felt particularly disheartening. A beginning almost always means an ending, James' dad had said as they got ready that morning, but James hadn't found that particularly comforting. Not for the first time, James found himself thinking of the final dream he'd had when he'd still had the phantom scar, the dream in which a somewhat grown-up Albus had given his wand to the young woman, Petra, in the graveyard, who had proceeded to launch the dark mark and then turn the wand back on him. Obviously, that had never happened, and yet James simply couldn't shake the feeling that it was a sort of prophecy or prediction. Tabitha had told James that Albus was a boy with great potential, and that, James felt sure, had not been a bluff. Tabitha believed it. What did it all mean? James gazed at his brother in the sunlight, his brother, who bore the names of both a great Gryffindor and a great Slytherin, who looked so very much like his father, the boy who lived. "Here they come," Rose said morosely. James followed Rose's gaze and saw a cloud of dust approaching from the end of the drive. The three stood and brushed themselves off as the vehicle neared. They walked slowly over to stand by their parents. Harry squinted and adjusted his glasses. "They have a different car than the one they drove to the bank," he commented. Ginny said, "You would notice that, Mr. Must be nice," Ron mumbled. "Buying a house and a new car all in the same week." Hermione said, but without much feeling. Harry was frowning slightly. "That's not exactly a new car. In fact." Suddenly, his face broke into a wondering grin. "I'll be a hinky-punk's uncle." "What?" Albus asked, standing on tiptoes and shielding his eyes from the sun. James looked as well. As the vehicle rolled closer, he could see that it was certainly not a new car. It was, in fact, very old but carefully restored. It bounced and jogged on the uneven path, winking sunlight off its chrome bumper and huge windscreen. "It's the Anglia," Rose cried, jumping up and down, clapping her hands. "Granddad's Anglia." "But how?" Harry was shaking his head, smiling. Ron frowned, puzzled, as the car ground to a squeaky halt directly in front of them. The driver's door swung open and a large figure climbed out. James didn't recognize the man at first since he still wasn't accustomed to that suddenly aged face. "Merlinus," Hermione said, stepping forward to meet him. "What are you doing here? How did you get Arthur's automobile?" "I am happy to say," Merlin replied, "that it came with the house." "This is the correct address, is it not? I assume I'd not find a lot of you standing in front of anyone else's soon-to-be reacquired home." Ron laughed. "This is the place, I guess, but what do you mean? Where are the Templetons?" "Happily negotiating the sale of a condominium in Kensington Knob, I believe," Merlin answered, carefully closing the door of the Anglia. "After the rather unseemly amount I paid them for this charming domicile, I suspect they were able to increase their home-buying budget rather a lot." "You bought the Burrow?" James exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. "But why, Merlin?" Harry asked, shaking his head in wonderment. Merlin looked surprised. "I would think the answer to that is quite obvious. I am still rather new to this age and in need of a home for myself. The offices at the school are quaint, but a wizard of my temperament desires room to spread out. I find this cottage to be perfectly suited to my needs, if perhaps a bit too large. That is why I was hoping I might persuade the previous owner to stay on, to keep me company and manage the place during the school terms." "You want Grandma Weasley to come live here again?" Rose cried happily. "Hooray! That's wonderful." Ron asked, Are you serious? You'd really want Mum to keep living here? Merlin nodded dismissively. Perhaps she'd indulge me with a cup of tea now and then. I, on the other hand, can help her to magically support the place. Seems a fair trade, does it not? Hermione grinned happily. You'd have to lock Molly in the attic to keep her from making tea for you. Really, Merlin-ness, this is more than we could have hoped for, but where did you get the money? Merlin narrowed his eyes conspiratorially. Did you know that Gringotts Bank is over 1,200 years old? It's truly remarkable what a small investment can turn into over 1,000 years. Let's just say that I will not be lacking for income for quite some time. You made a deposit before you zapped through time? Ron exclaimed, his eyes going wide. That's genius. What fun is it being a sorcerer if you cannot manipulate temporal loopholes to your advantage? Merlin agreed, matching Ron's grin. Let's go get Grandma and Lily, Albus said excitedly. Before she does anything stupid like renting some flat in the city. We can move her back in today, right? Right? I don't see why not, Harry laughed. If it's all right with Merlin. I'd not have it any other way, the big man replied. In fact, we can take your grandfather's delightful vehicle. I believe we'll all fit inside if we don't mind getting rather close. The Anglia? James asked as everyone began to clamber into the old car. It'll take us forever to get into the city in that. I think you'll be surprised, Merlin answered, climbing into the driver's seat and smiling cryptically. Hold on to something, everyone. This might be a little bumpy. Carefully, Merlin pushed a large button on the car's dashboard. With a jerk and rattle, the huge canvas wings erupted from the car's sides, protruding from behind James' head where he sat in the back seat. Noisily, the wings began to flap up and down, assuming a steady rhythm. The wings work, Albus laughed. You got the wings working. Excellent. Slowly, accompanied by a rising cloud of windy dust, the car lifted off the drive. Ron whooped from the passenger's side window as Merlin steered the car in the air, aiming it toward the western horizon. To the sound of delighted laughter and Hermione's shriek of happy terror, Merlin stepped on the accelerator, pushing it to the floor. The wings buzzed, and the car nosed down, darting like a bumblebee over the yard of the burrow and casting its shadow over the garage as it went. For miles around, Muggle children looked up, wondering about the mysterious sound of laughter that passed quickly, fleetingly overhead. The end. 364. Dear reader, so this is the second book. Thank you so much for reading. Just as James Potter and the Hall of Elders Crossing was, at least in part, a retelling of C.S. Lewis' haunting novel That Hideous Strength, I came to discover that Curse of the Gatekeeper was very much inspired by Ms. Rowling's own second work, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. As always, I doff my hat with the greatest of respect to Ms. Rowling, whose imagination has spawned a world so fertile and inspiring as to feed the imaginations of so many others. Similarly, I'm sure I am not the first author to realize that my writing tends to reflect the works of whoever I happen to be reading at the time, thus I should extend additional thanks to Orson Scott Card and Stephen King, whose ideas and themes are also peppered throughout this work. If fan fiction is simply reheated leftovers of another writer's creation, at least I can hope that this story is a casserole. Special thanks should be offered to all my friends at the Grotto Keep Forum, whose constant encouragement and inspiration are chiefly responsible for this story's existence. I'd also like to mention Ms. Juliana So, who edited this work in the same way that I wrote it, for no compensation and merely for the love of the story. Her painstaking effort and love of the world of Harry Potter were invaluable all through the editing process. Every correct detail in this story can be credited to her. Every incorrect detail is probably a result of my ignoring her suggestions. Also of great assistance was Mr. Derek Kelly, whose grasp of language, history, and all things English was of immense help. Among many other things, he is responsible for the Shakespearean translation of all the passages from the Triumvirate, giving my clumsy lines the meter of true poetry. Finally, of course, many thanks to my wife, who endured my reading every new chapter to her each night as I finished it, and whose sincere enthusiasm and feedback was the first step in helping these stories to happen. In all honesty, I wasn't sure there really would be a sequel to James Potter and the Hall of Elders Crossing, even though, as I was writing that first book, I knew it was part of a much larger story. Now that I've finished Curse of the Gatekeeper, I can see that there is still an awful lot of story to tell. Will Scorpius win the struggle against the inertia of his pure blood heritage? How will Ralph cope with the ongoing baggage of his own family name? What of Petra, whose struggle between her own goodness and the last shred of the Dark Lord so closely mirrors the struggle we all have in our hearts? Will James ever be able to face Petra if she allows darkness to rule her? And most importantly of all, what was the meaning of James' last, mysterious dream, in which Petra and Albus stood at the edge of that freshly dug grave beneath the green glow of the revived Dark Mark? As I sit here, 2 months before the official release of JPCG, I wonder how this story will be received. Will people be angry about what happens with Arthur Weasley? Will people hate the story, since it is so unlike Chfek in many ways? Or will they be asking, when it is finished, what happens next? Will there be a book 3, and will there be? The answer to that question is, I don't know. I have an idea of how this whole story is meant to play out, of course, but it is exhausting writing stories grown in someone else's creation, not because the ideas won't come, but because the seeds aren't mine. They belong to Ms. Rowling. I cannot sell these stories, and there are loads of legal restrictions about what can be done even with a free distribution. In short, there is only so much practical benefit to writing more James Potter stories. I should probably write some of my own stories, don't you think? It scares me a little bit, but I think I can do it. I think I will do it. But do you want to know a secret, dear reader? I am almost positive I will eventually, in some way, shape or form, write the rest of James Potter's story, even if I never release it. Why? Because I, myself, want to know what happens. You may laugh, but it's true. I know the basic outline, but I don't know the details at all, and I'm very, very curious to find out. Does James' growing love for Petra win her over? Does Albus change Slytherin, or does Slytherin change him? And what, oh what, really happens in that scene in the graveyard beneath the eerie glare of the Dark Mark? Someday, somewhere, I believe I will write the rest of these stories, because I want to find out for myself. And if I do, I probably will share them. Probably. G. Norman Lippert, 27th of June, 2008.